Chapter 51 Lu Ren, Uchiha Madara is still alive. I see. After listening to Lu Ren's explanation, Tsunade and Shizuan both couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But at the same time, they were even more amazed. For Lu Ren, I don't know what to say. As a branch of the Senju clan, being able to awaken wood release is already quite outrageous. I didn't expect that the opponent's wood release was even more outrageous than the first generation of Hokage. It was actually possible to directly plunder other people's bloodline limits. Tisk tisk, you are really bold. Tsunade looked at Lu Ren and admired him. Although I don't know what Danzo wants to do with the Sharingan, you can take away some Sharingans from under the nose of the root organization, and also take away those ninjutsu and secret scrolls collected by the Uchiha clan. It's really incredible. Then Lu Ren, did you open the Mangekyo because you devoured those Sharingans? Looking at Lu Ren's Sharingan, Shizuan asked curiously. I originally wanted to try to devour them to see if I could open the Mangekyo Sharingan, but I didn't expect that the pupil power and chakra in those Sharingans would resonate with my Sharingan. Lu Ren shrugged, but did not hide it. I was affected by the information left in those Sharingans, and I opened the Mangekyo Sharingan under strong stimulation, and after integrating those after using some of the Sharingan's pupil power, it has been further improved. I remember that if the Mangekyo Sharingan is used excessively, it will cause blindness. For Lu Ren's words, Tsunade did not doubt anything. She looked serious and reminded in a deep voice, you kids should pay attention. The wood release you have is not weaker than the Sharingan. Don't rely too much on that power. She is not such a superficial person, and she does not have any stubborn ideas. Although she does not like the Uchiha clan, which has always been arrogant and self-centered. But the essence of power is neither good nor bad. The difference is the person who controls that power. She did not have any grudges because of Lu Ren's concealment. She still regards him as her own disciple, worried that the other party will be too immersed in the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and lose herself. You can rest assured about this, Sister Tsunade. I have never thought of over-relying on the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade's concern. It warmed Lu Ren's heart. He smiled and said, if the normal Mangekyo Sharingan is used excessively, the vision will indeed continue to decline, and eventually even blindness will occur. But I have the blood limit of wood release, and I have swallowed a large number of Sharingans and gained a stronger pupil power. I will not be affected. I have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like Uchiha Madara in the past. Uchiha Madara. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing this, both Tsunade and Shizuan couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Somewhat shocked. That's good. Tsunade nodded and put it down. She was not surprised that Lu Ren knew Uchiha Madara. After all, the other party took away the collection of the Uchiha clan. Through some relevant records, it is not surprising that he knows something about the history of Uchiha. One person combines the power of Senju and Uchiha. She looked at Lu Ren, who was only 8 years old, and couldn't help but exclaimed, you are also the first person in ancient and modern times. Yes. It is true. Shizuan nodded repeatedly. She couldn't imagine how powerful Lu Ren was now. If he grew up, he might really surpass the first generation of Hokage who was known as the God of Ninja. No, Sister Tsunade, through some secret techniques of the Uchiha clan and related records. Lu Ren shook his head. He looked directly at Tsunade and said in a deep voice, I suspect that Uchiha Madara is very likely not dead. In order to let Tsunade cooperate with his practice, he had to reveal some shocking information in advance. Anyway, he did go to see the stone tablet of the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan. He knew the contents that were tampered by Black Zetsu. What? For a moment, Tsunade and Shizuan both widened their eyes. All of them looked at Lu Ren in disbelief. Lu Ren, you said that Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as the first generation Hokage, is still alive? Impossible. Shizun couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and felt a little tingling on her scalp. Don't joke, Lu Ren, Tsunade said loudly. I remember that guy's body was brought back after the fight with Grandpa. It's impossible for him to be alive. Even her grandfather, the first-generation Hokage, died of his injuries shortly after defeating Uchiha Madara. How could Uchiha Madara, who had been killed by her grandfather, still be alive? Sister Tsunade, don't get excited, listen to me. Lu Ren comforted the emotional Tsunade. It's like this, I found that among the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan, there is a technique called transcription seal. Transcription seal? Tsunade frowned. What is this technique? The Sharingan holder can seal the technique into his or her own eyes or the eyes of the target by looking at the Sharingan. When the conditions are met, the seal will be automatically unlocked and the technique will be automatically activated. But what does this have to do with the possibility that Uchiha Madara is still alive? Shizun was puzzled. Tsunade, who was standing by, also looked at Lu Ren with a probing look. This has to mention the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Izanagi. The forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade and Shizun were both stunned. This is a forbidden technique that sacrifices a Sharingan, and can transform things that happen to you in a period of time into dreams, turning them into something that never happened, and only choose things that are beneficial to you into reality. Lu Ren said bluntly, even the ending of death can be reversed. What? Even death can be reversed? Tsunade and Shizun were shocked. Even though Tsunade was born in the Senju clan, she couldn't help but feel a little numb. I didn't know that the Uchiha clan actually had such a forbidden technique. It's really scary. According to my investigation, the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo, may have taken away Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, and his right arm has a very strange chakra reaction. It is very likely that the first-generation cells and other Sharingan were directly transplanted. I think he has mastered this forbidden technique, so he is so deliberate to get rid of the Uchiha clan. It is to obtain a large number of Sharingans as spare eyes. Danzo, that guy. Hearing when Lu Ren said this, Tsunade's face changed. She had to be very alert to Shimura Danzo and even the root organization. Wait, Lu Ren. What do you mean? Shizun raised her hand and asked with some disbelief. Uchiha Madara might have used that transcription seal to seal the forbidden technique called Izanagi in his eyes in advance. But this is just your speculation, Lu Ren. Tsunade frowned, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, moreover, in order to prevent ambitious people from coveting Uchiha Madara's power, his body was ordered by the first Hokage to be destroyed by the second Hokage. That's what she said. But her heart couldn't help but jump. Based on Tsunade's understanding of her second grandfather, Senju Tobirama. That second grandfather who likes to study forbidden techniques the most, it is impossible for him not to be interested in the body of a strong man like Uchiha Madara. Maybe he really left Uchiha Madara's body privately. I don't know about this. Maybe he set up a special mechanism. If someone tries to destroy his body, it may directly trigger the transcription seal. Lu Ren spread his hands. Uchiha Madara is indeed a bit risky. Looking at Tsunade, he said seriously, but Sister Tsunade, my speculation is not without basis. I once found a strange stone tablet in the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan. The text recorded on it can only be interpreted by the pupil power of the Sharingan, and the stronger the pupil power, the more content can be interpreted. Need Sharingan to interpret? Tsunade and Shizun were both a little surprised. That seems to be what the legendary Six-Path Sage, the founder of the ninja clan, left behind. Nodding, Lu Ren said half-truthfully, it records a god who divided yin and yang into two poles, and in order to seek stability, when the two poles are reunited, you can get everything in the world. And the extreme of yin and yang, I understand as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the first generation of Hokages would release. That is, if the two powers are combined into one, it is very likely to gain the power of the Six-Path Sage. Wait, the Six-Path Sage? Did that legendary figure really exist? For a moment, Tsunade and Shizuan, their hearts couldn't help but jump violently. They were so shocked that they looked at Lu Ren in disbelief. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, Lu Ren shrugged and said with certainty, but as the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara could not have not interpreted the stone tablet. Moreover, considering that he has lost to the first generation Hokage more than once, if that guy really wants to challenge the first generation Hokage again, it is not impossible that he will prepare in advance. I have to suspect that he deliberately went to challenge the first generation Hokage and pretended to be defeated in order to obtain the power of the first generation Hokage. Listening to Lu Ren's analysis, Tsunade thought of something and couldn't help but sweat. Could it be that guy is really still alive? Chapter 52 Infinite Moon Reading. Tsunade's touching. By the way, that night there was a guy wearing a mask who helped Uchiha Itachi slaughter other Uchiha clan members. Seeing Tsunade faintly, I have already believed what I said. Lu Ren seemed to have remembered something, and added directly, my wooden clone once heard his conversation with Uchiha Itachi, who called him Ban. What? Shizuan, who was standing by, was completely stunned. The man who was once famous in the ninja world, notorious, and known as Shura, Uchiha Madara. Is he really still alive? That night, did you really see a masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara? Tsunade was shocked and stared at Lu Ren. She said unhappily, why didn't you tell me such news earlier? Although his chakra is not weak, I don't think he is the real Uchiha Madara. He is probably a guy who is pretending to be a ghost. Lu Ren shrugged. No, not necessarily. Tsunade's face changed. Combined with Lu Ren's previous well-organized analysis, when she thought about the Nine-Tail Rebellion that the fourth Hokage had to sacrifice himself and his life to suppress 8 years ago, she was already somewhat suspicious. After all, the third Hokage had mentioned it to her. Someone attacked the fourth Hokage's wife Uzumaki Kushina on that day. Taking advantage of the fact that the Jinchuriki had just given birth and was weak, and the seal was a little unstable, he released the nine-tailed demon fox. And he used the Sharingan to control it. So, the Uchiha clan is the most suspicious. However, even if the Uchiha clan was exterminated, it has not been confirmed. Among the people in the Uchiha clan who currently possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were too young at the time and could not have been the mastermind. In this case, Uchiha Madara is indeed very suspicious. With his hatred for the first Hokage, he has every reason to do so. I heard that before Uchiha Madara parted ways with the first Hokage, he wanted to lead the Uchiha clan out of Konoha, but no one in the Uchiha clan, who had finally enjoyed peace, was willing to follow him. Tsunade frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is undoubtedly a betrayal for the arrogant Uchiha Madara. He has been holding a grudge for all these years, and it is not impossible that he wants to destroy the Uchiha clan. Moreover, there are all kinds of strange ninjutsu in this world, and there are many infinite." She felt that with Uchiha Madara's means, it might not be impossible for her to live until now. Although, even if Uchiha Madara lived to this day, his age should be extremely exaggerated. But maybe after fighting with the first generation of Hokage, he survived by chance, but his own injuries were too serious, or for some reason he might have lost his strength in his prime. Otherwise, with Uchiha Madara's overwhelming strength, there is no need to engage in any conspiracy. In Konoha at the moment, no one can stop the opponent. Forget it, no matter whether Uchiha Madara is really alive. All of a sudden, Tsunade, who felt a little confused, suppressed the shock in her heart. She shook her head and said in a deep voice, "It's not what we can control now. Let the third generation of Hokage worry about these." At least, even if she knew that Uchiha Madara might still be alive, she has no ability to do anything now. Without exposing Lu Ren. even if she directly warned the third Hokage and others. Those old guys who have been corrupted by power, stubborn and only know how to fight for power and profit, besides thinking that she was exaggerating. There is no way they would listen to her. If Lu Ren's ability is exposed, those guys will definitely be restless. Especially the gloomy guy Shimura Danzo. 100% will attack Lu Ren. But then again, even if you want to practice, you don't have to work so hard, right? She glared at Lu Ren unhappily. The news that Uchiha Madara is still alive is really disturbing. After all, no one knows what such a dangerous guy is planning in private. Based on her understanding of Uchiha Madara, such an extremely strong and domineering man who worships power will obviously not be willing to lose his power. And Lu Ren just said. The stone tablet in the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan was left by the legendary Six Paths sage. Although it is impossible to verify whether it is true or not. Maybe, one day, he can directly restore his strength in his heyday. The only one who can stop him. Perhaps, the only one who can stop him is Lu Ren, who has grown up. With the power of both Uchiha and Senju, the future of this disciple is simply limitless. She couldn't imagine how high Lu Ren could reach in the future. Maybe, it's really like what the stone tablet says. It's not certain that he can obtain the divine power of Senro Wangxiang. There is no way, Sister Tsunade, I have to fight hard. Lu Ren's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, because, there is more shocking information on the Uchiha stone tablet. There is more shocking information. Tsunade and Shizuan were very surprised. According to the meaning on the stone tablet, the person who combined the power of Senju and Uchiha and gave birth to the power of God, as long as he summoned the outer path demon statue and gathered all the tailed beasts, he could revive the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Lu Ren said bluntly, open the infinite Tsukuyomi and pull the entire ninja world into the dream, so that the world will no longer have disputes and achieve true peace. What? Outer path demon statue? 10 tails. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Tsunade and Shizuan were shocked. All of them changed their faces and were shocked beyond words. Because it's a dream, then people can realize whatever they want. If everyone can be satisfied from the dream, it is equivalent to an alternative peace. Lu Ren shrugged. It's true, for some people. If they are given the opportunity to choose. Maybe they would rather enter the infinite Tsukuyomi and dream. Anyway, the dream is so real. And any dream and ambition can be realized. Even if he wanted to become the Supreme Emperor, the strongest man in the world, or the Savior. 3 wives and 4 concubines, wealth and splendor, let alone these. Relying on illusions like infinite Tsukuyomi to let everyone in the world enter a dream, what kind of peace is this? Tsunade was a little angry. At the same time, she looked solemn, staring at Lu Ren. You kid, you are not bewitched, and you think that is correct. If Lu Ren was really bewitched by the information on the stone tablet, it would be a big trouble. A kid of this age. The mind is most easily shaken and easily influenced. Of course not, I am not a savior, I just want you, Sister Tsunade, to be safe. Looking straight into Tsunade's eyes. Lu Ren did not mean to dodge at all. He said meaningfully, but, some people may not be like this. Are you referring to Uchiha Madara? Tsunade and Shizuan's faces changed drastically. Thinking of something, they could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill. From head to toe, sweat dripped down. If Lu Ren could interpret the stone tablet, Uchiha Madara could naturally do the same. Moreover, he had experienced the chaotic warring states period. Uchiha Madara, who ended the chaos with the first Hokage and founded Konoha village. He left in anger because of his differences in ideas with the first Hokage, and even went to the opposite side. If he was really still alive, he would have witnessed the ninja world wars again and again, and the frequent wars between countries and the endless chaos. It would only make him more disappointed and dissatisfied with this world. Perhaps, he might really believe what was said on the stone tablet. He believed that only the infinite moon reading could save the world. Is this why you are desperately cultivating? Is it the reason for the trip? After a long time, Tsunade came back to her senses and stared at Lu Ren. This child, at such a young age, is he going to bear everything? Yes, and no. Lu Ren's eyes were full of determination, and he smiled and said, Sister Tsunade, please forgive my selfishness. I have never thought of being a savior. I just want to protect those around me who care about me. You are a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair, but you think a lot. There was a moment of silence. Tsunade knocked on Lu Ren's head unhappily. But the next moment, she hugged Lu Ren tightly and buried his head in his greatness. In her eyes, she couldn't help but be a little crystal-like, with emotion. She knew that among those people Lu Ren was referring to, there must be herself. Shizuan, who was standing by, smiled. There should be a part of her, right? I understand. When you are ready to practice next time, remember to tell me. Looking at Lu Ren in her arms with full of doting, Tsunade said directly, otherwise, it's too dangerous for you to mess around alone. Got it, Sister Tsunade, please let me go, I'm almost suffocating. Lu Ren was in pain and happiness. It's worthy of being a high quality pendant. It's really too big. Chapter 53 Root Attack First Order Request. Actually, the degree of injury yesterday is not a big deal. For a long time, it was not easy to come out of that beautiful and majestic. Lu Ren, who was almost suffocated, let out a long breath. Looking at Tsunade's beautiful face, he smiled and said, it was a little accident. If it was in the wild, I would be able to recover soon. He is an ordinary natural ability user. After the combination of the Sen-Sen fruit and his own chakra, an amazing mutation occurred. Yesterday's accident was mainly due to misjudgment. He had just recovered from his injuries, but he fell asleep due to excessive mental fatigue. Because the wood clone was released, all those experiences and memories will return to the body with the chakra. This is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it has a great benefit. It can make Lu Ren understand every detail of his battle more clearly and not miss every mistake. Let himself constantly reflect, learn, and improve. Strive to do better. But the price is because of the high intensity and fierce battle. The mental fatigue is doubled because of this. If it is in the wild, he only needs to hold on for a breath. Just catch a few wild beasts, or even directly devour the essence of the trees. He can recover. However, if you are here with Sister Tsunade in the future, I can really let go. As the user of the Mori Mori fruit. 12. His vitality is incredibly tenacious. Under normal circumstances, he will not die easily. Everything should be done in moderation. More haste makes waste. Don't mess around too much, kid. Tsunade knocked on Lu Ren's head and warned him. She looked at Lu Ren's Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan and asked curiously, but what exactly is the ability of your Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique? Daxiamuki, this is the time-space pupil technique that my eyes have bred together. Lu Ren said. Ling. Eyes changed directly. Long. Transformed into a cool kaleidoscope pattern. And briefly introduced his abilities to Tsunade and Shizuan. He also stepped forward. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it penetrated Tsunade's body strangely and came out from behind her. Incredible! Hiss, what a terrible ability! Witnessed Lu Ren's unsolvable pupil technique with their own eyes? Even though they were well prepared, Tsunade and Shizuan still couldn't believe it. Some of their scalps were numb. They couldn't help but feel fortunate that Lu Ren was not an enemy. Because they didn't have special pupil techniques like the Sharingan or the Byakugan, and they didn't have the ability to perceive. Facing Lu Ren's terrible pupil technique alone, they were completely helpless. No way. I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed too amazing. Looking at Lu Ren, who was only 8 years old, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Danzo coveted that power and wanted to wipe out Uchiha all the time. She felt that if they really fought, she might really be killed by Lu Ren in a clean and neat second. The pupil technique of that Oanamakai was really unsolvable. The strange parallel space of the netherworld. Invisible, intangible. But it really exists. Lu Ren can even use the wooden clone to directly launch an effective attack from inside that makes it invisible and imperceptible. And as long as he is in it, even if he stands in front of you without dodging or evading, no matter how many means you use and how hard you attack, you can't hurt him at all. If anyone becomes your enemy, Lu Ren, I'm afraid it's really unlucky. Shizun was full of admiration. This junior brother is really amazing. She couldn't imagine how desperate the enemy would be when facing Lu Ren's Mangekyo pupil technique. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Too much information to digest at once. Tsunade tried to calm herself down. Seeing that Lu Ren was basically fine, she said directly to her 2 disciples, after breakfast, we still have to going to treat patients. We'll talk about training in the afternoon, you kid, don't try to be lazy. Hee, no, Sister Tsunade. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. In the morning, Lu Ren followed Tsunade to practice medicine. Under Tsunade's guidance, he treated all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases for those nobles, and gained a lot of money and achieved remarkable results. In the afternoon, he practiced various ninjutsu and secret techniques from the Uchiha clan in the netherworld. At night, he fought with his wooden clone directly in the netherworld. With Tsunade, the medical master and bodyguard, Lu Ren didn't have to worry about whether he would lose the power to resist because of his serious injuries. He devoted himself to training crazily. He always came out of the netherworld covered in blood. But Tsunade, who was unable to enter the netherworld and was waiting there, Tsunade and Shizun immediately treated him. Although it was only less than a week. But Lu Ren's progress was almost incredible. There was a significant improvement in both physical skills and ninjutsu. This also greatly shortened Tsunade's free time, complaining that she had no time to go to the casino. Thank you very much, you are really a miracle doctor. In front of the gate of a mansion, a group of people surrounded Tsunade, Shizun and Lu Ren and walked out. A noble with a big belly and a smile on his slightly pale face, very politely presented a generous medical fee. Mr. Tsunade, this is a little gift from me, it is not a respect, but I hope you will accept it. Even as a noble, he looked down on those ninjas who only knew how to fight and kill and were no different from tools. But he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Tsunade, the medical expert. Because she was not only the princess of Konoha personally appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but also had superb medical skills. After all, even if he was a dignified daimyo with a noble status and great power, he couldn't guarantee that he would not get sick. Maybe one day, he would have to ask for help from others. It's too late to curry favor with such a person. As long as he is not stupid, who would offend him? Thank you. Tsunade nodded without hesitation. Lu Ren on the side smiled. Replacing senior sister Shizun. Accepted the medical fee from the noble. Then, we'll leave. Please take care. After returning to the hotel. Finally it's over. Tsunade stretched her waist, her curves were amazing. Even the exquisite pendant couldn't help but bounce twice on the exaggerated beauty. Tisk tisk. That minister is really generous. Open the suitcase. Looking at the full of banknotes. Shizun was a little happy with her crescent eyes narrowed. The rest of the rewards from these days have been used to pay off the debts. Finally, a part of it can be left. After all, Sister Tsunade is a legendary medical expert, and it's not always possible to invite her. Lu Ren shrugged his shoulders and didn't care about the money. Who can guarantee that they won't ask Sister Tsunade for help next time? Naturally, they want to curry favor with her. Hee, anyway, it's not in vain. With money in hand, Shizun was naturally a little happy. She put away the box, looked at Tsunade, and asked, "Then Lady Tsunade, are we leaving?" "Well, there's no need to stay here." Tsunade nodded. A cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. She asked Lu Ren directly, "Those guys, they can't hold back anymore, right?" In the past few days, someone has been watching them from a distance. But under Lu Ren's powerful perception, they were exposed. "Well, those guys in the root organization have been secretly monitoring us for several days like a dog 990 skin plaster, and they don't seem to be afraid of being discovered by us." Lu Ren shrugged, "They should be coming for me. As soon as we leave the city, they will probably be unable to hold back and take action." He narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "In addition, I sensed the chakra of Danzo, and it seems that he just arrived." Lu Ren roughly guessed Danzo's purpose. 9 out of 10, it was because he saw that his talent was too amazing. He wanted to use Uchiha Shisui's Koda Amatsukami, who could forcibly tamper with other people's will, on him. Let him use himself. Danzo, that guy. Tsunade clenched her fists. A hint of coldness flashed across her eyes. She was murderous and said coldly, "Then this time, Lu Ren, you don't have to show mercy. Tsunade is not a kind-hearted person. Especially, she has hated Danzo, the conspirator, for a long time. Moreover, not long after the death of the second Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was appointed by him before his death, succeeded him as Hokage. Shimura Danzo became the Hokage's assistant, and Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu also became Hokage's advisors. The four of them formed the Elders' Council and became the top leaders of the village. They were eager to suppress the Senju clan as soon as they came up. From the end of the First Ninja World War to the Second Ninja World War, in just a dozen years, the strong men of the Senju clan died one after another on the battlefield. This guy is not unrelated. Since he dared to harm his own disciples, this time, she will never let it go. It's just right, use them, let's test your strength." Lu Ren heard this. Licking his lips, he smiled, "That's great. After all, no matter what, to become a real strong man, it's far from enough to just bury your head in hard training." He was just thinking of using actual combat to verify his own strength. Chapter 54 Danzo's Ambition. Second update, please subscribe. Sister Tsunade, Senior Sister Shizun. Inside the hotel, Lu Ren packed up his things and checked the ninja tools. He reminded Tsunade and Shizun directly. "Danzo may have taken Uchiha Shisui's eyes. You have to be careful. I have heard of the name of Shisui's body flicking when I traveled in the Land of Fire over the years. It is said that the illusion is quite powerful, and he is extremely good at body flicking." Tsunade nodded. Shizun also echoed there, a little curious, "I just don't know what kind of eye technique his Mangekyo Sharingan is." Koda Amatsukami, a Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique known as the strongest illusion, can directly and permanently and completely forcibly tamper with the will of others. Lu Ren spread his hands and said bluntly, "For example, I guess Danzo must have taken a fancy to my talent and wanted to use Koda Amatsukami on me to make me work for him." Tsunade, Shizun. For a while, both of them looked at each other with eyelids twitching. Originally they were full of energy and wanted to teach the root organization a lesson. A chill surged in their hearts, and they felt a little tingling on their scalps. Is this an illusion? Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, the eye techniques born are simply more exaggerated than one another. They all don't know what to say. It's really unreasonable and overbearing. No wonder they are exterminated. What should we do? If we are entangled by Danzo, it will be too dangerous. Tsunade's face was uncertain. She saw Lu Ren's unsolvable eye technique, Oanamakai. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami so exaggerated. Even if she, the three ninjas, was confident in her own strength, she had to be cautious. Don't worry about this. I have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In addition to the eye technique of Oanamakai, there are other eye techniques. Lu Ren smiled and said, Yuga Mitsumi, this is a eye technique that can ignore all illusions, which can restrain Kota Amatsukami. But Sister Tsunade and Senior Sister Shizuan, you must be more careful. Well, I know Danzo well. If he finds that he can't take you down, he will resort to any despicable means. Tsunade nodded. Her face became a little serious, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Besides, he probably doesn't know that your hemophobia has been cured, and he will most likely take advantage of your weakness. You can use the same trick against me. Lu Ren slapped him with his fist. Confidently, he smiled and said, leave Danzo and the root organization to me. He couldn't wait to confirm it. What level of combat power can he reach at present? Danzo came to the door himself. Just right. At this moment, the land of fire, outside the capital. Shimura Danzo, who was leaning on a cane, had several figures wearing masks and carrying ninja swords kneeling in front of him. Are Tsunade and that Xia Lu Ren still in the capital? It is incredible that he can master illusions so skillfully at the age of 8. Moreover, he is also good at medical ninjutsu. He has the bloodline of the Senju clan and is born with amazing chakra. The talent and potential shown by Kyunyi Lu Ren. Danzo has been tempted and even has to pay attention to it. Originally, he received a report from his subordinates a few days ago and made up his mind to take action halfway. Unexpectedly, the other party left Konoha so quickly and rushed directly to the capital of the Land of Fire that day. He had to send people to investigate again. He even ordered that even though he was discovered by Tsunade, he continued to monitor them. After asking his comrades, Koharu Udaten and Enmito, to intercede for the third Hokage to lift the house arrest order and stop the Anbu from monitoring him, he rushed over without stopping. Yes, Danzo-sama. The leading elite jonin knelt on one knee and reported directly, in the past few days, Tsunade, the medical saint, has received many invitations from nobles. She spends a whole morning every day visiting them, treating those nobles, and teaching their disciple Kyunyi Lu Ren. But it's all over today, I think it's almost time to leave. These days, they obviously didn't do nothing, just following them foolishly. They have already found out how many nobles in the capital of the Land of Fire have asked Tsunade to come to see them. Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered, and he said faintly, then let's ambush them first and wait until they leave the city before taking action. Master Danzo, Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, is quite powerful. If you want to lure her away from her disciple Kyunyi Lu Ren without revealing your identity, I'm afraid. A root jonin had doubts. Don't worry, Tsunade is afraid of blood. Just let her see blood and the woman will lose her fighting power. Danzo waved his hand. He sneered with some disdain, toes for her female disciple, she should not be very powerful, so just send 2 or 3 people to hold her back. Remember, don't hurt Tsunade's life, that woman is still useful. He paused. He touched his chin and said sinisterly, I believe that as long as Kyunyi Lu Ren finds out that our target is him, in order to protect his teacher, I believe he will be willing to act as bait and try to lure the enemy away. At that time, I will personally confirm how strong that kid is. Yes. All the members of the root organization responded in unison. Kyunyi Lu Ren, how much surprise can you bring to me? Shimura Danzo's eyes were dim. For Shirikuto. He was going to use Kota Amatsukami, who had a very long cooling period. This meant that in the next few years, the pupil power of his right eye might not be restored. However, if he could get a genius who was better than Orochimaru, I believe that he would definitely become his right-hand man. By then, the Hokage would be in his pocket sooner or later. Even the position of Hokage was just a small beginning. He wanted to prove to the world and his teacher, the second Hokage. He, Shimura Danzo, was the most suitable person to become the Hokage. The war in the ninja world would end with him. I hope you won't let me down. 2. 4. Chapter 55 would release. Shocked Danzo 3 updates, please support 3. In less than half an hour, a group of 3 people walked out of the prosperous capital of the Land of Fire. When Tsunade, Shizuan, Rikuto and others walked through a tree-lined path, the bird calls that were originally heard from all around gradually disappeared. The air was filled with an invisible murderous atmosphere. It was a bit depressingly quiet. The 3 masters and apprentices looked at each other calmly. Without any signs. A whistle echoed. Then, in the surrounding forest, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, shurikens and kunai broke through the air. Densely packed, overwhelming. Shooting straight towards the 3 people. Even some kunai were tied with detonating tags that were emitting sparks and making hiss-hiss sounds. Wooden ingot wall. Lu Ren's expression remained unchanged. Without even making a seal, he raised his right hand. Swish! A large number of thick wooden strips appeared on the ground. In the shocked eyes of the root members lurking around, with an astonishing speed, it formed an elliptical shield. It firmly protected the 3 of them. Boom boom! Flames shot up into the sky. Thick smoke billowed up. A huge explosion echoed in the forest. What is that wood release? How is this possible? A root ninja was stunned and extremely shocked. Even Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Some lost their voices in disbelief. Wood release? That brat! How could he not be familiar with wood release? Once, the root had obtained an experimental subject from Orochimaru's laboratory that had successfully fused the genes of the first generation and survived. Although the opponent's wood release was not worth mentioning compared to the first generation Hokage, but it was not weaker than the general bloodline limit. It was a pity that it was later discovered by the third generation Hokage and taken away from the root organization. Let's not talk about that. Danzo's own right arm not only transplanted the cells of the first generation, but also transplanted a large number of Sharingan. To balance the violent power of the 2 and keep it stable. Naturally, he also mastered the wood release of the first Hokage. I thought Tsunade ran back to the village so suddenly. It turned out that Kyunyi Lu Ren had awakened wood release. Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, was somewhat surprised. His eyes could not help but become hot. Unlike Tenzo, who was an experimental subject, Kyunyi Lu Ren was most likely to have awakened wood release by himself. The bloodline of Kyunju, plus wood release. No wonder he had such amazing chakra at the age of 8. The other party's future is indeed limitless. If I can subdue him, with such a genius working for me, I will definitely be even more powerful. Danzo showed excitement, and even a little madness. He must definitely accept Kyunyi Lu Ren under his command. Wood release, that was the power that the first generation of Hokage used to pacify the troubled times. Even the tailed beasts that are said to have infinite chakra are not worth mentioning in front of that power. He has such a high talent at the age of 8. I believe that the power of wood release that he can exert is definitely not weak. He suppressed his excitement and ordered grimly, "Everyone, come to me. Proceed according to the plan." Yes. One after another, black figures rushed out, surrounding the area filled with black smoke. There were more than 10 people. And after being disguised, each of them wore a strange mask. Compared to the previous attire of the root organization, there was no symbol related to Konoha on the body. It was impossible to directly associate it with the root organization. At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated. A huge oval protective shield composed of a large number of wooden strips was filled with a large number of shurikens and kunai. Even though the detonating talisman that was sandwiched in it was amazingly powerful, it only blew it up a little black on the surface. But it couldn't be shaken at all. Swish! One after another, the wooden board, which contained amazing chakra and was as strong as steel, began to open to the surroundings. The three people inside, Rikuto, Tsunade, and Shizuan, were safe and sound. Who are you? Tsunade's face was gloomy and full of anger. The anger was real. But not knowing the other party's identity was naturally fake. Not knowing who these people were meant that they could kill without scruples. Go. The leading root member looked indifferent. Without nonsense, he rushed out with a sharp ninja sword in hand. More than a dozen root members followed closely behind. Please give flowers. He rushed up with murderous intent. Damn it! Tsunade seemed really furious. In the shocked eyes of those root members, holding the white and smooth pink fist, without hesitation, he punched the ground suddenly. Boom boom! A loud noise, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The ground within a radius of several meters was directly torn into pieces. A large number of rocks flew across the sky, and were continuously impacted in all directions by this blow. Those root members who rushed up were forced to retreat. Tsunade, who looked like a spoiled and powerless person, showed terrifying strange power at this moment. People couldn't help but sweat. Swish! Tsunade ran out quickly. A root member who was closer was hit by a punch before he could dodge. With a scream, he flew out like a cannonball. He blasted straight into the depths of the forest. Bursts of roars were heard, and I don't know how many trees were broken in half. A large amount of smoke and dust was raised. What? This scene happened in the blink of an eye. The other root members who didn't have time to stabilize their bodies had no time to support. The root organization was not without information about Tsunade. They were even aware that she had amazing strength and was quite good at physical skills. But even if they were mentally prepared, they still felt a chill when they saw her. Everyone was a little terrified. It was because she was too violent. If they were to touch her, they would either die or be crippled. There was no way to fight this woman in close combat. All of you guys, stay here. Tsunade was relentless and rushed towards another root member again. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, wind cutting technique. Lightning style, lightning light. At this time, the root members who had stabilized their bodies reacted. They formed seals without hesitation and attacked Tsunade. Whoosh whoosh, huge fireballs, sharp wind blades, dazzling lightning. From all directions, they blasted towards Tsunade. Chapter 56, Horror, The Art of Grafting. For updates, please subscribe. Wood style, wood ingot wall. In a flash, Lu Ren attacked again. One after another, thick wooden strips broke out of the ground. There, at an astonishing speed, they formed an elliptical defense. Firmly blocked Tsunade's left and right sides and behind her, protecting her. Boom boom. A large number of attacks. Blocked by the unbreakable shield. At the same time, the root member targeted by Tsunade barely avoided Tsunade's fierce punch. But before he could pull away, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It was as if his internal organs were directly ruptured. Wow! The whole person vomited blood. Like a cannonball, he was blown back. Blood! Tsunade, who was originally majestic and killed people everywhere, saw the flying blood. The whole 99 people couldn't help but tremble there. Sister Tsunade! Seeing this, Lu Ren shouted. Damn it, Tsunade-sama's hemophobia has attacked again. Shizuan was horrified. Holding a kunai, he rushed forward. Protected Tsunade, who was unable to move. Barely blocked the attack of a root ninja. Usually, the hidden weapon hidden in the sleeve was launched at the first time. Swish, poison needles shot out one by one. The other root ninjas who rushed up relentlessly all changed color. He dodged in a hurry and was forced to retreat. And Lu Ren, who was also running wildly, dragged the root members one by one. The employer wants his body, no mercy. Several root members were murderous. The blades in their hands flashed coldly, and they attacked from all directions first. He chopped at Lu Ren without mercy. Would release, grafting technique. Without any warning. Ryu Ren, who was in danger, looked cold and sneered. A large number of extremely sharp branches were thrown out from his hands. He attacked the root members who were surrounding him from all directions. Swish, swish. The faces of the root members changed drastically. However, they were well trained on weekdays. Suddenly, they felt a flash in front of their eyes. They all froze there, unable to move. Oh no! It's an illusion. Damn, what on earth is this? Time. Release. The root members who reacted. Either they formed a seal with one hand, or bit their tongues without hesitation. They broke free from the illusion that Lu Ren had quietly cast on them without knowing when. However, the branches that attacked violently were already close at hand. One root member was unable to dodge and was accidentally pierced through the body by the branches. Aha! The next moment, the branches inserted into their bodies suddenly forked and grew wildly. It pierced their entire bodies. It pierced their internal organs from the inside and tore their bodies apart. It was bloody and horrible to look at. It makes people shudder. Cold from head to toe. Hiss. Looking at this horrifying scene. Even though Shizuan, who has traveled with Tsunade for many years and has seen blood and experienced many bloody scenes, couldn't help but gasp. Some of her scalp is numb. She truly feels the horror of wood release. Even if she is stabbed by shuriken, kunao, and other hidden weapons, even if they are poisoned, as long as they don't hurt the vital parts, at least there is still hope. But if she is directly hit by Lu Ren's move, it would be a miracle to survive. You are much weaker than I thought. Looking at the few surviving root ninjas, Lu Ren's face was indifferent, and he said lightly, "In this case, you all go to hell." He had a preconceived notion. At only 8 years old, he was too young and his strength needed to be improved. But after fighting with these root members, he found that he did not overestimate the enemy's strength. But he completely underestimated himself. After these days of crazy training, in the physical duel with the wood clone, he pushed himself to death and showed no mercy. His physical skills also improved by leaps and bounds, and his nerve reaction was amazingly fast. Even without opening the Sharingan. Facing the swift and fierce, coordinated siege of these root members. As a user of the natural type Mori Mori fruit, his physique far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his body is fully capable of reacting in the first time, effectively blocking and counter-attacking. Let's go! No more nonsense! Lu Ren rushed out with murderous intent. Retreat! The surviving root ninjas looked at each other. While retreating quickly, they threw black balls directly at Lu Ren, who was about to rush up. Wooden ingot wall. A huge oval wooden shield appeared. Blocked those black balls. Boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of explosions. A large amount of smoke spread. And the surviving root members were gone. Lu Ren, those guys are very insidious. Be careful of the poison mixed in the smoke. Tsunade, who was trembling all over, saw this and shouted a warning. Senior Sister Shizuan, you stay here to protect Sister Tsunade. Lu Ren is skilled and bold. He ran out without hesitation. I'll get rid of them. Lu Ren, don't be impulsive. Tsunade and Shizuan's faces changed drastically, and they shouted there. However, the young and energetic Lu Ren rushed into the depths of the forest regardless of anything. I don't know how long it took. Seeing that no one came to attack him and Shizuan, he confirmed that no one should be watching them anymore. Tsunade, with a pale face and trembling body, stood up all of a sudden. This kid is too messy. Looking around at the messy sight and the bloody corpses, Tsunade frowned and said to Shizuan, you deal with the scene and these corpses, don't leave any traces of wood release. I'll go and see. After all, the opponent is Danzo Shimura, who has been famous for a long time and has always been ruthless and unscrupulous. Although she knows that Rikuto is extremely talented and can even be said to have surpassed her teacher in terms of strength, he is still too young and lacks combat experience. She is worried that facing Danzo, the shrewd conspirator, this guy may suffer if he is careless. She must go to suppress the enemy. Yes, Lady Tsunade, please leave it to me. Looking at Tsunade's back, Shizuan nodded seriously. She knew that the Konoha princess, one of the 3 ninjas who was once famous on the battlefield and frightened countless enemies, had returned. Tsunade was no longer affected by hemophobia. She didn't need to worry at all. Chapter 57, Danzo Shimura was killed instantly. 5 more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the lush forest, on the towering trees, a series of swift figures, stepping on the huge branches, kept jumping. Danzo, that guy is catching up. Danzo looked sinister and sneered, I'm afraid he didn't catch up. The power of the wood escape he displayed is indeed far greater than that of the traitor Tenzo, so it's worth it for me to come here in person. The Kyunyi Lu people used the grafting technique earlier. Combined with the illusion that made it hard to defend against, they killed many root members in an instant. This performance really surprised him. He became more and more impatient and wanted to recruit such a genius. Caw. While untying the bandage on his right arm, it was revealed that it was tightly wrapped in metal and a special seal was cast to prevent the arm from being directly seen through by the Byakugan and Sharingan. Okay, just swish 1-2 swish. I don't know how long it took. Just when Danzo felt that he had led the other party far enough and was ready to stop. Without any warning, the big tree under his feet seemed to come alive. Without any warning, thick vines emerged one after another. What? Danzo's eyes narrowed and his heart jumped. He jumped up without hesitation and barely avoided the vines that attacked from all directions. He fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. But his subordinates did not react as quickly as he did. Swish swish. Damn it! Everyone be careful! Damn it, cut them off! The green vines shot out like lightning and instantly bound their feet. Then, before they could swing their knives to cut them off, more vines had already emerged, binding them tightly. How is it possible? He sucked away our chakra. Master Danzo, save me! But the next moment, they all showed horror. They found that the chakra in their bodies was constantly being devoured, becoming weak and powerless. Even the whole person was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! Accompanied by bursts of shrill screams. A bunch of mummies with horrifying faces were hanging there. It makes people's scalps numb. Like the first generation of Hokage, Kin would absorb other people's chakra. Looking at the subordinates who were trapped by a large number of wood vines and unable to break free, Danzo couldn't help but be shocked and a little unbelievable. He is only 8 years old, but he has reached this level. He thought he had overestimated the opponent as much as possible. He found that he had underestimated Kyunyi Rikuto in the end. Such strength obviously cannot be speculated by common sense. But Danzo's eyes were full of indifference, and he ignored the requests for help from his subordinates. On the contrary, while keeping alert, he quickly untied the heavy metal device in his hand that was blessed with a special sealing technique. He just watched coldly, watching the root ninjas being drained of chakra and dying in despair. Ah, isn't this the pot shadow, Shimura Danzo, who is rumored to be the pot shadow for the Hokage among the 4 high-level Konoha members I respect? Under Danzo's gaze, The figure of Lu Ren weirdly emerged from the tree trunk in front. Looking at Danzo with full of teasing, with sarcasm, "You are not in Konoha hiding in the dark and dominating, why did you come all the way here? Qianya Lu Ren, do you know me?" Hearing Lu Ren's ridicule, Danzo's face was gloomy. But at the same time, he couldn't help but frown and looked at Qianya Lu Ren in surprise. It stands to reason that he usually stays at home and rarely shows up in front of people. Restricted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, he can only act behind the scenes. The other party should not know him. And it seems that he knows a lot about him. Did that woman Tsunade tell him? "No, I don't know him," Lu Ren said sarcastically. Looking down at the other party, he asked loudly and openly, "Who are you? Why do you pretend to be the elder of our Konoha village, Shimura Danzo? You are deliberately disguising yourself as a member of the root organization, trying to assassinate Tsunade Princess, one of the 3 ninjas, the Konoha Princess, and put the blame on the leader of the root of Konoha. What is your conspiracy? You are such a sharp-tongued kid." Shimura Danzo had no expression on his face. But his eyes were sinister, revealing a cold murderous intent, "But if you say so, I can rest assured." Clang! Said. He took off the metal device on his right hand. Danzo's bare shoulders showed the face of the first Hokage. On his right arm, pairs of scarlet and ferocious Sharingan were embedded on it, which made people shudder. He did not attack Lu Ren immediately. Instead, he made a seal there. "For the sake of power, you made yourself look like a monster, you are such a disgusting guy." Looking at Danzo's right arm, which not only had the face of the first Hokage, but also was embedded with Sharingan, which made people's scalps numb, Lu Ren sarcastically said. He did not mean to stop it. He was not even prepared to use Sharingan so quickly. It was not easy to meet an opponent who was worth taking seriously. It made the blood in his body boil. "You are a kid who doesn't know what war is, grew up in a greenhouse, has the blood of 1,000 hands, and has awakened the same wood release as the first Hokage, and is so lucky that people are jealous." Shimura Danzo's face did not change. Pulling off the bandage on his right eye, a 3-Magatama Sharingan was revealed. Looking directly at Lu Ren above, he said coldly, "Of course I don't know the sadness of having no power. Kunyi Lu Ren, your power will definitely belong to me." His eyes were blazing. He clenched his right fist and said loudly to Lu Ren, "I will lead you to quell the troubled times, bring peace to the ninja world, and create a new era." "Well, is this your dream?" Lu Ren smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you can't see the infinite moon reading." As he said, the right hand pointed at Danzo. In his vigilant eyes, suddenly clenched. Swish! Without any warning, one after another, sharp wooden spikes suddenly pierced out from the ground. Attacked from all directions. What? In a flash of lightning, the face changed drastically, and Shimura Danzo, who had no time to dodge, was directly pierced. The whole person was stabbed into a hornet's nest. Blood dripping. Shimura Danzo vomited blood. Looked at Lu Ren above in disbelief, "You." But the next moment, he lost his breath. Fell there, motionless. Chapter 58 Izanagi, Unparalleled Power. One update, please support. Did you kill it? Looking at Danzo's bloody and horrible body, Lu Ren jumped down from the tree trunk with a calm face. "That may not be true." Suddenly, a voice echoed. Danzo, who should have been dead, appeared strangely behind him. And he didn't give Lu Ren any chance to react, and his hands quickly formed seals there. He suddenly spit at Lu Ren, wind style, vacuum ball. Swish swish. One after another, swift wind bullets. Like real speeding bullets, they broke through the air from behind Lu Ren. Moreover, there were no less than 10 of them, locking each blind spot around Lu Ren, leaving him no way to escape. No mercy. I've been on guard against you. Lu Ren sneered. As if he had expected it, he was not surprised at all. He raised his right hand lightly, wood style, wood ingot wall. Swish! A large number of wooden strips broke out of the ground. At an astonishing speed, they formed an elliptical hemispherical shield. Boom boom! The wooden shield that appeared out of thin air instantly blocked the continuous impact of the wind bullets. There were sporadic wood chips flying. A series of loud noises made people's scalps numb. But the huge shield, which was as hard as steel and had amazing defensive power, was not directly penetrated. Lu Ren, who was protected inside, was even more unharmed. At the same time, under Danzo's feet, several vines suddenly grew out wildly, grabbed his legs like lightning, and while devouring his chakra, they pulled him to the ground fiercely. What? Danzo's face changed drastically. But he couldn't break free. While being pulled into the ground, one after another sharp vines instantly pierced his body. Ah! He screamed miserably. He died directly. Without waiting for Lu Ren to smile, his body disappeared strangely. In an instant, Shimura Danzo, who was safe and sound, appeared again on Lu Ren's left. Wind style, vacuum wave. He quickly formed seals with both hands. He accumulated wind chakra in his mouth and suddenly spit it out. Swish! In a flash of lightning, a sharp wind blade flew out of his mouth one after another. It slashed towards Lu Ren like lightning. Danzo, is wind chakra what you are most proud of? Lu Ren's face remained unchanged, with a sneer. The perception ability that was always activated had already locked Danzo's position at the first time. At some point, he had already completed the seal with one hand, and suddenly spit out, wind chakra, vacuum wave. Swish, swish! One after another amazing wind blades tore the atmosphere in an instant. Even Danzo couldn't help but be shocked. I never thought that Lu Ren would directly seal with one hand in a blink of an eye and use the advanced version of vacuum wave that was more powerful than vacuum wave. To crush himself in the field he was best at. Boom boom! The wind blade he released was torn apart mercilessly. In an instant, a large number of wind blades came at an alarming speed, one after another. Boom boom! Danzo reacted quickly, dodging left and right. A large number of wind blades missed, and they continued to cut through the trees. However, he couldn't avoid it completely after all. One careless move, he couldn't dodge in time, and was directly cut in half by an extremely sharp wind blade. He screamed. The whole person was split in two. Fell there. The next second, the bloody corpse disappeared strangely. He appeared again a few meters away. Looking at Lu Ren with doubt, he said, "You don't seem surprised at all that I can come back to life again and again. Isn't it just Izanagi?" Lu Ren was playing with it. He glanced at the Sharingan on his right arm, which seemed to be connected to the optic nerve and kept turning there, making people's scalps numb, and said sarcastically, "There are 9 eyes left, work harder. I want to know whether your chakra consumption will be exhausted first, or mine." "Humph, you know a lot. I am also curious about how strong you are." With Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan as the support, Danzo, who was fearless, showed a confident smile. It was incredible that an 8-year-old kid could have such strength. He didn't rush to use Kota Amatsukami, just to fully verify how amazing the other party was. Looking at Lu Ren with a fiery look, he said loudly, "Kyunyi Lu Ren, join the route to work for me. If you and I join forces, we can sweep Ninja World. I promise that I can support you to become Hokage in the future." "Sorry, I refuse." Lu Ren was unmoved. Looking directly at Shimura Danzo, his tone was full of unspeakable sarcasm. "I don't need to join forces with you. Give me time, I can sweep the ninja world by myself. Why should I add a burden like you?" He didn't finish his words. He ran towards Danzo. In the astonished and gloomy eyes of the other party, Lu Ren's body continued to expand, and in a blink of an eye he had turned into a giant wooden man more than 10 meters high. In addition, I am not interested in the position of Hokage. What? Witnessing this scene, Danzo's pupils shrank sharply, and he lost his voice in disbelief. He remembered that there was no such technique in the wood release scrolls collected by Konoha. But the next moment, woohoo! Accompanied by fierce wind pressure, the wooden giant rushed to the front and looked down at Shimura Danzo with a shocked face. He had already raised a violent and huge fist. The fist accumulated terrifying chakra. It crushed the atmosphere. It blasted over. Unparalleled strange power. Boom boom. A loud noise, no is good, deafening. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, rolling up. With the wooden giant as the center, within a radius of hundreds of meters. The ground directly cracked and collapsed. Woohoo! Gaga! The extremely violent air waves turned into an astonishing storm. A large number of trees were directly crushed to the ground and broken in half. The terrible wind carried a large number of rocks and plants, and rushed wildly in all directions. All directions. It was impossible to open one's eyes. That is, in the forest hundreds of meters away, Tsunade, who had just caught up and was about to watch the battle from a distance, was almost blown away by the sudden strong wind. He gathered chakra with his feet and firmly attached to the towering trees under his feet. Just managed to stabilize his body. Looking at the gradually dispersing smoke and dust, the huge figure standing there, his pupils suddenly widened. Chapter 59 Ineffective Kota Amatsukami. Second update, please support. Woo, woo, woo. The wind blew. A large cloud of dust swept away. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the towering trees with lush branches and leaves had disappeared and turned into a shocking ruin. Everywhere were rocks of different sizes. The entire land collapsed directly. Even the groundwater was gushing out. And there was only a huge figure standing. It was a wooden giant with a lot of leaves all over his body. Is that Lu Ren? Looking at the ruins ahead. The tall figure standing there. Tsunade was stunned. At this moment, Lu Ren was completely different from usual. Looking at the exaggerated scene, she lost her voice in disbelief. Could it be did he use the strange power punch in his gigantic state? Tsunade, who was so far away, was deeply shocked. Not to mention Danzo, who had no time to dodge and was hit hard. With Izanagi, he transformed death into a dream and appeared behind Lu Ren again. His face was full of emotion and he was amazed. What kind of power is this? The attack just now has the power of S-level ninjutsu, said. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Aiming at the wooden giant incarnated by Lu Ren, he suddenly spit out, but such a large body has become the best target wind style, vacuum wave. Swish, swish. One after another, 997 extremely sharp wind blades kept cutting out. It shot towards the huge wooden man like lightning. However, with the ability of the Sensen fruit, the whole person turned into a huge tree man, Lu Ren. Bang! He stepped hard. The ground cracked, and he jumped up like lightning. He actually showed his terrifying speed and reaction ability, and avoided Danzo's surprise attack. Let those fierce wind blades fall directly. It continued to blast into the distance. Woo-hoo-hoo! The wind whistled non-stop. Looking at the huge wooden man who jumped hundreds of meters high and fell straight down like a mountain, Danzo's pupils shrank sharply, and he retreated like lightning. Boom! The loud noise shook the sky. The smoke and dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. The amazing wind blew continuously. It was hard to open one's eyes. The gigantic wooden man stood there. Lu Ren looked at Danzo and smiled playfully. It runs pretty fast. Spirit summoning technique. barely dodged the extremely exaggerated attack. Danzo, who had bitten his finger, was flying and making seals there. He suddenly pressed on the ground. In an instant, a large area of summoning techniques kept spreading. Bang, smoke filled the air. A huge beast that looked very much like a mammoth appeared there. This was Danzo's summoning beast, the dream-eating beast Dream Taper. Roar! It roared with amazing power. It opened its huge mouth directly. A powerful suction force broke out. Woohoo! A large number of rocks and plants kept flying over. The amazing wind pressure made the giant Lu Ren a little unstable. But the next moment he rushed out directly. The legendary dream-eating beast, the Dream Taper. At the same time, he aimed his big hand at Danzo, who had sneaked behind him at some point, and clenched it fiercely. Bang bang! A large number of saplings broke out of the ground, growing continuously at a speed visible to the naked eye. They madly wrapped around Danzo, whose half-body was still underground. Swish! Danzo, who was just circling behind Lu Ren and attacking with the ability of the dream-eating beast, changed his face greatly. He could only rush out of the ground in a panic and dodge continuously. But the next moment, a huge wooden giant. It appeared next to the dream-eating beast in an instant. He punched its hideous head fiercely. Is that the instant body flash technique? Danzo's pupils shrank sharply. And with such an exaggerated body, he could still use such a swift instant body flash technique. It was incredible. Bang! Roar! In an instant, a lot of blood splashed. The dream-eating beast was bleeding from its head and howling miserably. It was directly hit mercilessly by the terrifying strange force fist and flew out like a cannonball. It turned into smoke in the air. Disappeared. Danzo, if your skills stop here, then you will stay here forever. The gigantic wooden man began to shrink. BCCE, after verifying the power after the gigantic growth, Lu Ren, who had recovered as before, rushed towards Danzo with murderous intent. Humph, I have many tricks, but you don't have the chance to see them. Danzo saw this and was not to be outdone. Running wildly. Wood release, cutting technique. Lu Ren's eyes were stern, and his right hand swung violently. A large number of sharp wooden thorns rushed out like lightning. They bombarded Danzo intensively. Swish swish with the amazing insight of the Sharingan. Danzo kept dodging. It was a close call, and he avoided those wooden thorns one by one. Suddenly, a huge wooden hand suddenly broke out of the ground. The wrist was like a tree, growing and extending from the ground at an astonishing speed, and rushed towards the surprised and unexpected Danzo like lightning. In an instant, he grabbed Danzo, whose face changed drastically and who had no time to dodge. Swish! Lu Ren clenched his right hand fiercely. Ah! Danzo screamed. In an instant, he was crushed into blood mud. A lot of blood kept flowing out of the huge wooden hand. But the next moment, Danzo, who should have died, the whole person suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ren again. Kunyi Lu Ren, you really gave me a big surprise. Looking at Lu Ren, who rushed straight at the first time, Danzo's face was grim, and he showed a smug smile. You can perform those wood release ninjutsu without any hand seals. Even other ninjutsu can be easily completed with one hand seals, but you are still too young. In the scarlet right eye, the black three Magatama suddenly turned into a four-cornered windmill and kept spinning. He launched Kota Amatsukami directly at Lu Ren. What is that Mangekyo Sharingan? A large number of wooden thorns grew on his right arm, and Lu Ren's face changed drastically when he was about to attack. It seemed that he was afraid of being hit by an illusion. He retreated without hesitation. He suddenly closed his eyes, not daring to look directly at the Sharingan exposed by Danzo. It's useless, it's too late. Danzo grinned, use it for me, Shirikuto. This genius boy who inherited the wood release of the first Hokage and even had talents no less than the first Hokage was finally subdued by him. He just used Kota Amatsukami. It is to make Kyunyi Lu Ren loyal to him forever. Really? In the shocked eyes of Danzo, Lu Ren's mouth curled up and he opened his scarlet eyes. The kaleidoscope pattern on his left eye was spinning rapidly, Yuga Yahun illusion rebound. The terrifying pupil power that tried to invade his brain and tamper with his will was instantly rebounded. Directly invalidated. Chi. A vine broke through the air like lightning. It instantly penetrated Danzo's right eye and shrank back. Brought out a large amount of blood. Danzo, who was caught off guard, screamed. The bloody eyeball was brought out. Just hung on the vine like this. Chapter 60. The horrified Danzo, died together? 3 more. Swish. However, bleeding, Danzo, who should have had his right eye taken away. The whole person disappeared strangely again like a wisp of green smoke. Even the splattered blood and the eyeballs hanging on the vines were the same. It was hard to believe. How could you have a Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzo, who had escaped through Izanagi, appeared several meters away in an instant, with a look of disbelief on his face. He stared at Lu Ren in front of him, or at the Mangekyo pattern in his eyes, and could no longer remain calm, and Kota Amatsukami is ineffective against you. Kyunyi Lu Ren not only has a Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kota Amatsukami, his strongest trump card, is ineffective against it. This made him really unbelievable, and he inevitably lost his composure and could no longer remain calm. For a moment, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. You are not from Uchiha, why do you have Sharingan? Looking directly at Kyunyi Lu Ren, Danzo was a little surprised and asked with gritted teeth. He couldn't believe it because the other party's Mangekyo Sharingan could be closed freely. This means that the other party is likely to have Uchiha bloodline. But the root organization has already investigated Kyunyi Lu Ren's background. The other party is at best a branch of the Senju clan. What is going on? You want to know? Looking at Danzo, who was full of doubts and full of gaffes, Lu Ren smiled and said, "Sorry, I have no obligation to let you die so clearly. In this world, there are many forbidden techniques that can summon the dead from the Pure Land." Although Lu Ren didn't care whether the information was leaked. But he would not be stupid enough to tell the enemy about his ability. Is that the forbidden technique of Uchiha Izanagi? Outskirts of the battlefield. Tsunade stood on a big tree and watched the battle from afar. Witnessing the process of Danzo's resurrection from the dead, she couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Looking at the half-human and half-ghost appearance of Danzo, who was confronting and deadlocking with Lu Ren, she frowned. Danzo, that guy, is really disgusting. He actually made himself look like this. But the strength shown by Lu Ren really surprised Tsunade. She knew very well that Lu Ren had not yet used his trump card. He simply used Danzo as a sparring partner. Humph! Danzo's face changed, but he didn't hesitate. Looking directly at Kyunyi Lu Ren in front of him, he ran out without showing any weakness. The eyes were greedy and extremely vicious. Then I will take your eyes without hesitation. No matter how amazing the other party's ability was. After all, he was just an 8-year-old kid. He didn't believe that he couldn't take down a mere kid. You should worry about yourself first. You only have 8 eyes left. Lu Ren's face remained unchanged, and he sneered, "No, including the one that Shisui had, there are still 9. Before he finished speaking, he swung his right hand. A large number of wooden spikes rushed out towards Danzo in front of him. It is said to be 9. But the Mangekyo Sharingan is so precious. Until the last moment, Danzo naturally could not use it as a consumable for Izanagi. Earth style, earth flow wall. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he retreated. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with both hands. He slapped hard. Boom boom. On the broken ground, a thick earth wall rumbled up, blocked the wooden spikes that kept coming. Wind style, vacuum blade. Danzo jumped onto the wall and kept running, holding a kunai. Accumulating a large amount of wind style chakra, he injected it directly into it. Condensed into an extremely sharp blue chakra sword. At an astonishing speed, it rushed towards Lu Ren. Wood release, tree world is coming. Lu Ren's face was indifferent. In the blink of an eye, countless saplings grew directly from the ground. At an astonishing speed, they turned into towering trees. And, they seemed to have self-awareness. Crazily entangled and grabbed Shimura Danzo. Is this the first generation's technique? Danzo's heart skipped a beat as his eyes shrank. Busy jumping and avoiding the vines that kept attacking. Although he had the cells of the first generation, he could also perform wood release. But unlike Lu Ren, he did not awaken himself, nor did he fuse the diluted first generation genes like Tenzo Yamato, thus obtaining the bloodline limit of wood release. It was just a trick to use the yin attribute chakra of those Sharingan to balance the first generation cells transplanted in his right arm. Strictly speaking, he did not have wood release. He could only use his right arm to perform a few wood release ninjutsu. This was also the reason why he rarely used wood release even though he had mastered it. Besides, the phagocytic nature of the first generation cells was too strong. If he was not careful, the yin release and yang release of his right arm might lose balance, and then go berserk and swallow him directly. Swish! Bang bang! Danzo kept dodging. The extremely sharp wind release chakra sword in his hand kept waving. The vines that attacked one after another were constantly cut off. But in a blink of an eye, they grew wildly again. They attacked relentlessly. It was impossible to defend against them. Under this circumstance, let alone approaching Lu Ren, even he himself was almost caught. One careless mistake. A large number of vines attacked like lightning, directly grabbing Danzo's legs. Danzo, who was caught off guard, had a drastic change of expression, and before he could swing his sword to cut open those vines. Countless vines were all around, like a cat smelling blood. They attacked one after another. The chakra on his body was constantly being sucked away. Danzo's eyes turned fierce. The right hand that was still able to move was barely controlling the kunai. He pierced his heart fiercely. Blood splattered. Please give me flowers. He was originally tied up with vines on his back, but the whole person disappeared strangely. He actually chose to commit suicide. How cruel seeing Danzo commit suicide to get out of the predicament, and then resurrected with the forbidden technique of Izanagi. Lu Ren chuckled. Behind him, it seemed as if the Buddha had eyes. Turning around, looking at Danzo who appeared behind him in an instant. Damn it, there are still 7 left. Glancing at his right arm and feeling his own chakra, Danzo's face was gloomy. Besides, the chakra consumption is too great. Can't delay any longer, we must decide the outcome with this kid as soon as possible. Wind style, vacuum jade. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Wind style chakra accumulated in his mouth. He spit fiercely at Lu Ren who had just turned around. Swish swish, one after another sharp wind bullets tore through the atmosphere, carrying terrible penetrating power. One after another broke through the air. Useless. Lu Ren laughed. A huge wooden shield broke out of the ground directly, blocking the wind bullets that kept bombarding. No matter the size or power, they were more powerful than the previous vacuum jade. Boom boom. Wood chips flew. Looking at the ordinary huge wooden shield, it was so solid that it once again blocked Danzo's fierce attack. But facing those powerful and unstoppable wind bombs, it was still shaken. There were potholes all over it, which was a bit shocking. But it was not directly penetrated after all. Swoosh swoosh. In Danzo's hand, shuriken appeared one after another. Accumulating wind chakra in his mouth, he injected it into the shuriken. continuously threw it at Lu Ren. Swoosh, swoosh, the rapidly rotating shuriken turned into an invisible windmill, cutting through the atmosphere. The wind shuriken that attacked one after another were extremely sharp. Like a rotten old man, it tore open the wooden shield that had been under the continuous bombardment of the vacuum jade and was already overwhelmed. It continued to attack Lu Ren. Chi. For a while. The defenseless Lu Ren. He was cut in half just like that. But, his whole body strangely turned into a wooden sculpture. No blood was splattered. What? Danzo felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Realizing that something was wrong, he was about to turn around. But a huge wooden vine pierced through his body. At some point, Lu Ren appeared behind him and said with a smile, "There are 6 left." Damn, Danzo, who was pierced, disappeared strangely. He appeared directly behind Lu Ren, tree root explosion burial. Die, kid. Before he finished speaking, a sapling suddenly grew out of his right arm. Swish, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned into a giant tree. It didn't give Lu Ren any chance to escape at all, and instantly covered and devoured Lu Ren and himself in. Chapter 61 Dazzling. Terrible Tsukuyomi. 4th update. Qianya Lu Ren, this is the grave I prepared for you. On the battlefield. Danzo, who was supposed to be dead. The figure miraculously appeared several meters away again. Looking indifferently at the towering tree that was too big and had a diameter of no less than 10 meters, he said coldly. "Ah, Danzo, even if you want to die, you can't always use this method to perish with the enemy." In Danzo's shrinking eyes, Lu Ren, who was supposed to be swallowed by the giant tree. The figure strangely appeared on the towering tree with lush branches and leaves. He said playfully, "It's useless, I am the embodiment of nature, and any plant will only be my helper." Danzo started to attack without waiting for his face to change. The exaggerated giant tree surged wildly. A large number of roots and branches flashed out like lightning. Ah! Danzo was caught off guard. He was swallowed by the giant tree again. There are 5 left. Lu Ren walked out of the giant tree. Looking at Danzo, who was resurrected with Izanagi again and had a livid face. "You should have been exhausted long ago by using wood release so recklessly." Danzo stared at Lu Ren, whose face was not red and breathless, as if he had not consumed any chakra at all, and was a little doubtful. He knew very well. Wood release is indeed powerful. But the consumption of chakra is also not small. "Guess how long I can last?" Lu Ren said with amusement. He is the embodiment of nature. Standing in this forest, he is undefeated. Because he can continuously absorb the essence contained in those trees to replenish himself. Although there is an upper limit to his own chakra recovery speed is far faster than the consumption speed. Comparable to the 9 tails, which is said to have infinite chakra. Damn it, I keep using Izanagi, and I just released wood release, so my chakra consumption is a bit high. Danzo looked doubtful. Should we retreat directly? Thinking. Decision flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he threw a smoke bomb in the direction of Lu Ren. He was about to turn around and run away. Chi. However, at this moment, the sharp vines of the tree roots broke through the air. Without any warning, they attacked from the front. Danzo was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. He was pierced through the body directly. In front of him. If it wasn't Lu Ren, who else could it be? Swish! Danzo appeared again a few meters away outside. He ran wildly towards the distance without looking back. What? Suddenly, Danzo felt a chill in his heart. Without any hesitation, he suddenly jumped up. Sure enough, a large number of wooden vines rushed out from under his feet in an instant. Grabbed towards him. Danzo dodged those vines in a panic. But a figure appeared behind him silently. Ah! A scream. A figure exactly like Lu Ren appeared there. At some point, his right arm had turned into a terrifying vine, ruthlessly piercing Danzo's chest. 4. Swish! All of a sudden, Danzo, who was resurrected again, looked gloomy, would clone. But at this moment, before he could rush to the distance, his right arm suddenly rioted. Ah! Danzo looked painful and screamed there. Because of using Izanagi too many times and using wood release ninjutsu, the yin release and yang release chakra energies on his right arm lost balance. Backlashed by the first generation cells. Damn it! Danzo's eyes turned fierce. With his left hand, he fiercely cut off his right arm. He rushed to the distance in panic. My great dream of unifying the ninja world and pacifying the troubled times has not yet been realized. I must not die here. But at this moment, I only felt a pain in my right eye. He screamed miserably, ah! Then, his right arm. Another intense pain came. He felt the scene in front of him change. Two bloody vines danced. One carried an arm inlaid with a large number of sharingans, which was hideous and terrifying. The other one was wearing a bloody eyeball. Lu Ren put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Danzo. You came all the way to send me Shisui's eyes. How is it possible? Could it be?" Danzo, with a painful expression on his face, was sweating profusely. Looking at Lu Ren in front of him and the arm caught by the vines. Looking at the ruins around him. There was no trace of him performing the tree root explosion burial and dying with Lu Ren. Even the position he stood in was exactly the same as the position he stood in after he failed to use Kota Amatsukami on Lu Ren and was attacked, and he stood with Izanaga's revival. His only remaining left eye was bloodshot, staring at Lu Ren in front of him. He looked uglier than ever. Damn it, is it an illusion? You got it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Lu Ren said with a smile. Tsukuyomi. It seems that he is not as good as Kota Amatsukami. But strictly speaking, it is not inferior at all, just the functions are different. After all, in the world of Tsukuyomi, whether it is time, space, mass, or even other structures, all are dominated by him as a jutsu user. This means that in the world of Tsukuyomi, he is God, the creator who dominates everything. After failing to use Kota Amatsukami, he used Izanagi to avoid the disadvantage of being blinded. Danzo was already trapped in his illusion when he looked into his eyes in shock at seeing that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was even deceived by the scene in the illusion of the world of Tsukuyomi where he was backfired by the first generation cells on his right arm by 2.4, thinking that he had really lost his right arm and could no longer maintain the jutsu of Izanagi. The previous battle in the world of Tsukuyomi was said to have lasted a long time. But in fact, it was only a moment in the outside world. From the beginning, Danzo had been there without moving. What's going on? Watching this scene from a distance, Tsunade, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, seeing that Danzo was suddenly attacked by the vines controlled by Lu Ren, he not only did not resist, but his right eye was easily taken away, his entire right arm was cruelly torn off, and he did not use Izanagi to reverse the situation. She could not help but be shocked and took a breath of cold air. Is it an illusion? Is this the Tsukuyomi that Lu Ren mentioned? Even Danzo with the Mangekyo Sharingan can't see through it. Chapter 62 Killing people and breaking their hearts, Danzo collapsed 5 more. Is it Uchiha attacks Tsukuyomi? In the messy ruins, Danzo, with cold sweat on his head and blood all over his body, almost couldn't stand steadily. He held on to his staggering body and looked at Lu Ren unwillingly, unwilling to believe. Impossible, I also have the Mangekyo Sharingan, it is impossible that I can't see through the mere Tsukuyomi. No matter what. He has Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he can't break the Tsukuyomi as the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he shouldn't have been unaware that he was hit by Tsukuyomi and fell into an illusion. Is the gap really that big? No, he didn't believe it. If it was Uchiha Shisui himself, he might be able to see through Tsukuyomi's flaws. Lu Ren was full of disdain and said sarcastically without disguising. But you, who have transplanted the eyes of the Uchiha clan and barely control the powerful pupil power with the cells of the first generation, are far behind. Said. In Danzo's unwilling and angry eyes. Shisui's eyeball, which was pierced by the vines, shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pupil power was devoured and turned into ashes. Damn it! He clenched his remaining left fist tightly, his eyes were bloodshot. Kyunyi Lu Ren, you bastard, do you know how precious that eye is? This was something he had worked so hard to get. The precious eye he had obtained. It was his greatest reliance on becoming Hokage and unifying the ninja world in the future. It was destroyed just like that. It's just an insignificant eye, so it's destroyed. Lu Ren smiled. He would never tell Danzo that he had already obtained the strongest illusion of Kota Amatsukami. Moreover, he had the perfect power of Yang escape. It only took less than 2 or 3 months. The pupil power consumed by Kota Amatsukami could be fully restored. Damn it! Danzo's eyes were fierce. He was determined and was about to rush towards Lu Ren. Sinister little brat, your existence is definitely a great threat to Konoha. Even if you die, I will. He was desperate. Knowing that the other party would never let him go no matter what. Naturally, he would not beg for mercy naively. And the other party's relatives had already passed away. It was even more impossible to threaten Kyunyi Lu Ren with the dead. But even if Shimura Danzo died, he would drag the other party to be buried with him. Want to die with me? Lu Ren's expression remained unchanged, and he asked calmly, why do you think that you are now out of Tsukuyomi, and not still in my illusion? Said. In Danzo's shocked eyes. The next moment. And the whole scene changed again. In front of the Hokage building, he was tied to the cross and could not move. And his broken right arm was restored, and his right eye was also a Sharingan. But just like that, without any cover, he was exposed to the ninjas and villagers of the whole village. Beside him, also tied to the rack were the 3 generations of Hokage, Midaman, Udaten Koharu and other 3 Konoha high-level officials. Below, stood countless Konoha villagers and Konoha ninjas. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the leader was Tsunade. She held up the Hokage hat that Danzo had dreamed of countless times, and announced with high spirits, from today on, I am the 5th Hokage. Oh! Hokage-sama! Long live! Hokage-sama, please start judging the criminals. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Udaten Koharu, Mito Kato and these criminals should all be hanged. Konoha used to be so powerful, but under the rule of these conspirators, those powerful ninjas of Konoha in the past died or left. Yes, they have an unshirkable responsibility for Konoha's transformation into this. Hokage-sama, they must not let them go. Hang them! Hang them! No, that's too easy. They should be cut into pieces. Especially that Shimura Danzo. He has conspired to persecute the ninjas in the village more than once, and even colluded with the traitor Orochimaru to use the children in the village for inhumane human experiments. Look at his arms and his eye, so disgusting. He keeps saying that the Uchiha clan is ambitious, but he is the one who is really ambitious, right? All of them are Sharingan. And the face of the first generation. What a disgusting guy, such a person still wants to be Hokage. Don't you look in the mirror and see how you look like a monster? Yes, he should be skinned and his bones should be crushed to ashes. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others on the rack. The ninjas and villagers in the village were furious and could not be restrained. They shouted there one after another. Moreover, a large number of rotten eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, golden urine. They were thrown at former high-ranking officials such as Shimura Danzo one after another. They used to be well-dressed and pampered, but suddenly they became dirty and exuded a disgusting stench, even worse than beggars. Damn lowly people, how dare you treat us like this? Tied to the rack and unable to resist, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udaten Koharu, Mito Kato and others all cursed there, we should have killed you in the first place. But in the blink of an eye, their mouths were stuffed with rotten eggs, golden juice and other things. Danzo, do you plead guilty? The fifth generation Hokage Tsunade looked down at Shimura Danzo. Tsunade no, Shiorikuto, I will never plead guilty. Shimura Danzo, who was stinking and nauseous, roared, everything I did was for Konoha, I did nothing wrong. Really? Then. Tsunade's figure turned into the second Hokage. Teacher, all this was done by Danzo, it has nothing to do with us. Teacher, please spare us. It's all Danzo's fault. Seeing the second Hokage with a dignified face appear, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato and all changed their expressions and showed horror. They were busy begging for mercy, pushing all the faults and crimes onto Danzo. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, looked at Shimura Danzo with disappointment. Danzo, you disappoint me so much. It seems that my original decision was correct. After all, Monkey is more suitable to be Hokage than you. Ah! Danzo's eyes were red. The pale old face turned red. It became extremely ferocious. Jianya Lu Ren. This bastard dared to be so shameless. Humiliate him. He is Shimura Danzo. Definitely no worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Execute. The second Hokage ordered. Every villager, every ninja, was given a knife. With disgust and contempt, they took turns to step forward. Disgusting guy. Go to hell, you're not a human, go to hell. You want to be the Hokage? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How powerful was Konoha with the Senju and Uchiha, the Konoha White Fang, the Sunin and the Yellow Flash? The Senju was killed by your conspiracy, and you didn't even let the grandson of the first generation go. The Hyuga family was suppressed by you incompetent people and lost their spirit, and the Uchiha was also exterminated by you. Konoha White Fang was forced to death by you, and the Sunin were also forced away by you one after another. If the strong men in the village had not been ruined by you, 997, how could the fourth generation die? The reason why Konoha is declining is all because of you. First, he spit on Danzo. Then, he mercilessly stabbed the blade into his body. Continuous sarcasm and ridicule, accompanied by the unspeakable pain, kept coming. He was trembling all over, sweating coldly. Suffering great pain, he gritted his teeth and roared, Damn Kyunyi Lu Ren, I will not surrender, just use whatever means you have. What do you mean by buried deep underground to protect Konoha's roots? Don't flatter yourself, you are just an ambitious person who uses the name of roots to fight for power and profit. True roots in the ground can at least draw water from the ground and feed the trees. In addition to persecuting the ninjas in your own village, what else have you done? You keep saying you're doing it for Konoha, how hypocritical. You've told too many lies, and you've hypnotized yourself, and you've fooled yourself. You keep asking others to sacrifice themselves, but you can't do it when it's your turn, how disgusting. Danzo, you're such a hypocritical and selfish person, you want to be Hokage? Are you worthy of being Hokage? Bah! 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It wasn't just the countless swords that kept piercing his body. Even all kinds of sarcasm never stopped, and they constantly impacted Danzo's mind. For the arrogant and ambitious Shimura Danzo, those words were sharper than real knives, piercing his heart. Bloody. 3 whole days and nights passed. Even though Danzo boasted that he had experienced hundreds of battles and had a firm will, he couldn't help but collapse. Chapter 63 Kota Amatsukami, tying himself up in a cocoon. Update 1, please support. Ahem, Shiraito, you win." Shimura Danzo was in a trance. Weakly, he found himself bound by vines. Unable to move, even the chakra in his body was almost gone, and he couldn't mobilize it. However, after 3 days and 3 nights of torture and humiliation in the Tsukuyomi world, he was mentally traumatized. It was impossible to tell whether it was reality or illusion. "Kill me, Shiraito." Looking at Shiraito, who was too young but had terrifying strength, his eyes were filled with a little resentment and unwillingness, but more of a decadence. The whole person seemed to have lost his energy and spirit. Full of dejection and old age, he said to himself, "You must be very proud, you have successfully humiliated me." "No, no." Looking at Danzo, who had been tortured to the point of collapse and lost his sharpness, Lu Ren looked indifferently, "Killing you would be too easy for you. Don't you like to use Kota Amatsukami to control others?" He raised the corners of his mouth with full mockery, "Then I'll let you see what it means to be caught in a cocoon." Danzo just used Kota Amatsukami, and Shisui's eyes were short of pupil power. But he was different. He had no shortage of pupil power. He had obtained Kota Amatsukami's pupil technique. Shisui's pupil power was just icing on the cake for him. It was impossible for him to open the samsara eye directly. "No, you bastard!" Hearing this, Danzo's weak eyes couldn't help but shrink sharply. With shock, anger, and unwillingness, he showed despair and wanted to struggle. He would rather die than let Shimura Danzo be controlled by a little devil. In Lu Ren's scarlet right eye, the complex kaleidoscope pattern suddenly turned. "Next, you will experience the strongest illusion of Kota Amatsukami for yourself. The terrifying pupil power." In an instant, it forcibly invaded Danzo's brain and permanently and completely tampered with his will. Kota Amatsukami, always loyal to Kyunyi Lu Ren. Lord Lu Ren. All of a sudden, Danzo, who was full of reluctance and despair, struggled desperately. The ferocious expression became gentle. No longer struggling. But, he was severely traumatized. Finally, he couldn't hold on and fainted. Plop! The vines shrank back and let go of the other party. But Danzo's bloody body fell there powerlessly. "Did you faint?" Lu Ren was not surprised. He directly dug out a Sharingan from the bloody right arm. Skilled implanted it into Danzo's bleeding right eye socket. The palm of his hand was emitting a soft green light. Healing him. This was to prevent the other members from discovering that Danzo had lost Shisui's eye and suspecting that the leader had been controlled by him. Anyway, for him who now has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, only the pupil power of the plundering Mangekyo Sharingan level can have an amplifying effect. The ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan is dispensable. Seeing the end of the battle, Tsunade came over. She looked at Lu Ren and was actually treating Danzo, and asked in surprise, "Not only are you not going to kill him, but you are also going to treat him." Although she didn't spend enough time with Lu Ren, but she has gradually understood Lu Ren's character. This little guy who can be so cruel to himself in order to practice physical skills is not a kind-hearted person. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sneak into the Uchiha clan directly that night. Dig out the eyes directly from the corpses of those Uchiha clan members. It's easy to kill him, but it's too easy for him. After closing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Lu Ren shrugged. Besides, before Sister Tsunade is ready to confront the Konoha high level, it will be troublesome to kill him and deal with the aftermath. Let him be used by us. The most important thing for him not to kill Shimura Danzo. In fact, he is not really afraid of causing trouble, and he is not worried about whether the high-level officials such as the third Hokage will hold him accountable. The main reason is that he is not sure whether someone will use the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation developed by the second Hokage to summon this guy again. Even if he can destroy the other party's body directly, there is no guarantee that this guy has other flesh and blood tissues left in the root base or Orochimaru. If such a venomous snake really hides in the dark, lurking all the time to make trouble. Although it is not enough to scare him, it has to be said that it is really disgusting. Controlling it in this way can solve the problem once and for all. It can also control the root organization in disguise. Root will be the sharpest knife in his hand, specially stabbing the heart of Konoha's high-level officials. Moreover, he has mastered the chess piece of Danzo. The forbidden techniques and secret techniques collected by Konoha, as well as some experience and insights left by the second-generation Hokage in developing forbidden techniques, related notes and notebooks, and even the secret techniques of other families in the village. It is equivalent to his possession. It can undoubtedly save a lot of effort. In the final analysis, when Danzo's value is squeezed out and the root organization is taken over, whether to keep him or kill him at that time, it all depends on his thoughts. Are you sure there is no problem? Tsunade was not without doubt. Don't worry about this. Through Shisui's eyes, I have obtained the eye technique of Kota Amatsukami. The Sharingan was transplanted for Danzo. Lu Ren withdrew his palm and said confidently, with my current eye power, if he wants to get rid of control, I think there is only one way to try, which is death. If he remembered correctly, Kota Amatsukami is an ability that is effective even for the dead. Theoretically, it acts on the soul and consciousness, and cannot be escaped even after death. He is not sure whether Kota Amatsukami's influence will still be effective if Danzo is resurrected after his death. But he is not prepared to try. Of course, the left eye of Shisui in Uchiha Itachi's hand may be able to reverse it. However, Uchiha Itachi, who does not have the cells of the first generation, keeps Kota Amatsukami, which is equivalent to being used only once for him, and also uses it to prevent his brother Uchiha Sasuke from deviating from the path he has paved for him. Obviously, he can't do that. That's good. Tsunade nodded. She is wholeheartedly determined to train Rikuto to become a Hokage. With Danzo's roots, it will be easier for Rikuto to take control of Konoha. After all, no Zhao, politics is very complicated. Some things cannot be solved by force alone. It's better not to try to seize power through coups d'état, assassinate opponents directly in order to gain power, etc. Once a bad start is made, it will be very troublesome in the future. She also doesn't want Lu Ren to become a callous and corrupt politician like those high-ranking officials in Konoha. Hehe. Hearing Tsunade's words, Lu Ren smiled without saying anything. He never thought about becoming a Hokage. He was only interested in men who became the fifth-generation Hokage. Of course, the man who aimed at the fifth-generation Mizukage was not bad either. Sister Tsunade, the people from the root are coming. I'll trouble you to perform the show next. He had already sensed several familiar chakras approaching quickly. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be members of the root organization. Because in these years in Konoha, he sensed these people following Danzo more than once. So they were somewhat familiar. Chapter 64 The Concept of a Mini Wooden Clone? Second update, please support. Swoosh, swoosh. I don't know how long it took. One by one, members of the root organization arrived. Looking at Tsunade and Shiorikuto standing there, and Shimura Danzo lying there, covered in blood, in a miserable state, everyone's face changed drastically. They rushed up and checked Danzo's condition. After finding that he was not dead, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo-sama. Damn it, how dare you kill Danzo-sama, hurt like this. Looking at Tsunade and Rikuto who were unharmed. They looked livid, full of hostility and vigilance. They seemed to be rushing up to avenge Shimura Danzo. Just you. Tsunade's face was as cold as ice. Looking at these root members with disdain, she stamped her feet without any hesitation. Don't be so self-righteous, you root trash. Bang! A loud noise. The whole land roared. Rocks flew and smoke and dust flew. Crack, crack, a huge crack rushed out, almost swallowing those root members. They changed their faces, and hurriedly retreated with the unconscious Shimura Danzo, keeping a distance. Gurgle. Is this the strength of the three ninjas? It's too exaggerated. Looking at the ridiculously huge crack, every member of the route couldn't help but sweat and looked at Tsunade with fear. Obviously, the Konoha princess who was rumored to suffer from hemophobia was not affected by blood at all. Looking at Danzo's miserable appearance and the messy scene around, they could imagine how fierce the battle was. He's not dead yet. Tsunade crossed her arms. The green robe with the big word bet fluttered in the wind. Looking down at these route members, he said coldly, if Shimura Danzo wakes up, remember to tell him this time, I will spare his life, there will be no next time. Said. She turned and left with Lu Ren, who didn't speak. Her imposing back made those route members dare not move at all. Unconsciously, her back was already soaked with cold sweat. Sister Tsunade, you were too domineering just now. Left the battlefield. Lu Ren gave Tsunade a thumbs up. Hey, after all, I am one of the three ninjas, BCCE. Tsunade held her head high and said complacently, you still have a lot to learn. However, after such a fierce battle, can you still hold on? Looking at Lu Ren, who seemed not tired at all, she asked with some concern. Don't worry. Lu Ren smiled and said, in the forest, I am invincible. The battle with Danzo. It seems that they are confined to the area of hundreds of meters. But in fact, the entire huge forest is his help. Because he can quietly connect to the roots of other big trees in the forest from the ground to extract their essence and replenish himself. He believes that if he gives himself some more time in the future, it may not be impossible to directly plant the sacred tree like the Otsutsuki clan. Unlimited extraction of nature's energy for his own use. And the sage mode he developed by himself with the special nature Mamurai fruit is powerful. But the amount of his own chakra is limited after all, which in disguise limits the total amount of chakra of the celestial art. And, after the battle just now, I suddenly have a new idea. Lu Ren touched his chin and said. Oh. Tsunade looked at Lu Ren in surprise. Ordinary wood clones are too big a target. Lu Ren did not hide anything and smiled and said, I think I can try to develop a small wood clone ninjutsu that is very small but has the same strength as the wood clone. In this way, combined with my own abilities, I can silently create a large number of clones from the ground and even from the trees, and let them be directly distributed throughout the battlefield. At that time, they can attack the enemy unexpectedly from any position and any angle. Although he was just in a battle with Danzo. Even if it was not the eye technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he did not go all out. What he longed for was a truly evenly matched and exciting battle. But at least it was the first real battle in his life. It still made him gain a lot. That's a good idea. Tsunade heard this. Her eyes lit up. She knew very well that for Lu Ren, his clones already possessed some of the abilities of the original body. They could sneak through the ground and even trees silently, making it difficult for people to detect. If they could really create smaller wooden clones and spread them silently on the battlefield, that would definitely be the enemy's nightmare. Tisk tisk, what on earth is your head? Tsunade touched Lu Ren's head. Her eyes were full of smiles, full of pride and pride. This is the descendant of their Senju clan, and also the disciple of her Tsunade princess. And Lu Ren is good at more than just wood release ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan has been in the ninja world for many years. Relying on the amazing ability of the Sharingan to directly copy other people's ninjutsu. There are countless collections over the long years, all kinds of ninjutsu and secret techniques. And Lu Ren just has all the chakra attributes, and his own ninjutsu talent is so strong that she is a little dumbfounded. There is no need to use the Sharingan to copy. He can even learn many ninjutsu at once. Even those advanced ninjutsu and secret techniques. It is not difficult for him at all. He can master it quickly. These ninjutsu, if used with the mini wooden clone. It is simply hard to guard against. Tsunade-sama, Lu Ren. At this time, in front in the forest, Shizuan and Tuntun, one a pig, were running towards them. Is the battle over? Shizuan was surprised to see that Lu Ren and Tsunade were unscathed and looked very relaxed, not like they had experienced a fierce battle at all. Well, Lu Ren has been dealt with. Tsunade shrugged and said, we can continue to set off. Ah? So fast? Shizuan was stunned. She asked curiously, where is the leader of the Nagan, Danzo? According to Lu Ren's previous introduction, that guy is quite difficult to deal with. Moreover, he has forbidden techniques like Izanagi. He even transplanted Uchiha Shisui's eyes, which are the Mangekyo Sharingan. Did the other party not make a move and retreat directly? Well, next, he will be quiet. Chapter 65 Raise Nan? Danzo's Self-Imagination 3 more. Half a month has passed in a hurry. The battle in the forest outside the capital of the Land of Fire caused quite a stir. But it had nothing to do with Lu Ren and the others. The three masters and apprentices continued to travel the ninja world. During this period, after receiving relevant reports, the third Hokage, who felt that it might be related to Tsunade, the three ninjas, sent the Anbu to inquire about the situation, but was sent back by Tsunade without any hesitation. The matter was left unresolved. Boom! In a lush green forest, a blue chakra ball was condensed in Lu Ren's palm. Countless chakra lines were spinning wildly and entangled irregularly there. Maintained by him, he pressed on the tree trunk in front of him. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he crushed directly into it. The whole tree wailed, cracked and fell down. I just told you some of the ideas of the fourth Hokage when he developed the Raise Nan. You actually mastered it. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade didn't know what to say. The A-level unprinted ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage after 3 years. It was easily mastered by Lu Ren. Moreover, Tsunade herself did not master the Raise Nan at all. It was only when discussing ninjutsu with Lu Ren, the disciple, that she mentioned the unprinted ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage, the Raise Nan. As a result, Lu Ren directly reproduced it in front of her and Shizuan. After several simple attempts, he easily succeeded in reproducing it. It's amazing. This is an A-level ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage after a long time. Shizuan on the side couldn't help but exclaimed. For the talent of this junior brother. She asked herself that she had overestimated it as much as possible. But in the end, Shizuan found that she still underestimated the other party. The key is that Tsunade herself has not learned the Raise Nan, and even only has a vague understanding of this technique, and told Lu Ren its characteristics. As a result, Lu Ren really mastered it directly. This makes people a little unbelievable. What's the matter? The Raise Nan in the palm of the hand was dispersed. Lu Ren, who mastered this technique easily, chuckled and said, concentrate chakra in your hands, let chakra flow in different directions and compress it, and form a high-density chakra ball. He had studied the Raise Nan before. With his superb chakra control, he could easily master it without even using water balls or leather balls for training. Today, he just took this opportunity to let Tsunade and others see it. It was just to show it off. With my chakra control, it's really too easy to achieve this level, he said. Lu Ren raised his hands. His 10 fingers turned into vines, for example like this. In the dull eyes of Tsunade and Shizuan, he saw the ends of the dancing vines. One after another, gorgeous blue chakra balls condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. They kept rotating and compressing at high speed. The scene was shocking. At this moment, in Konoha village, in a hidden underground base, Master Danzo, you finally woke up. The medical ninjas and root members who were in charge of the care. Looking at Shimura Danzo who woke up, they were all overjoyed and relieved. How long have I been in a coma? Danzo's eyes were dull. I just felt dizzy and numb all over. It's been almost half a month. The leading root Jonan hurriedly replied. Your arm has been reattached. But after a close examination, we found that in addition to those external injuries, your spirit seemed to have suffered a considerable blow, so you have been unconscious. What's going on? Another root member reported the situation and couldn't help but say, is Tsunade's strength really that terrible? Tsunade? Danzo raised his eyebrows. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. That woman can't threaten him, Shimura Danzo. Before he fell into a coma, Lu Ren had used Tsukuyomi to leave him some instructions. Therefore, Danzo did not intend to say more, but just said calmly, that woman is indeed not simple, worthy of being the granddaughter of the first Hokage. I underestimated her a little bit. Call everyone back. From today on, there is no need to monitor Tsunade and others. Yes, Master Danzo. Although full of doubts. Obviously no one dared to question Danzo's order. You all go out, I need some quiet time. Looking at the white ceiling, Danzo said calmly. This? Yes. The medical staff and root members present looked at each other in bewilderment. But they still chose to obey. Please give me flowers. They left one after another. Old man, am I really wrong? Danzo's eyes were dim. Muttering to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am I really not as good as you, Shimura Danzo? It's not just because of Kota Amatsukami's influence. In the world of Tsukuyomi, the unbearable experience caused him to collapse mentally for a time. He also began to doubt himself. He began to examine his past actions and persistence. The sinister aura that made people extremely uncomfortable on weekdays has disappeared. He had been tortured and humiliated to the point of losing his sharpness, and his whole person was full of old age. Surprisingly, he was no longer as decadent as before. Maybe, I was really wrong, but the decline of Konoha over the years was caused by your weakness and incompetence, the third Hokage. Hiruzen, you are old, and no longer the name of the ninja hero in the past. He took a look at his left arm that had been reattached. Danzo clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes gradually became firm. As if he had come out of the dark night. Being led by the light that suddenly appeared. Seeing the direction to go forward, he was completely free of confusion. In his eyes, there was an indescribable enthusiasm and expectation. Let my rotten roots burn, and add some temperature to the endless fire of Konoha. Lord Rikuto, I believe you are the man who can bring changes to the ninja world. An old and weak third Hokage. It is no longer suitable to continue to lead Konoha. What he has to do is to pave the way for that man and clear all obstacles before he officially returns. Kota Amatsukami is indeed an illusion that can directly and forcibly modify the will of others. But, strictly speaking, it will not directly change a person's character. At least, Rikuto only asked Shimura Danzo to be loyal to him. But he did not directly instruct the other party on what to do next. However, in Shimura Danzo's eyes, what he insisted on in the past may be wrong. But he always believed that the cowardly and incompetent third Hokage was never a qualified Hokage. Konoha needs a younger, stronger, and more capable leader. Lead them to open up the future. End this endless chaos and bring true peace to the ninja world. Create a new era. Come here. Et. Chapter 66, Roots Action, Karin. Fourth update. A few days later. The land of grass, the outskirts of the hidden grass village. A thatched hut far from the interior of Kusagakure village stood there alone. A tired, pale red-haired woman followed a fierce-looking bald man wearing a Kusagakure village forehead protector and returned from the inner circle of Kusagakure village. The woman was very weak. She staggered as if she might fall at any time. But she supported herself with faith. What made people's scalps numb was that there were shocking bite marks on her arms and even on her neck. But the bald man next to her was extremely indifferent and didn't even bother to lend a hand. He completely ignored the woman's weak condition and turned a blind eye. It seemed that he didn't care about her life or death at all. Mom. At this time, a 7 or 8-year-old red-haired girl wearing glasses heard the noise and hurried out of the hut to meet 000. Karin. A glimmer flashed across the woman's pale face and slightly dim eyes. She hugged the little girl with red hair. This is the reward for your hard work today. Have a good rest. The bald man threw down 2 pieces of bread. Looking at the weak red-haired woman, he was full of arrogance and said indifferently, "The battle on the front line is getting more and more intense. Tomorrow we will need your ability to continue to treat the wounded in our Kyuzagakure village." "Wait, Mom is so tired, why don't you let Mom rest?" The red-haired girl was very dissatisfied. Her eyes were full of tears, and she clenched her fists. She wanted to argue. "Karin, don't talk nonsense." The red-haired woman comforted her daughter. Picking up the pieces of bread, he whispered, "Yes, I know, sir. You who lost your homeland were originally refugees who were worse than beggars, and you didn't even have the right to survive." The bald man said coldly, "Since we, the Hidden Grass Village, have taken you in, you should work hard to repay us. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." After that, the man stopped talking nonsense. Left straight away. Mom. Looking at the mother who was obviously very tired, but tried hard to pretend that nothing happened. The girl pursed her lips, tears in her eyes, "If you continue like this, you will die." "Don't worry, Mom can hold on," the red-haired woman comforted her daughter, "as long as I work hard for them, we can join the Hidden Grass Village and become one of them, and we don't have to live outside the village anymore. Good boy, you must be hungry, eat quickly." Looking at her daughter, the woman smiled. She broke one of the bread into 2 halves, leaving only half for herself. She gave the rest to her daughter. Are they the target? In the forest in the distance, several figures appeared silently. She had been there secretly observing for a long time. No doubt about it. That fiery red hair color should be a member of the Uzumaki clan. Those bite marks are really miserable. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan can heal injuries for themselves or others. Those guys in Kyuzagakure village took them in because they were attracted by the special abilities of the Uzumaki clan. It's not that those guys in Kyuzagakure village don't know what's good, but they don't have any excellent medical ninjas, so they just treat this woman as a medicine man. That girl should have the same physique as her mother. But the vitality of the Uzumaki clan is really strong. That woman keeps overdrawing her own chakra to treat the wounded in Kyuzagakure village, and she can hold on until now. Don't worry about it. Lord Danzo has ordered to bring them back to Konoha. All of a sudden, seeing that the ninjas from Kyuzagakure village have left, confirming that no one is watching. Swoosh swoosh, several black shadows rushed out directly. Suddenly appeared in front of Karin and her daughter. "You." The red-haired woman's face changed. But before she could finish, she and her daughter both lost consciousness and passed out. Used illusion to knock down the mother and daughter. The members of the root organization did not delay. Take them and quietly go away from the direction of Kyuzagakure village. And at this moment, in the land of fire, outside a village, Lu Ren, who was walking slowly with Tsunade and Shizuan, stopped. Looked in the northwest direction in surprise. "What's wrong, Lu Ren?" Lu Ren closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Pointed to the northwest, and said directly to Tsunade and Shizuan, "About 20 or 30 miles away, there is a very powerful chakra, but it seems very unstable and a little weak." That direction. Looking at the direction pointed by Lu Ren. A villager who happened to pass by nearby saw this and his face changed drastically. He was busy reminding loudly, "You guys, are you outsiders? Don't go there." Shizuan asked curiously, "Uncle, is there a problem there?" About 20 miles away is the ruins of a castle called Suzaki. It was breached by the enemy several decades ago, and its lord Suzaki Gosho committed suicide. There is still a castle where the lord of Suzaki lived before his death. The villager recalled something, full of fear and horror, and said in a deep voice, but it is said that he left a curse before his death, and it has become a ghost town. Over the years, many people have tried to break into the castle and look for the treasure left by the lord of Suzaki, but no one has ever come out alive. Oh! Tsunade raised her eyebrows. Suzaki Castle? Curse! Shizuan, holding Tuntun, subconsciously shrank her neck. I see. And Lu Ren, who was standing next to him, suddenly realized. I didn't expect that he and others had accidentally come to the vicinity of Suzaki Castle. No wonder there is such a strong chakra reaction. He remembered that the lord of Shizaki Castle, Shizaki Gozaku, saw that he could not resist the enemy's attack and predicted the failure. Before he died, he did not hesitate to use the summoning technique to summon his own summoned beast. Using secret techniques to make it merge with the castle and devour any life that broke in. But it has been 2.5 years since he died. That summoned beast has been trapped there by the contract. It is almost exhausted. Lu Ren suggested, then let's go over there, Sister Tsunade. Although he signed the contract of the wet bone forest. But it doesn't say that other contracts are not allowed, right? Moreover, the strength of that summoned beast is not weak, and its ability is very special. It is a rare illusion-type summoned beast. It may be a relatively powerful summoned beast group. Even if he doesn't need such a summoned beast to fight, he can leave it to Tian Tian, Ino and others. Okay. Let's go over and take a look. The more skilled, the bolder. Tsunade is naturally not afraid of any curse. Besides, Lu Ren just said that there is a very strong chakra over there. This should be the origin of the so-called ghost town. Chapter 67 Unable to Sense? Spiritual Contract 5 Updates. Woohoo! A cool breeze blew. Even in the middle of the day, Jing Ian and Tuntun, one pig, couldn't help shivering. It felt eerie. There was still a grey mist in front. There were ruins, rubble and debris everywhere. This is it. Looking around, Lu Ren laughed, but Sister Tsunade, the chakra fluctuation just now suddenly disappeared, I can't sense it at all. He was a little surprised. That side the summoned beast bound here by the contract must not have disappeared. However, except for being able to sense its existence at the beginning, it disappeared out of thin air in a short time. Really? Tsunade frowned. She knew very well how strong Lu Ren's perception ability was. Even if he was 10 kilometers or even 20 kilometers away, he could easily sense other people's chakra. Leading the way in front, he said in a deep voice, since we are here, let's go and take a look first. Did someone come here just now and be sensed by you, Lu Ren, but suddenly left? Shizuan guessed, and hurriedly followed with Tuntun. Soon, an ancient castle appeared in front of the three people. SWISH12. A pair of eyes turned scarlet. Lu Ren, who opened the three Magadama Sharingan, looked at the castle in front of him and was a little surprised. Even the Sharingan can't see through it, and its chakra fluctuations can't be sensed at all. Such a concealment ability is indeed amazing. He remembered that even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could not detect the abnormality. It was not surprising that the ordinary Sharingan could not find it. Thinking of this, Lu Ren did not hesitate. The eyes changed again, turning into a cool kaleidoscope pattern. Sure enough, in Lu Ren's field of vision, the dilapidated castle in front of him changed instantly. With the amazing insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Lu Ren saw through its disguise directly. What kind of castle was that? It was actually a huge summoning beast. It was transformed from a giant white lizard. Lu Ren, did you find anything? Jing Ian asked hurriedly. Well, this is a giant lizard. It has transformed into a castle, so anyone who breaks in will be swallowed by it and naturally cannot come out alive. Lu Ren did not hide anything and said directly, it should have a strong hiding ability, even the chakra fluctuations can be completely hidden. Just now, it is very likely that someone broke in and it was eating or something, so I suddenly sensed the chakra fluctuations. Oh! Hearing Lu Ren say this, Tsunade was also a little surprised. It should be very weak, trapped here by the summoning contract. Observing the state of this summoned beast, Lu Ren shrugged, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be exhausted in a few years. Sister Tsunade, such a special summoned beast, why not try to subdue it? Lu Ren suggested to Tsunade. The hiding ability of this lizard. It is definitely at the level of the second generation Tsuchikage, Mu. No matter it is an ordinary Byakugan or Sharingan, no flaws can be found. If he hadn't foreseen it, he wouldn't even open the Mangekyo Sharingan to observe. Boys really prefer the kind of summoned beasts with domineering appearances. Shizun was a little helpless. She couldn't help but persuade him, but Lu Ren, you have signed the contract with the Wet Bone Forest. Although the slug sage is easy to talk to, isn't it a bad idea to do this? She looked at Tsunade. You kid. Looking at Lu Ren, who was eager to try, Tsunade was also speechless. It's okay. Even if I don't use it, I can leave it to Sister Hong, Ino and Tian Tian, Lu Ren said with a smile. With his ability, he really doesn't need such a summoned beast. But it can't be denied that this big lizard is really to his taste. I remember it seems to be called Chobaimaru. There is another contract holder named Masashi Kishimoto. Hearing what Lu Ren said, Shizun was speechless. The pig in her arms cried out, Pig pig! The living slugs shouldn't have any objections, you can do whatever you want. Tsunade crossed her arms and said casually. Hearing that it was a castle transformed by a summoned beast, she had no intention of going in to explore. What's so good about exploring the belly of a summoned beast? She had seen crazy ghost Jiraiya, who was also one of the three ninjas, directly summon the stomach of the giant toad of Iwajoku in Miyaboku Mountain to trap the enemy. It is estimated that the situation inside this castle is similar. Although it didn't make her, a medical ninja who was used to all kinds of scenes, feel disgusted. But there was no need to make herself uncomfortable. With Tsunade's permission, Lu Ren went forward directly. A pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, without concealing its own momentum, exuded a strong deterrent force. Don't pretend, I know this castle was transformed by you. Roar! It seemed to have sensed the power of the person coming. A beast roar came from the eerie castle. You can't hold on for much longer, right? Lu Ren crossed his arms and said directly, I can free you, but you need to sign a summoning contract with me. Roar! If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Roar! Soon. Under the gaze of Tsunade and Shizun with black lines on their heads. Even if the summoned beast felt that the other party's strength was somewhat inconsistent with his age, it had revealed that it was willing to give it a chance and let it sign a contract as long as it passed the test. But Lu Ren had no intention of going in himself. He was lazy and directly separated several wooden clones and let them break into the castle. The summoned beast seemed to be angered by Lu Ren's contemptuous behavior. The wooden clones of Lu Ren had just entered the castle. Several dark passages appeared in front of them, obviously to lead them to different places and defeat them one by one. To force Lu Ren's main body to come in and accept the test in person. But these wooden clones, who had some of the strength of 000 Lu Ren, were naturally not afraid. They dispersed one by one without hesitation and chose to break into a passage each. Swish swish! In each passage, the walls around suddenly changed. They turned into flesh walls that made people's scalps numb and kept wriggling. A large number of tentacles appeared one after another. They attacked the wooden clones crazily. But the wooden clones were also unwilling to be outdone, Comparing tentacles? I have never lost. A large number of wooden vines surged out and kept attacking the tentacles. They turned around and entangled the tentacles and devoured their chakra, forcing the summoned beast to disconnect the tentacles to prevent the chakra from being directly sucked dry. The traps set were constantly broken by these wood clones. If he didn't want to kill this summoned beast, Lu Ren would have sucked it dry with a wood escape. After all, even the tailed beast with huge chakra couldn't resist the wood dragon technique and was suppressed. Not to mention this summoned beast that was already very weak and about to run out of energy. Not long after, a huge summoning scroll. It was brought out by the wood clones and brought to Lu Ren. Swish! Under the gaze of Tsunade and Shizuan, Lu Ren opened the summoning scroll. Sure enough, before the previous contractor, Suzaki Gosuk. A name caught Lu Ren's eyes, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Kishimoto Masashi. Chapter 68 Encounter, Tsunade's Dominance Update 1. Master Lu Ren. Waiting for Lu Ren to sign his name. The big white lizard that transformed into a castle made its own voice. My name is Chubaimaru, I am the patriarch of the lizard clan, and I am honored to sign a contract with a strong man like you. Seeing this summoned beast so polite. It is not as arrogant as Gamabunta of Mayaboku Mountain or Manabu of Ryokai Cave. Lu Ren couldn't help but feel a lot of favor. Chubiomaru, right. If it was that kind of summoned beast with a nose in the sky, he wouldn't mind giving it a lesson. He asked directly, next, how should I liberate you? That is not an ordinary summoning technique. A special method is required to cancel the contract. Otherwise, the former contractor, Shizaki Gozaku, has been dead for so long, no matter how loyal he is, after decades, Chubaimaru should have gone back by himself. You only need to make the 6 seals of Yun Shizuiuwe in order. Chubaimaru responded there, the technique left by the previous contractor can be cancelled. It just said. Lu Ren had already completed the seals in order. Release. Roar. The ancient castle shook. A violent hurricane swept over. A huge, exaggerated white lizard appeared in front of Tsunade and Shizuan. With this size, it's more than enough to swallow Gamabunta. Tsunade touched her chin and commented, the Iwajoku giant toad summoned by Jiraiya is probably about the same size as it. Of course, size does not necessarily represent combat power. Although this giant lizard was certainly not weak in its heyday. It's just that Mayaboku Mountain is one of the 3 ancient sacred places for summoning beasts. The clan has a complete inheritance, and its foundation is no joke. Gamabunta's strength is not the strongest among the Toad clan of Mayaboku Mountain. And this giant lizard is probably one of the strongest among the summoning beast lizard clan. Mr. Lu Ren, thank you very much for your help. Chubiomaru said there. A huge tongue that was extremely long suddenly stretched out. It wrapped around the summoning contract that Lu Ren had just signed and swallowed it into its stomach. Its hoarse voice kept echoing in this ancient ruins, I need to return to the clan of the lizards. If you need it, you can summon me or other lizards in the clan at any time. After saying that, it was so weak. It had already turned into a huge smoke and disappeared. What a fruitful day! Lu Ren smiled. The summoning contract of the lizard clan. It was obviously still very useful to him. He was very interested in the method of hiding the chakra aura. If he had time, he could study it carefully. Indeed, Tsunade nodded. The previous outstanding hiding ability of Chubaimaru was indeed amazing. Even the ordinary Sharingan could not find any abnormality. Even Lu Ren's outstanding perception ability. I couldn't sense it. If this happened on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly play a huge role. Congratulations, Lu Ren. Jingyan said with a smile. She also signed a contract with the Wet Bone Forest, so she didn't need other summoned beasts. It's just that her ability is limited, and she can't directly summon a living slug of the same size as Gamabunta and Manabu. Lu Ren was about to say something. Suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance in surprise. Those familiar chakras made him. He smiled softly. How many more familiar people are here? Rude. Shizuan, who was holding Tun Tun, couldn't help but said angrily, those guys are really haunting. Lu Ren, your technique won't fail, right? Tsunade frowned and asked there. If that's the case, it will be troublesome. No, Danzo doesn't have that ability yet. Lu Ren shrugged, I don't think they are coming for us, otherwise they wouldn't send so few people. He found that in addition to those root members, there are also two strange and unfamiliar chakras. He probably guessed what was going on. Because, before Danzo lost consciousness, he had given the other party some instructions through Tsukuyomi. 1. Let him send people to Kusagakur village to find Karin and her daughter, and bring them back to Konoha for resettlement. The second is to let him find the destroyed Shizaki castle 50 years ago, and find its summoning contract in the castle transformed by the summoning beast. 3. Let him collect and organize the root organization, as well as the related secrets, forbidden techniques, and sealing techniques that Konoha has collected over the years. He will send his clone to get them when he needs them. But unexpectedly, Danzo directly gave the first two tasks to the personnel sent out at once. And he, Tsunade, Shizuan and others accidentally passed by the vicinity of Shugasaki Castle and happened to sense some chakra leaked when Chobimaru was eating. He got the summoning contract first and freed the giant lizard. It has to be said. This made him speechless. Did someone get there first? Is it Tsunade, one of the three ninjas? Retreat. Soon. Several black figures appeared in the distance. But when they saw Tsunade, Lu Ren and others, their faces changed. Without hesitation, they turned around and were about to evacuate. They didn't know Lu Ren's true strength, let alone what happened that day. Subconsciously, they thought that the culprit who almost killed their root leader Shimura Danzo not long ago was the medical expert who was famous in the ninja world and had unfathomable strength. Now, Tsunade, the hidden Sunin, has become one of the most feared targets of the root organization. Especially because their leader once ordered all root personnel not to provoke Tsunade and her three masters and apprentices again. Even if there is a conflict in the goals of the mission, they can directly abandon the mission. And they will not be held responsible for the failure of the mission. Naturally, they wanted to run away when they saw Tsunade. Wait. Noticed that these root members actually brought two unconscious women. Moreover, one big and one small had bright red hair. Tsunade was suspicious. She stopped them without hesitation. She pointed at the two women who were suspected to be from the Uzumaki clan and asked coldly, "Who are the two people you brought?" "What?" Hearing this, the faces of the root members changed. They became highly alert. I didn't expect Tsunade to notice the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade-sama, these two are the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. We rescued them from the Kusagakur village. The face of the leading root Jonin changed, but he had to bite the bullet and responded, because of their special chakra, they were regarded as healing medicine by the Kusagakur village. If nothing unexpected happens, their end will not be too good. Because the Uzumaki clan was an ally of Konoha in the past, we are going to bring them back to Konoha for training. Of course, they would not directly say that it was Danzo's order. The members of the root organization were all cursed by Danzo, and they could not reveal any information about his leader, otherwise they would be paralyzed and unable to move. Uzumaki clan. Shizuan was surprised. Kusagakur village? Healing medicine. Tsunade couldn't help but frown. Looking at the shocking bite marks on the arm of the unconscious young woman. Her face was livid and she clenched her fists. Those guys from Kusagakur village are really too much. Just looking at those bite marks that made her scalp numb. There was no need for the root people to explain. She had a great affinity with the Uzumaki clan and knew about the special abilities of this clan. She could guess what the other party had experienced with her eyes closed. So, she did not doubt whether the root people were lying. Without any nonsense, she said directly, "Leave the people here, you can go." Chapter 69 Uzumaki Nanako and Karin Update 2. Ah! This! Hearing this, the root members present all changed color. Looking at each other, a little hesitant. Although Danzo had given an order not long ago. If they met this medical master, one of the three ninjas, during the mission, if the mission objectives conflicted, they could directly abandon the mission without holding them responsible. But just like that, the mission objectives were handed over to Tsunade. It was a bit too aggrieved. I don't want to say it again. Tsunade was a little impatient. Although Danzo was controlled by Lu Ren. If Lu Ren gave the order himself, Danzo, the leader of the root, would naturally not disobey. But knowing the style of the root, she didn't believe what these guys said at all. Perhaps, this mother and daughter were just sent from the wolf's den to the tiger's den, and were trained to be emotionless killers. Didn't you hear it? Lu Ren on the side had a calm face and went straight to the root member said, "Leave the person here, you can go." But he was speechless. Originally, he just thought that Karin was a good seedling. Instead of leaving her in Kusagakure village, he simply asked Danzo to send someone to bring her to Konoha for training. If there was still time, it would be better to avoid the unfortunate fate of her mother. Unexpectedly, they bumped into each other halfway, and Tsunade directly intercepted. Wait! Seeing that Tsunade was about to take action if they disagreed. Knowing that Danzo, who had Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan and Uchiha's forbidden technique Izanagi, was no match for the other party. For a while, the leading root Jonin felt infinite pressure and broke out in cold sweat. His face was uncertain and hesitant again and again. Considering that he should not be blamed by the higher UPS, he decisively admitted his defeat. Let someone send Karin 000 and her daughter over. Let's retreat. With his back soaked in cold sweat, he led the other root members to retreat. Tsunade-sama, they are under an illusion. Looking at the two people lying on the ground, Shizune hurried forward. After checking, she was shocked by the dense bite marks on the young woman's body. She was full of indignation. Those people are really too much. Remove. At the same time, the illusion was removed for the two. Soon, Karin and her mother woke up. But looking at the three strangers in front of them, Tsunade, Shizune, and Rikuto, they were all a little frightened. Don't be afraid, this is the land of fire. Tsunade comforted there, you are out of danger. However, the two mothers and daughters hugged each other. Still looking at the three people with some uneasiness. We have heard about your experiences. Tsunade sighed and said, if your daughter stays in Kusagakure village, her fate will be the same as yours. She will be a holy medicine for healing. Leaving there is not a bad thing. The Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan. The two families have been close allies for a long time. At that time, the Uzumaki clan rejected the invitation of her grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, to found Konoha, and founded the Uzashigakure village in the Uzumaki country. The Uzumaki country used to be an ally of Konoha. Even the forehead protection pattern of Konoha comes from the logo of the Uzumaki clan. However, the Uzumaki clan, because of their innate huge chakra and powerful sealing technique, has attracted the fear and covetousness of all parties. When the Uzumaki country was besieged by various countries, it once asked Konoha for help. At the beginning of the Second Ninja World War, Konoha was facing unprecedented challenges. Being besieged by the other four ninja villages, the troops were somewhat stretched and inadequate. Of course, the main reason was that the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo and other high-level officials disagreed and could not reach an agreement, resulting in the missed best rescue opportunity. The third Hokage was indecisive and hesitant. Mito Kato and Enuta and Koharu ignored and watched. But Shimura Danzo firmly opposed it, believing that it was necessary to focus on the troops first and defeat the main force of Kumagakure, which was the biggest threat on the front line. When the high-level opinions were unified and people were sent to reinforce, it was too late. The whirlpool country was destroyed. The secret techniques and sealing techniques collected by the clan were looted. The surviving Uzumaki clan members were also scattered all over the ninja world. The reason why Shimura Danzo, a gloomy and calculating guy, disagreed with the third Hokage was that he stubbornly believed that although the Uzumaki clan was an ally in name, it did not belong to Konoha after all. Since it cannot be used by Konoha, there is no need for it to exist. Therefore, it was deliberately left alone. Therefore, many surviving Uzumaki clan members. In fact, they did not have much affection for Konoha, which was once an ally of the Uzumaki clan, and even preferred to wander to other countries instead of coming to the land of fire. Because the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, it was indeed Konoha's betrayal. This incident also caused her grandmother Uzumaki Mito, who had maintained her youthful appearance through the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, to be heartbroken and completely disappointed with the Konoha high-level officials headed by the third Hokage. She became an old man with white hair overnight. Already extremely sad about the death of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, who had been struggling to protect Konoha left by her late husband, lost her spirit and could no longer bear it. Soon after, she took the initiative to pull out the 9 tails. It was sealed in Uzumaki Kushina, who was brought back from the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, she was born in the Uzumaki clan, which is known for its longevity. As a princess of the Uzumaki clan, she has the purest blood in the Uzumaki clan. How could her grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, die so early? This is Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Lu Ren smiled and said, "Maybe you don't know her, but her grandmother is Mito Uzumaki, who was once the princess of the country of whirlpools. I think you may have heard of her. You are the granddaughter of Mito-sama." Keirin's mother, Nanako Uzumaki, looked at Tsunade in shock. When the country of whirlpools was destroyed, as an ordinary member of the Uzumaki clan, she was just a child who knew nothing. But she had heard adults mention the deeds of Mito Uzumaki, the princess of the country of whirlpools who married the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of ninjas who pacified the troubled times. So she had some impression. And Karin looked at Lu Ren, Tsunade, and others blankly. "I don't understand at all, the Uzumaki clan they are talking about, what exactly happened?" "Well, the things in the whirlpool country back then were very complicated, and it can't be explained in a few words," Tsunade said with a hint of reminiscence and sadness. Shaking her head, she looked at the pale-faced Nanako Uzumaki and her mother and daughter and said, "Anyway, Grandma also tried her best to rescue them, but unfortunately she was dragged down by a group of greedy and calculating guys. It didn't take long for her to die of depression. Just follow us for the time being. If you are willing to settle in Konoha, I will write a letter of recommendation for you, and then give it to the third Hokage. At least it won't be as bad as you are in Kusagakure village." Speaking of this, she personally stepped forward to check the other party's physical condition. The face became extremely serious. She frowned. "Tsunade-sama, the 2 of them are very weak, and long-term malnutrition is not a big deal." Shizuan, who had already been diagnosed, was a little hesitant to speak. "The key is that Nanako Uzumaki has long overdrawn her own chakra to treat others." The body was almost exhausted, and the situation was much worse than she had imagined. If the Uzumaki clan's vitality was not naturally strong, I'm afraid the other party would have collapsed long ago. "It's okay, fortunately if it was a little later, it would be really troublesome." Tsunade's brows relaxed and she said there. Although the situation was a little bad, it was just a little troublesome, and at least there was still hope. If she had met the other party later, even she, a medical expert, would not be able to save the situation. "Thank you so much, Tsunade-sama." Uzumaki Nanako was naturally not stupid. She also knew that she and her daughter had no choice at all. She hurriedly pulled her daughter Karin and bowed to Tsunade there to express her gratitude. Then Sister Tsunade, why don't we rest here for a night? Seeing this, Lu Ren said directly to Tsunade, it's just right, treat them. Okay. Tsunade nodded. Wood release, 4 pillars family technique. As Chibimaru was rescued. Originally, the eerie mist disappeared. The sun shone in, and it was no longer so eerie and terrifying. Looking around, Lu Ren raised his right hand. Rumble. Under the shocked eyes of Nanako Uzumaki and Karin, a wooden house that looked like a fine work of art suddenly broke out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was located there. This is so amazing. Young Karin opened her mouth wide. She stared with eyes wide open, full of disbelief. This handsome boy, who was only slightly older than herself. It turned out to be so amazing. Chapter 70 Tsunade's Third Disciple? 3 more. Crackle. Night fell. Under the moonlight, the ruins were a bit desolate. The wooden house located there looked a bit weird. In the open space in front of the wooden house, a bonfire was burning there. On it, a skinned, gutted, golden roasted wild wolf was placed. Drops of golden oil were falling. There was a sizzling sound in the fire. The air was filled with an alluring aroma. Little Xianglin, who was watching timidly, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The stomach made a gurgling sound. The little face turned red, and she turned her head away shyly. Are you hungry? Xianglin. Turning the roasted wolf in front of him. Lu Ren tore off a piece of roasted wolf meat. A lotus leaf emerged from his palm and wrapped it. He brought it to Xianglin and said with a smile, eat it. Be careful of the heat. Tsunade and Shizuan were in the cabin, giving a comprehensive examination and treatment to the weak Uzumaki Nanako. So dinner could only be taken care of by Lu Ren alone. Ah! This! Karin was stunned. She was a little at a loss. She had never expected that the other party would be the first to hand her the barbecue. She stared blankly at the gentle tone in front of her, who was not arrogant at all because of his strength, and there was no contempt in his eyes. The not-so-tall figure seemed to be shining. It hit her heart directly. Karin felt that she would never forget that handsome and warm face in her life. Thank you. Karin's nose was sour. Under the glasses, her red eyes became a little moist. From the time she could remember until now, no stranger had ever been so nice to her. Even in the Kusagakure village, those people just treated them as outsiders. They were always sarcastic and bossy, full of arrogance and contempt. You are such a good person. She bit the fragrant wolf meat. She felt that the taste was unprecedented. It was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. But the tears just flowed out, and the whole person sobbed uncontrollably. Be good, don't cry. Lu Ren touched Xianglin's little head and comforted her with a smile. But he felt a little sad in his heart. This is really a rotten world. Some people think that Konoha is rotten, and the shadow under the sun hides an unknown darkness. But in the eyes of many people, it is already a paradise they dream of, or even dare not imagine. There they can enjoy precious peace and stability. Lu Ren, can you help make some porridge? Shizuan poked her head out of the wooden house and said Li Chao. Lu Ren instructed, Nanako's body is very weak. She can't eat too greasy food for now. She needs to be adjusted slowly. Okay, leave it to me. Lu Ren agreed with a smile. He comforted Karin, who was looking into the wooden house with tears on her face, holding the barbecue and looking worriedly. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade is the top medical expert in the ninja world. Your mother will be fine. Thank you. Karin bit her lip and nodded with tears in her eyes. Holding the heavy barbecue, she tried not to let the tears fall. But the tears still rolled down in a string. No one has ever been so good to them. The people in Kusagakure village said they would take them in. But her mother came back exhausted every day. The bite marks on her body were getting more and more every day. No matter how tired she was, she could not rest for a day. Every day, she could only get a few pieces of bread. Sometimes, bread is still sour. Under Xionglin's curious gaze, Lu Ren took out a scroll and opened it. Inside, there were strange symbols of the ritual. As he made a seal, bang! A burst of smoke filled the air. Under Xionglin's surprised gaze, rice, iron pot, seasoning appeared out of thin air. All of these were taken out of the storage scroll. Hey! Xionglin was full of surprise. But she was a little timid and didn't dare to speak. This is a storage scroll, which can store things in it. Seeing that she was a little curious and obviously had never seen it, Lu Ren explained with a smile. As he said, he put his right hand together. A clear stream of water flowed out from his fingertips and fell into the iron pot. After washing the rice and putting water in place, then, Lu Ren stretched out his right hand and slapped the ground directly. Rumble! The ground shook slightly. A earth wall about 20 to 30 centimeters high rose on both sides of the palm. A simple earth stove was formed. The iron pot was placed directly on it. Some burning wood was moved from the bonfire next to it. Cooking porridge for Nanako. After doing it all, she was extremely skilled. Kaorin didn't even blink when she saw it. Her mouth opened wide. She was stunned. Is this a ninjutsu? Kaorin was shocked. Please give me flowers. She looked at Lu Ren, who was not much older than her, in disbelief, with unspeakable admiration in her eyes, and this wooden house that suddenly appeared. You are so amazing. This is nothing. Lu Ren touched her head and said with a smile, my name is Kunyi Lu Ren, you can call me brother Lu Ren. Lu Ren brother. Seeing Lu Ren so kind, Kaorin gradually relaxed and was no longer so restrained. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Lu Ren saw her curiosity and said with a smile. Kaorin's eyes lit up, but she still asked timidly, really, is it okay? Wait until you're full, I'll teach you how to refine chakra. Pay attention to the heat of the rice porridge. Lu Ren tore off a piece of barbecue and took a bite. In the ninja world, everyone has chakra in their body. 000. It's just that most people don't know how to refine it on their own and don't know how to use it. Especially the Uzumaki clan. They are born with powerful special chakra. Even ordinary people like Nanako Uzumaki who have never learned any ninjutsu and are not even a genin can still rely on their innate powerful chakra to heal injuries for others. This girl's qualifications are much better than senior sister Shizuan. While destroying the barbecue in front of him, Lu Ren pondered there, she should be able to perfectly inherit sister Tsunade's mantle. Originally, he wanted Danzo to take the mother and daughter to Konoha for resettlement. Since Tsunade intercepted them. Then, if Tsunade can be persuaded to accept Karin as a disciple, it seems not bad. After all, this girl has a rare ability in the Uzumaki clan, and her potential is unlimited. And she is also very good at chakra control. Although Lu Ren is confident that he can master all of Tsunade's medical skills. But he is unwilling to be ordinary, and his future is destined not to be limited to the medical field. After all, he has been studying medical ninjutsu over the years. In addition to thinking it is more practical, he wants to lay a solid foundation for developing other secrets and forbidden techniques in the future. Strictly speaking, he is a utilitarian egoist. There is no benevolence of a doctor at all. In the future, when he finishes his studies and graduates, it is even more impossible to really spend too much time, staying in the hospital operating room every 2 or 3 days, to treat those patients and the injured. Compared to him, Karin is more suitable to inherit Tsunade's mantle. Be a medical expert who can really save lives and heal the wounded. FANFIC. Chapter 71, The Immortal Technique of the First Hokage. 4th update, please support. The next day, Early in the morning, Lu Ren got up for physical training and sweated all over. In the surprised eyes of Nanako Uzumaki and Karin, he directly created 5 wooden clones, wood clone technique. He threw a ninjutsu scroll to each wooden clone. Let them each of them was responsible for practicing various ninjutsu with a chakra attribute. Wind style, wind cut. Lightning style, false darkness. Earth style, earth flow wall. Soon, the roar continued. The cool ninjutsu, colorful and eye-catching. The ruins, which were already in ruins, were bombarded and in disarray. So awesome! Karin was shocked. Lu Ren, your chakra amount is getting more and more exaggerated. Shizuan on the side was a little amazed. I000 thought you were just letting them practice chakra nature changes, but I didn't expect to practice ninjutsu directly. I have already mastered the nature changes of the 5 chakras of wind, thunder, fire, water, and earth. There is not much point in training anymore. If you want to make further progress, you can only improve slowly by practicing those ninjutsu or in the process of fierce battles. Lu Ren shrugged. He looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, "Then Sister Tsunade, let's start learning medical ninjutsu." "Yes." Tsunade nodded. She was numb to Lu Ren's exaggerated performance. This child is a monster that cannot be guessed by common sense. She can be sure that even the first-generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who were famous in the ninja world and joined forces to pacify the chaotic world, would never have such exaggerated strength at such an age. They would be beaten directly by Lu Ren. Looking at Karin with admiration in his eyes, he smiled and said to Shizuan, "Senior Sister Shizuan, if you have time, please teach Karin the basic 3-body technique. She has a good talent. I just taught her how to refine chakra and use it yesterday, and she mastered it quickly. I have to say, Karin is indeed a genius." Yesterday, under Lu Ren's teaching, after continuous attempts, she quickly refined chakra. Just turned 7 years old, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, although she can't compare with monsters like Rikuto, her natural chakra is far beyond that of ordinary people. If you are willing to work hard, it's not too late. Oh? Really? Shizuan looked at Karin in surprise, smiled and nodded, "Then leave it to me." "Really? That's great, thank you very much." Karin was overjoyed. How could she not want to learn such a gorgeous and cool ninjutsu? Although her face was still a little pale, after Tsunade's treatment, Uzumaki Nanako was in a much better condition than yesterday, and she was immediately happy for her daughter. After all, in this chaotic ninja world, only by mastering power can you live well. There was no chance before. Now someone is willing to teach Karin, she is too happy to stop it. Naturally, she will not stop it. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Not long after, there was a huge noise outside. Rumble. The entire ruins shook violently. The earth was split apart, suddenly breaking straight in the middle. And the terrain on the other side suddenly rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a huge earth wall hundreds of meters long was formed. It was spectacular. Water escape Takitsubo no Jutsu. Almost at the same time, Lu Ren's other wooden clone had already completed the seal. Splash! A large amount of water rushed out. It flowed down from above continuously. It turned into a huge waterfall. It was shocking. And the depression below the waterfall. A huge pool of water was formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fire escape Heiorita fire jutsu. The clone responsible for training fire escape was flying and sealing there. In his mouth, the hot fire escape chakra was accumulated. He spit it out suddenly. Hoo! A blazing flame flew out. It turned into a huge dragon head of fire, and the sky was dyed red. Waves of heat kept coming. Roar! The fire dragon roared there. It hit the pool fiercely. Boom boom! The rolling heat waves rushed out. The huge pool was blown into pieces. The huge waterfall almost broke, and the water inside was ruthlessly evaporated in an instant. The ground was burned black and cracked. This shocking scene. Not only Uzumaki Nanako and Karin, mother and daughter. Even Shizuan, who knew about Lu Ren's strength, couldn't help but be stunned. Tisk tisk, your progress is really fast. Inside the wooden house, Tsunade was instructing Lu Ren on relevant medical knowledge. Observing this scene through the window, she smiled and exclaimed, "You are getting more and more proficient in the 5 elements ninjutsu. I believe it won't be long before your attainments in the 5 elements ninjutsu will surpass that old man, the 3rd Hokage." Really? Lu Ren looked normal. But his tone was full of ridicule. "I am still very interested in surpassing the strongest Hokage of all generations. You kid." Tsunade didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But she had to say that the 3rd Hokage's face really made her speechless. He actually dared to make himself the strongest Hokage in history in the textbook. It was really laughable. "I just don't know if you can master the fairy arts of the wet bone forest in the future." It wasn't that Tsunade doubted Lu Ren's qualifications. It was that the fairy arts requirements of the wet bone forest were too abnormal. Only someone with a peaceful temperament like her grandmother Uzumaki Mito can master it. Senjutsu. Lu Ren raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Sister Tsunade, I remember that there is indeed a forbidden jutsu of the senjutsu level in the wood escape scroll left by the 1st generation Hokage. Does his senjutsu come from the wet bone forest?" For the 1st generation Hokage, like him, it can be opened in seconds. Coupled with his own huge chakra, it is equivalent to a senjutsu with infinite endurance. He is indeed full of curiosity. No, the 1st generation Hokage did not sign the contract of the wet bone forest. It was my grandmother Uzumaki Mito who signed the contract of the wet bone forest. Tsunade shook her head and said directly, "The senjutsu of the 1st generation Hokage was improved and further improved based on the senjutsu of the 2 sacred places of the wet bone forest and Myaboku mountain." She touched Lu Ren's head, full of expectations, and smiled and said, "If it's you, maybe you can do it in the future." Lu Ren smiled but said nothing. Senjutsu? He has always been able to do it. Chapter 72 2 years in a flash, the land of hot springs? 5 more chapters. Time flies. 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the land of fire. In a beautiful forest. A beautiful wooden house is located there. Ahaha. Tsunade yawned after washing up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she walked out of the wooden house. 1992, 1993, 1994. Training there early in the morning. Lu Ren, who was already sweating all over, took a long breath. He caught a glimpse of the beautiful figure who had just come out, calling out, "Good morning, Sister Tsunade." But she was still standing on one hand. Up and down, supporting and rising and falling. On his raised feet. There were lead blocks that were so heavy that they could make people dumbfounded. "Good morning, Lu Ren." Tsunade looked gentle, smiled and nodded. In the past 2 years, she has been used to such training. The lead weight tied to Lu Ren's legs is not an ordinary lead weight, it is ridiculously heavy. If it falls off directly and is loosened from a height of one person, it is enough to smash a big hole in the ground. If ordinary people dare to do this at this age, they will most likely suffer irreversible damage to their bodies. But Lu Ren is an exception. He is born with a strong physique and an amazing recovery ability. Tsunade agreed to let him do such weight training for a long time only after repeated examinations. Even compared to Lu Ren's daily life-threatening physical training. Such basic physical training is simply child's play. What a beautiful day! Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Tsunade is in a good mood. Stretching there, stretching out her beautiful curves. Rubbing his shoulders, which were inevitably aching because of the heavy pendant, he asked, "Lu Ren, where are Shizuan and Karin?" 2 years ago. At Lu Ren's suggestion, Karin, who showed excellent chakra control, was officially accepted as the third disciple by her, who already had a lot of good feelings for the Uzumaki clan. The trip of 3 people. It became a trip of 4. And Karen's mother, Nanako Uzumaki. After traveling with them for 3 months and recovering from her illness, Lu Ren asked his wooden clone to send her to Konoha and arranged for her to live in his home. He took the recommendation letter given to him by Tsunade in advance and found her a job as an intern nurse in Konoha Hospital. Because Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, was the guarantor. Uzumaki Nanako was only questioned by the intelligence department for details. Seeing that there was no problem, she was allowed to stay in Konoha. She was not made too difficult. 19981999 Lu Ren was sweating and panting. He exerted force on his palm. It seemed that he was not affected by the exaggerated weight on his feet. He flipped in the air cleanly and stood there steadily. He shook off the sweat and looked at the beautiful Tsunade. He smiled and said, "Early in the morning, senior sister Shizuan took Xionglan to collect herbs. 2 years later. Tsunade has not changed much. She is still as beautiful as a flower. Time seems to have no trace on her. But Lu Ren has grown from a charming little boy to a handsome boy. Although he has just turned 10, he is already over 1.6 meters tall, which is not too exaggerated. With his slightly immature but unbelievably handsome appearance and the calmness revealed between his eyebrows, he looks no different from an ordinary 13 or 14-year-old boy." Tsunade-sama. Lu Ren. 2 voices called out from afar. It was Shizuan, who had matured a lot, but whose figure had not changed much. Beside her, there followed a red-haired girl, about 9 years old, wearing glasses and carrying a small backpack. "I've told you so many times." Lu Ren looked at Karin, who was running to him with a happy smile on her face and a small medicine basket on her back. He flicked her smooth forehead in annoyance and said, "You should call me senior brother or brother Lu Ren, you are disrespectful." Compared to the timid and malnourished look 2 years ago, now Karin has become she is a lovely girl. Her long red hair and delicate features make her look cute and playful. Moreover, as the food improves and the missing nutrients are replenished, her skin is even whiter and tenderer. Even Jingyan, the senior sister, can't help but envy her. No, Xionglan pouted and snorted, "Lu Ren, you are only 1 year older than me." 1 year older, but he is still your senior brother. Lu Ren knocked her head. The big hand covered her little head. Her smooth red hair was directly rubbed into a mess, like weeds. "Humph, damn Lu Ren." Slap Lu Ren's hand away. Xionglan's pretty face became a little red. She pounced on Lu Ren angrily. She bared her teeth and said viciously, "You messed up my hair again." As she said this, she was indignant. He was about to pinch Lu Ren 000's ridiculously handsome face. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Ren's 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly. Instantly, they turned into green vines one after another, attacking like lightning. He tied up the whole person and hung him in the air. The whole person could only struggle there. "Damn Lu Ren, you tentacle monster, let me go." Unable to break free, Xionglan waved her claws in the air, full of anger. But in the end, she could only complain to Tsunade in shame, "Tsunade-sama, look at Lu Ren, he is so hateful, always bullying me." "Okay, stop making trouble." Tsunade stopped the two from fighting. She crossed her arms, suppressed the curves that were rising in resistance, and said with a smile, "In the past 2 years, I have traveled to the land of fire. Next, let's go to the land of hot springs. The hot springs there are famous in the ninja world. I heard that they have the effect of beautifying and moisturizing the skin." "Eh? Hot springs? Really? Great." Both Karin and Shizuan's eyes lit up. And Lu Ren was full of black lines. Sure enough, as long as women are involved in beauty, Even a little girl like Karin will become unable to restrain themselves. Chapter 73 Yin Seal and 100 Healings Technique First Update. Soon, Lu Ren caught a few rabbits and began to prepare breakfast. He divided the work with Karin and Shizuan, cleaned them up quickly, and roasted them on the fire. The 4 masters and apprentices sat around the fire. It looked very warm. Here, Sister Tsunade. Lu Ren smiled. A roasted rabbit was handed to Tsunade. Thank you. Tsunade was not polite and took the roasted rabbit. She took a bite with her teeth open and tasted it. With an expression of enjoyment, she said with satisfaction, as expected, "Your cooking skills are really good, Lu Ren. By the way, Karin." She asked Karin, who was still upset about being hung up by a tentacle monster and made faces at Lu Ren from time to time, "How are you doing with your palm fairy technique?" For people with fine chakra control, A-level medical ninjutsu like palm fairy technique is not difficult. The real difficulty is whether you can use it skillfully. Of course, Tsunade-sama, I can already use palm fairy technique skillfully. Karin patted her chest, full of pride. For 2 years, she has 3 medical ninjas, Shizuan, Lu Ren, and Tsunade, who are better than each other, taking turns to teach, and Karin's own talent is not bad. Half a month ago, after continuous efforts, she had already mastered the palm immortal technique. Some small animals are injured, and I can quickly heal them, she said. She was like offering a treasure. Hands quickly formed seals. A soft green light emerged from the palm. Well, Tsunade-sama, Karin has made rapid progress, although the application of the palm immortal technique is still very rough. Shizuan smiled and said, "But it is ready for the next stage of learning." Compared to a monster like Lu Ren, Karin's performance is like a normal genius. Of course, with such junior brothers and sisters, she, as a senior sister, is under a lot of pressure. Although she is not afraid of being surpassed, she is reluctant to be too embarrassed. In the past 2 years, she has often asked Lu Ren for advice and gritted her teeth to practice her chakra control. Although limited by her personal talent, it still cannot reach the level that makes Tsunade really satisfied. But the progress is not small. Well, when we get to the land of hot springs, I'll find a chance for you, Karin, to practice it. Tsunade said with satisfaction. That's great. Karin jumped up happily. She stuck out her tongue at Lu Ren, who always bullied her, made a face, and snorted, "Damn Lu Ren, I will definitely surpass you." Little did she know that Lu Ren was bullying her on purpose. 2 years ago, when he found out that this little girl, who had just turned 7, had been obsessed with his beauty and was about to become a fangirl, he spent a lot of effort to correct her. After all, in comparison, Lu Ren still prefers a more normal Karin. As for fangirls, there are plenty of such little, spare, fangirls, fetuses, in the ninja school of Konoha. For example, Ino's plastic sister Harano Sakura is one of them. Really? Lu Ren smiled and rubbed her head, "Then you have to work hard." "Damn, you messed up my hair again. You unruly girl, you should call me senior brother." "Master, your head." Looking at the 2 people who were fighting again, Tsunade and Shizuan were not surprised and smiled. It was only at this time that they felt that Lu Ren was like a child of his age. It can be seen that Lu Ren really treated Karin as a sister. Otherwise, he, who was mature and calm, would never fight with such a little girl. "Okay, Lu Ren, don't always bully Karin." Tsunade took out a scroll. "Throw it to Lu Ren who had just suppressed Karin, this is for you." "What is this?" Lu Ren was surprised. After opening it, the words Yin Seal were written in black and white on the first page. His pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "This is the Yin Seal passed down by my grandmother, and the 100 healing technique I developed based on the Yin Seal over the years. Looking at Liu Ren, who was full of surprise, Tsunade said in a deep voice, "In the past 2 years, your medical skills have progressed rapidly, and are almost equal to mine. Apart from these 2 techniques, I, as a teacher, have nothing to teach you. If you want to improve further, it depends on you." Just as Tsunade had expected. In just 2 years, Liu Ren had drained away all the medical knowledge she had accumulated over the years. His medical ninjutsu has made great progress, far surpassing that of his senior sister Shizuan. And Liu Ren's thinking is even more unrestrained. He often has unique insights that make her teacher's eyes light up and suddenly become enlightened. He has benefited her a lot. Strictly speaking, he can already be a master and be independent. The difference with her teacher? It's just the rich clinical experience she has accumulated over the past decades. But if he blindly imitates her, it will only limit his thinking and prevent him from making progress. Liu Ren needs to experience it himself, constantly study, explore, and accumulate, so that he can truly surpass his teacher one day. These 2 techniques are closely related. If you want to learn the 100 healing techniques, you must learn the Yin Seal. Tsunade said with a smile. Of course, for you who have the ability to heal without seals, you don't need the 100 healings technique. What you really need is the Yin Seal technique, which can store excess chakra in normal times. No, I think these techniques are very useful to me. Liu Ren took the scroll and said with a smile, "Sister Tsunade, do you remember the medical scroll I mentioned before?" "Of course I remember. Although your idea is extremely difficult, it is indeed feasible, but it also has great limitations." Tsunade nodded. In a discussion with Liu Ren, Liu Ren once mentioned whether it is possible to store medical ninjutsu such as palm immortal technique in a scroll like storing items in a storage scroll by experienced medical ninjas. In this way, even ninjas who do not know medical ninjutsu at all can directly master advanced palm immortal technique in disguise and treat the wounded. But the various aspects involved are very complicated and not that simple. Especially, the injuries of each wounded are complex and different. It is not universally applicable. I wonder if the complete Yin Seal, or even the 100 healing technique, can be sealed into the body of another person using a special sealing technique, just like the sealing of the tailed beasts. Liu Ren's eyes were burning, and he said bluntly, "Through the special chakra conversion mechanism, we can adjust the chakra output. In this way, can we let the other party master the Yin Seal and the 100 healings technique in disguise, just like the Jinchuriki mobilized the tailed beast chakra?" "What?" Shizuan and Karin on the side were stunned and couldn't help swallowing. "Is such an exaggerated thing really possible? You are really a bit whimsical." Tsunade looked at Liu Renling in disbelief. She frowned and said seriously, "Although it has a certain feasibility, it is not so easy to do it." Compared to Shizuan and Karin, Tsunade saw further and thought more. This can be said to be a new forbidden technique. If it can really succeed, it will bring great changes to the ninja world. It is completely possible for people with mediocre qualifications to become strong. Chapter 74 Tsunade's Worry Update 2. Pa. In front of the fire, Tsunade's face changed. She stared at Liu Ren dimly. After a long time, she sighed, and her face became more solemn than ever before. The development of this forbidden technique must be done through human experiments. If this kind of forbidden technique is really developed successfully, the effect it brings will be unimaginable. If forbidden techniques such as Lien Yin Seal and Baihao Jutsu can be sealed into other people's bodies, allowing them to master them in disguise and use them skillfully, then sealing other powerful forbidden techniques can naturally achieve the same level. This is secondary. The key is to succeed. The process in the middle obviously requires real human experiments. There is no lack of blood. Well, this is inevitable. Liu Ren nodded. He knew what Tsunade was worried about. He was afraid that he would be like Orochimaru, immersed in forbidden techniques, and his personality would gradually become crazy, paranoid, and twisted. In the end, he would do anything to achieve his goal and completely lose his bottom line. He even used innocent lives and even his companions to conduct cruel human experiments. What? Hearing this .000. On the side, shocked by Liu Ren's wild ideas, Xianglin and Shizuan, who were sitting there quietly listening, could not help but change their faces. Some scalps were numb. Liu Ren, I won't stop you, and I know I can't stop you. Tsunade took a deep breath, stared at this genius disciple, and said in a deep voice, but I hope you can stick to the basic bottom line, don't immerse yourself too much in it, and lose yourself. Tsunade knew it naturally. No matter what Liu Ren is doing now, he is not as crazy as Orochimaru. It's just that people's bottom line is lost little by little because they jump back and forth on that critical line. Facing the temptation of success, it is not easy to keep your heart. You don't have to worry about this, Sister Tsunade. Liu Ren's face became serious, and he said seriously, I won't mess around. He really doesn't have such a bottom line. The ninja world is so big. There are many mountain bandits, rebel ninjas, etc. At most, the progress will be slow, and it will take some time to find materials. After all, no matter what, I don't want to disappoint you, Sister Tsunade, BCCF. Liu Ren looked at Tsunade's beautiful face and said with a smile. Well, I believe you. Looking at Liu Ren's unpretentious look, Tsunade's eyes became soft and touched Liu Ren's head. She taught him patiently, but remember not to be too anxious. Having experienced cruel wars and traveled the ninja world for so many years. What has Tsunade, the Sunin, not seen? She is not a naive white lotus. Even her second grandfather, the second Hokage, developed forbidden techniques through human experiments more than once. Otherwise, how did he come up with such inhumane forbidden techniques as the impure world reincarnation? Of course, the second Hokage used extremely heinous death row prisoners or some bandits and rebel ninjas who were causing trouble to one side, or the corpses of enemies. Unlike Orochimaru, who had no bottom line for forbidden techniques, he directly used those innocent lives, and even killed his own companions in the village. As long as the other party can stick to his bottom line like the second Hokage, she will not stop him. Of course, this is not a one-step process. Liu Ren smiled and said, I will try slowly. Seal the complete yin seal and the 100 healings technique into another person's body, and through a special chakra conversion mechanism, allow him to control these 2S level forbidden techniques in disguise, just like the Jinchuriki controls the power of the tailed beasts. This is undoubtedly difficult. But it can be done step by step. Then, the first step of the plan. Liu Ren smiled and said, let's start by mastering some sealing techniques. 2 years of precipitation. He did not choose to go to Konoha and take away Konoha's secrets, forbidden techniques, and even sealing techniques. Instead, he patiently followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, delved into the secret techniques and ninjutsu scrolls of the Uchiha clan, and the experience and notes left by the predecessors who practiced or developed those ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Today, he has completely digested the collection of the Uchiha clan and turned those priceless treasures into his own foundation. Now he may not master as many ninjutsu as the third-generation Hokage who is known as the ninja professor who claims to have mastered all the mainstream ninjutsu of Konoha. But in terms of the attainments of the 5 elements ninjutsu, he is confident that he has completely surpassed the other party. Except for some more special secret techniques and forbidden techniques, he can use most of the 5 elements ninjutsu proficiently without even making hand seals. I don't know many sealing techniques. Tsunade asked, there is only one 5 elements seal, do you want to learn it? As the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, she has the bloodline of Senju and has fine chakra control. She actually has a talent for learning sealing techniques. It's just that she doesn't have much interest in this aspect. So apart from the yin seal, she didn't learn other sealing techniques from Uzumaki Mito. Don't worry, wait until I master the Yin Seal and the 100 Healings technique first. Lu Ren said. You have to eat one bite at a time. He was not worried at all, and said with a smile, as for the sealing technique, just ask Danzo for it. Tsunade folded her arms and said, maybe, if I have time, I can go to the Whirlpool country to see if I can gain anything. Ah? Whirlpool country? Karin was surprised and curious. She didn't know what her mother's hometown looked like. However, after the tragic war, it was probably like the castle of Shugasaki, and it had become a ruin, right? In short. Looking at Tsunade's beautiful face, Lu Ren smiled, Sister Tsunade, you will help me too, right? He was really interested in learning the sealing technique. But he was not in a hurry to develop the forbidden technique just mentioned, and he was not so impatient. Strictly speaking, it was not prepared for him, but for Yui Kurane, Ino, Tenten and other women. He himself didn't need it at all. Unwilling to be ordinary, Lu Ren never doubted whether he could achieve immortality. Therefore, he didn't want to watch his woman getting old one after another. So, he didn't mind finding one or two assistants who were good enough to help complete such a forbidden technique. You kid! Tsunade looked at Lu Ren speechlessly. He actually paid attention to her. But, if she left it alone, she was really worried. Chapter 75, The Land of Hot Springs, The Cult of the Evil God? 3 more. After eating and drinking, Tsunade was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she asked Shizun to continue teaching Karin there. Took Lu Ren back to the cabin and prepared to teach him the 100 Healings technique in person. Indicated Lu Ren to finish reading the scrolls of Yin Seal and 100 Healings technique first. The 100 Healings technique requires a certain amount of chakra to be accumulated within 3 years. After reading the relevant introduction on the scroll, Lu Ren looked at Tsunade in surprise. This is for people with less chakra. Even when I developed it and started practicing it, I couldn't skip this step. Tsunade nodded. But looking at Lu Ren in front of her, she felt a little sad, but your chakra is at least 5 times mine now, and it won't be affected at all. Even the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan, which are famous for their huge chakra. At this age, the only people who can compare with Lu Ren in chakra are the 9-tailed Jinchuriki of all generations, and the first generation of Hokage of the same age can't. 10-year-old Lu Ren's chakra has increased by more than 3 times compared to 2 years ago. According to Tsunade's estimation, it is at least 5 times her own. Of course, this does not count the chakras she stored with the Yin Seal. It's simply an incredible monster. That's good. Lu Ren smiled. Sitting cross-legged there, under Tsunade's instruction, he began to practice the Yin Seal. With his hands, he kept making seals. He was very serious and immersed in it. And in his consciousness. Hwalala. It symbolizes the trickle of his own chakra. It keeps circulating and running in the chakra meridian system in his body. As Lu Ren made seals with both hands, he was fully focused and concentrated. A pool like a bottomless pit was opened up there. A part of the trickle was led out of the chakra meridian system and kept flowing into the mysterious pool. Swish! In less than half an hour. Looking at the diamond-shaped mark on Lu Ren's forehead, Tsunade's eyes shrank and she was speechless. She was hit again. At the beginning, in order to master the Yin Seal, she spent a lot of time and energy. As a result, Lu Ren mastered it so easily. No, Sister Tsunade, the Yin Seal can store too little chakra. Lu Ren opened his eyes and said to Tsunade helplessly, if this goes on, it won't be long before I can fill it up. Such a Yin Seal is indeed very useful. At least, he doesn't have to worry about insufficient chakra in the future. Although relatively speaking, his chakra volume is already very amazing, which can completely crush ordinary shadows. But his future opponents are all strong people who far exceed the level of 5 shadows. All of them are human-shaped tailed beasts. Moreover, they are likely to be the kind of 10 tails. So, for others, the yin seal is completely enough. For him, it seems a little insufficient. No way, your chakra is too much. Tsunade was speechless and shrugged, but I think this is enough for you. Then next, you practice yin seal and 100 healings technique here first. If you don't understand anything, ask me again. After that, Tsunade stood up and walked out, prepared to guide the disciple Karin. She knew very well how great Lu Ren's potential was. Such a person is destined not to invest too much energy in the medical field in the future, and must embark on the path of comprehensive development. She didn't want to limit the other party's unlimited future because of herself. Especially, it is suspected that there is still a Uchiha Madara who is not dead, hiding in the dark like a venomous snake, planning unknown conspiracies. If the other party is really like Lu Ren's guess, he is instigated by the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan shrine that is suspected to be left by the legendary ancestor of the shinobi clan, the Six-Path Sage, and wants to collect all the tailed beasts, become some kind of 10 tails Jinchuriki, and launch an infinite moon reading on the whole world. Then, the only one who can stop the opponent is Lu Ren. Therefore, he has regarded Xianglin, who is extremely talented and has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, as the heir who can truly inherit his mantle. He has made up his mind to train her to be his successor. Okay. Lu Ren smiled and nodded. He remembered that in the original trajectory, when Harano Sakura was practicing the 100 healings technique, because she felt that her chakra was not enough, she actually relied on her meticulous chakra control and opened up another small reservoir outside the mysterious pool of the 100 healings technique to store chakra for easy use in normal times. This is undoubtedly worth learning from. Perhaps he can open up a larger and wider lake Ze. This method may be a little difficult for others. But for Lu Ren, it may not be impossible to do it. This is the confidence he naturally has after digesting the precious collections of the Uchiha clan over the long years and completely transforming them into his own foundation. 3 days later, the Kingdom of Hot Springs. On a beautiful hillside, a group of 4 people, plus a pig, looked at a small town that was already vaguely visible in the distance. Wow! Is this the Kingdom of Hot Springs? Tsunade, who had been here before, smiled and said, at least half of the hot spring shops on one street, even the hotels are those hot spring hotels because the geographical environment here is very special. There are natural hot springs underground, which are famous far and wide. There is a saying in the Kingdom of Hot Springs that if you find a place and dig a deep hole, you may get hot springs. Great! Karen's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait, carrying a small medicine basket, and ran forward. Tun Tun, let's go. Tun Tun. Wait, Karin. As a senior sister, Shizun tried to act calm and elder. But the brisk footsteps following closely behind betrayed her. And Lu Ren followed behind with a smile. Even Tsunade, the teacher, didn't mean to blame. Not long after, the 4 of them came to a small town. Looking at the shops with hot spring bath signs on both sides of the street, they couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Please give flowers. But most of the shops clearly had signs saying closed. But why are there so few people? Looking at the deserted streets and the scattered passers-by, Xianglin was puzzled. Moreover, everyone seems to be in a hurry to get on the road, afraid of encountering something. When I came here before, it was not like this, but it was very lively. Tsunade couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Then let's find a place to stay first and ask around. Lu Ren shrugged. The few of them quickly found a hot spring hotel that was operating normally and looked pretty good. Boss, 3 soft bedrooms, plus a table for the banquet. Lu Ren knocked on the counter. Woke up the hotel owner who was lying there, half asleep. In addition, arrange a private hot spring, don't bathe with strangers. Considering that Karin is too young. They are traveling outside and may encounter danger at any time. Generally, Karin sleeps with Shizuan. 00. So, Lu Ren would directly ask for 3 rooms. Want to get a room? He opened his sleepy eyes. Hearing that there was a business coming, the fat boss who was just drowsy suddenly became energetic. Somewhat overjoyed. Busy and warmly entertained several people. Okay, these are all no problem, I will ask someone to prepare it right away. You are all foreigners who come here because of the reputation, right? Well, we just got here. Tsunade nodded and asked directly, Boss, why is it so deserted here? I remember it was very lively when I came here before. There should be no war now, right? Recently, it's a bit uneasy here. The boss took the deposit and registered there. He looked at the few people and reminded them, if you go out on weekdays, it's best not to go alone. What exactly happened? Karin and Shizuan were surprised. Of course, they were ninjas. There was also Tsunade, the legendary 3 ninjas, and Rikuto, a strong man who looked harmless but was actually incredibly strong. They were naturally not scared. Isn't it the evil cult that caused the trouble? He led a few people to the guest room upstairs. The boss had a sad face and sighed softly. In the past few months, people have been killed one after another, and it is said that the deaths were horrible and very cruel, and they were all alone. What? Karin asked in surprise, who did it? Tsunade, Rikuto, and Shizuan on the side could not help but frowned. The boss shook his head. No one has seen the murderer, but the evil cult's mark was left at the scene. I heard that the city lord specially commissioned the ninjas of Yuyan village to track down the murderer, but not only did they fail to catch the murderer, but all the ninjas who came to investigate were killed. The evil god cult. Lu Ren's eyes shrank, somewhat surprised. Could it be the immortal Feiduan? He remembered that the guy had been a rebel ninja of Yuyan village before joining the Akatsuki organization. In short, this incident has caused panic among the people, and many tourists have been scared away. Now there is no business. Fug. Chapter 76 Kagura's Heart? Feiduan who was targeted seeking support. Although I am very happy to have business, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Of course, the deposit for staying for 3 days will definitely not be refunded. In the hotel. Arranged rooms for several people. After the hotel owner finished speaking, he turned and left. Prepared to call his mother-in-law. Tajir was responsible for entertaining Tsunade and others. He also prepared the high-quality banquet that Lu Ren specifically requested. Don't worry about it, let's go to the hot spring first, and then have a good meal. Lu Ren put away his backpack. He stretched his body and stretched his muscles. He said casually, let's meet the murderer of the evil god cult again. Lu Ren, can you find the murderer? Kaorin asked in surprise. Knocking on Kaorin's forehead, Lu Ren said speechlessly, didn't I teach you how to sense? 003. In this area, you only need to lock on to the guys with stronger chakras besides us, and there is no doubt that they are right. When the hotel owner mentioned the evil god cult earlier, he had already activated his exaggerated perception ability. He easily sensed the relatively strong chakra outside the city. He just ignored it. Yes. Kaorin suddenly realized. Randomly, she formed seals with both hands. Using the Kagura heart's eye that she had awakened naturally shortly after she learned to use chakra. Beginning to perceive comprehensively. Found it. Karin opened her eyes with surprise. She pointed to the southeast and said to Tsunade, Shizuan and others, it's about 3 kilometers outside the city. Well, not bad. Lu Ren praised. With a famous teacher like Tsunade to teach. And his guidance and advice from time to time. Although Karin only started to truly refine chakra at the age of 7. But she worked very hard, plus her excellent talent. After 2 years of experience, she is no longer comparable to those greenhouse flowers in Konoha. She has mastered the Kagura Heart's Eye of the Uzumaki clan. Is it so close? Tsunade couldn't help but frowned. Although she didn't have such sympathy. But for this aimless, purely killing for fun behavior. Obviously disgusted. Then, Lady Tsunade, should we intervene? Holding Tun. Shizuan looked at Tsunade who was in charge. Just do as Lu Ren said. Tsunade glanced at Lu Ren and said unhappily, I guess he is itching to fight now, and he is looking forward to having an opponent. Lu Ren's strength. How strong is he? Tsunade is not sure now. After 2 years of hellish training, the wooden clones can no longer threaten his original body. No matter how many wooden clones there are, they can only be swept away like a rotten wood. A single body technique combined with the amazing strange power. It is already too strong. This guy's physique is completely inconsistent with his age, and it is at the non-human level. At least even if it is her, when fighting with Lu Ren with physical skills, she can no longer gain any advantage. As for ninjutsu, since I saw this guy Lu Ren with my own eyes 2 years ago, when she directly changed the nature of the wind-attributed chakra and perfectly integrated it into the raised nan, which was already equivalent to the ultimate change of chakra form, she easily developed the wind escape Rasen Shuriken that the 4th Hokage tried his best to do but could not complete during his lifetime. Tsunade had completely given up the idea of fighting with the other party with all her strength, not only with the Sharingan, but also without sticking to illusion, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. That was asking for trouble. She was a dignified Sunin, and she also had to save face. Even Danzo was suppressed to death. If she was easily crushed by Rikuto in a few moves, it would be too embarrassing. How could she establish her prestige as a teacher? Just by being fierce? Soon, a big and strong old woman came up with a smile on her face. Took a few people to the hot spring pool in the backyard of the hotel. Because there were only 4 of them and a pig in the whole hotel. The other party directly arranged the largest hot spring pool. It was empty and very quiet. It made people feel very comfortable. Hwalala! Great! So comfortable! Inside the women's bath. Mist rising. Karin, Shizuan, and Tsunade were soaking in the hot spring. They closed their eyes comfortably and smiled with satisfaction. Lu Ren, you guys are not allowed to peek. Karin said loudly to Lu Ren, who was lazily lying in the men's bath across the wall, like a wolf on the other side. I don't know if it's because of the heat of the hot spring, but her face is a little red. Hearing this, Lu Ren in the men's bath. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't worry, Karin. He said unhappily, I'm not interested in your figure. If you want to see it, it's Sister Tsunade. Damn Lu Ren, a lustful maniac. Looking at his own flat figure. And then he looked at the beauty of his teacher Tsunade floating naturally out of the water. The broken down Karin clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fire. She bared her fangs, almost turning evil. Lu Ren. If you dare to come over here with the great Animuki, be prepared to die. Tsunade smiled and spoke. Her tone was full of tenderness, harmless to humans and animals. Although she couldn't see Lu Ren in the different space. But Karin's perception ability, which was extremely outstanding among the Uzumaki clan, was not vegetarian. Hehe, Lu Ren, are you regretting that you didn't teach Karin how to develop the perception ability of the Kagura Heart Eye earlier? Shizuan, who was soaking in the hot spring, also laughing and teasing there. She knows how much this little junior brother, who is as big as a brat, covets Tsunade-sama. So much so that Tsunade-sama no longer dares to treat this guy as an ordinary brat. 2.5 Speaking of which, Tsunade on the side couldn't help but blush slightly on her pretty face. Because, some little bastard really used her as a pillow. I can't sleep well. And can it be bitten? Lu Ren's mouth twitched. I closed my eyes and soaked there, not wanting to respond. Thinking of the real-life pillow named Tsunade that I lost, and the pendant that has now become out of reach. He couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken and a little itchy. If he still had a few bottom lines, and the little land people were still growing up, the plot would have developed into a transparent world series. But there is one thing to say. Tisk tisk, Sister Tsunade's exaggerated figure. He truly deserves to be the #1 person in Konoha. Violence. Chapter 77 The Tragic Haiden, Experimental Subject, Second Update. The sun sets in the west, at dusk. Under a shady forest. A rather handsome figure was lying there lazily. Next to it was a strange-looking long weapon made up of 3 bloody sickles. Another boring day. Haiden yawned. Thinking about whether to kill a few more people at night. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures rushed over. He stood there, looking at the young man in front of him in surprise. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a murderer with a twisted personality and a cult. After soaking in the hot springs, they enjoyed a delicious meal of the special delicacies of the land of Yu. The several people who were full of wine and food came here under Xianglin's excited urging. But I didn't expect that the other party was completely different from the murderer I imagined. Haiden looked at the visitor, full of surprise. Feeling energetic, he held his own weapon, the bloody march scythe, and stood up to look at Tsunade, the leader. Then he looked at the 3 people beside him, Shizuan, Luren, and Xianglin. He asked with a smile, 2 beautiful ladies, and the little brother and sister next to you, 12. Do you want to join the evil god cult? The cult of evil god? Are you really the murderer? Xianglin clenched her pink fists, glared at the other party, and said loudly, we don't want to join that kind of cult. It's not a cult. Waving the bloody march scythe, Haiden loudly said, our teachings are very free. You can join the evil god cult no matter what you want, and you can even kill people at will. Not only will the evil god not blame you, but you will also be very happy. I'm not interested in listening to your twisted teachings. Tsunade crossed her arms. Lean against the big tree nearby. He had no intention of taking action himself, but signaled to Lu Ren, Lu Ren, I leave it to you. The Lu man put his hands in his pockets. Walking towards Haiden slowly. He was very interested in the immortality. A large number of weeds grew strangely on the ground. There are even colorful flowers blooming. At the changes before our eyes. Haiden was a little surprised. But looking at the arrogant Lu Ren in front of him, he couldn't help but show a cruel smile. Then, I can only sacrifice you all to the evil god. Ignoring the other person's age. He waved the bloody sickle mercilessly. He struck hard. Kang! The people from Lu did not dodge. An iron and wooden pile broke out of the ground in front of him. It actually firmly blocked the bloody march sickle that was weird in shape, extremely sharp, and hard to guard against. The sparks flickered, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. It's shocking. What? This scene. Haiden's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. Brush swipe. In an instant. A large number of vines grew directly on the ground. Flying toward him like lightning. Haiden's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated to dodge. At the same time, he waved the sharp bloody sickle and kept chopping. However, the next moment, still, several vines entangled his legs. And like a poisonous snake, it kept wrapping around his body along his legs. Haiden was so shocked that he didn't have time to struggle. The whole person has been tightly bound like a big rice dumpling. The hands were bound by 2 vines respectively, and the whole person was stretched out in the shape of a cross. Hanging in mid-air. The bloody sickles all fell to the ground. Full of unwillingness and anger, there he shouted, "Damn it, let me go, let me go." Under the surprised and incomprehensible eyes of Tsunade, Xiangrin, Shizuan and others. Haiden, who was bound, underwent an astonishing change. The whole body became extremely dark in the blink of an eye, and there were white lines all over the body. He used to be a bit handsome, but now he looks like a devil. It looked extremely ferocious. Horrifying. Oh! Lu Ren raised his eyebrows. He raised his right hand and shook it gently. Not only did the wooden vines binding Haydn become even tighter, and the chakra in his body is constantly being absorbed at an alarming rate. He became extremely weak in an instant and was no longer able to struggle. Chi! There is no mercy. A vine is extremely sharp and direct, it pierced through his heart. Wow! Haydn, who was severely injured and unable to resist, vomited blood. Ah, it hurts so much. His mouth was full of blood, but he looked like nothing happened, staring at Lu Ren in front of him fiercely. Damn guy, if you dare, kill me. I am immortal, ha ha ha. What? Witnessing this scene, Karin and Shizun were shocked. Even Tsunade couldn't help but shrink her pupils. Somewhat incredible. They all came to Lu Ren's side. Looking at Haydn, who was tied there in front of him and pierced through the heart by a sharp vine, although bleeding but still alive and well, he was unharmed. Full of disbelief. Immortal. Lu Ren stared at Haydn and smiled. He snapped his fingers lightly. Swish! In an instant, several more vines rushed out. The end was extremely sharp and stabbed out fiercely. Ah! Blood splattered. Faden kept screaming. His face was full of pain and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Chi! A vine directly wrapped around the sharp sickle. Without mercy, it chopped off Feijuan's head. A bloody head rolled down. Ah, damn it, you dare to chop off my head! Under the eyes of Tsunade and others who shrank sharply, the head that fell to the ground actually screamed. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at Lu Ren in front of him with great resentment, and kept cursing, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much, damn kid!" But in the blink of an eye, because of the intense pain, he was sweating coldly. A ferocious smile appeared again, and he seemed extremely proud. I said, "With the protection of the evil god, you can't kill me. I won't die even if I cut off my head." Karen's face turned pale. I just felt a chill. Is this guy really immortal? Looking at Feiduan, who was pierced through the body by so many vines, and even his head was cut off, he didn't die, and he was still shouting there. Even Shizun couldn't help but feel a little numb. It seems that his body has undergone some special transformation. And it can be said that he is not human anymore. Chakra was condensed in his hands. Pressing on Feiduan's body, checked the other party's body structure. Tsunade frowned, and her face became extremely solemn. "Sister Tsunade!" A vine flew out, grabbed Feiduan's bloody head. Observing the other party, Lu Ren's eyes were burning, and he chuckled, "Such an experimental subject is not easy to find. Isn't this the best experimental subject? Anyway, no matter how hard he tries, he won't be afraid of killing him. It can be used repeatedly without any psychological burden." Chapter 78 Abarame Ryoma, Reincarnation? 3 more. Asshole, even if you take my head back, I won't forgive you. Seeing that Lu Ren took his head back, and he used medical ninjutsu to treat himself, Faden, who thought the other party was scared, was arrogant. "However, if you are willing to join the evil god cult, the evil god should be very happy." However, the next moment, his face changed drastically. Because, after Lu Ren took his head back, he actually took out a storage scroll from the ninja tool bag on his waist. Staring at Haydn, who was tied up by vines and struggling desperately, Lu Ren chuckled and said, "Although storage scrolls generally cannot store living things, I think an immortal like you will not die of lack of oxygen." You! Bang! All of a sudden, smoke filled the air. On the blank storage scroll, a large number of spells made people dazzled. In the middle, a miniaturized human figure was presented. It was Haydn, lifelike. "You kid!" Looking at Liu Ren's skillful operation, Tsunade and Shizun were speechless. If other little ghosts saw such an unkillable monster, they would be scared to death. Liu Ren, on the other hand, completely treated the other party as an experimental material. Such an experimental subject is hard to come by, and it would be a waste to kill it directly. Liu Ren shrugged. Of course he has a way to deal with Haydn's immortal body. Even worse, at worst, the opponent can be torn into pieces, and then the fire escape can be used to burn it to ashes. However, compared to killing directly, where can such an excellent experimental subject be found? In addition, it's your turn next, said. Liu Ren smiled and stomped his feet hard. Boom! The earth trembled and roared. Under the surprised eyes of Tsunade, Karin, Shizun and others, a white figure was rushed out from the ground by the earth wall rising into the sky. Swish! All of a sudden, several vines pierced out violently. It instantly penetrated it. It was White Zetsu. "How is it possible that you can find me?" White Zetsu screamed in horror, looking at Liu Ren in disbelief, and, it actually has the blood limit of wood release. What is this thing? Although it looks like a humanoid, it doesn't look like a human at all. There were even White Zetsu with spikes on his body. Tsunade frowned. Xianglin looked at the white Baiju with a chill. What a disgusting guy. Why did they meet all these weird guys today? You are indeed very good at hiding. Normal perception ability may not necessarily detect you. Liu Ren stared at Baiju, his expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "But, I am nature itself. I have memorized your special aura and can easily distinguish it." The eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Baiju was horrified, but he didn't have time to cry out. "Has been controlled by illusion. Tell me your purpose." Liu Ren asked directly. Baiju didn't struggle at all, and responded dully, "The main body requires us to search for the location of the murderer in Tang country." Ah! A scream. Sharp vines penetrate it. In an instant, it was swallowed up. Looking for this guy. Liu Ren touched his chin. It is speculated that Haydn acted unscrupulously, and the impact of serial killings was too great, causing panic and uneasiness. The Akatsuki organization currently operating in the ninja world as a mercenary organization may have received relevant commissions from the country of Yu. At the same time, the Akatsuki organization should also want to take the opportunity to find new members who are powerful and qualified to join them. Okay, now that it's solved, let's go back first, Tsunade said. With that said, she pointed to the scroll in Liu Ren's hand. "As for that guy, wait until you have time to study it." Liu Ren smiled and nodded. At the same time, as if feeling something, he glanced into the distance. Followed Tsunade and others and left here. However, a group of people had just left shortly. Another figure appeared on the ground. They are exactly the same as those from mainland China. 984177810. Whoosh! Not long after, a figure wearing a black robe appeared in front of Liu Ren. "Kneel down on one knee, Lord Liu." The person who came was wearing sunglasses and had a cold face. There were bugs crawling on his face, but he ignored them. If Orochimaru were here, I'm afraid he would be recognized directly. This is clearly his former partner in the Root organization and Danzo's most trusted confidant Aberame Ryoma. "Well, have you brought all the things I want?" Looking at Aberame Ryoma in front of him, Rikuto asked directly. In order not to expose his relationship with Danzo, but also to facilitate contact with Danzo. He has already used other gods to control Danzo, a confidant with great strength and ability. It's all here. Aberame Ryoma nodded. He took out 2 storage scrolls and sent them to Liu Ren. including the secret techniques of the major families in Konoha such as the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan. This is all the sealing techniques and various secret techniques and forbidden techniques that Geninge can currently collect from Konoha. He looked at the ridiculously young Rikuto in front of him, full of respect and enthusiasm, and said, in addition, the relevant information about the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage are also backed up in it. In the other scroll, there are the corpses of blood-continued ninjas that the root organization has collected over the years and the DNA materials of the cage of various countries that have been collected from the ninja world in the past 2 years according to your request. I'm very sorry, Rikuto-sama. At present, except for the cages of Konoha, other ninja villages have only collected the second-generation Kazekage Samama, the second-generation Mizukage Kitten Gengetsu, and the second-generation Tsuchikage Mu. The corpses of the third Reikage and others. Where is the filthy earth reincarnation I want? Lu Ren asked. He is neither stupid nor pedantic. Naturally, such a useful tool as root tissue would not be left unused. Therefore, Danzo had already been given an order to collect the corpses of blood successor ninjas. Moreover, the root organization already contains a lot of corpse materials of blood successor limited ninjas collected in the past. There is no need to go around all the time in person. Together with the Flying Thunder God's technique, the spiritual transformation technique, the 8 Gates Dungia and other forbidden techniques, they are all in it. Abarame Ryoma responded. In the past 2 years, in order to fulfill the Luren's request to collect movies from all over the world, the root organization did not hesitate to send some elite personnel to sneak into major ninja villages to rob tombs, and lost a lot of people. Go down. Yes. Chapter 79, The Art of Flying Thunder God, Bet 4th Update. Hee. In the hotel. Taking the 2 scrolls sent back by the wooden clone, Lu Ren chuckled. Open the storage scroll containing countless secret techniques, forbidden techniques, and sealing techniques. Above, it's dazzling. The secret art of the mountains, the secret art of Nara, the secret art of the autumn path. 8 gates of armor, the art of spiritual transformation, the art of flying thunder god, the reincarnation of dirty soil, the mutual multiplication of detonating talismans. The seal of 3 directions, the seal of 5 elements, the seal of evil, the seal of 4 images, the seal of 4 images, the seal of tongue vortex eradication, the seal of self-karma curse. However, Danzo's collection of sealing techniques is still limited after all. Put away all the other secret arts and forbidden arts, leaving only the sealing technique. Lu Ren was thinking about it one by one. He is still an orthodox Uzumaki tribesman, and he has a more complete grasp of the sealing technique. Luren. It's me. There was a knock on the door. Outside the house, Tsunade's voice came. Tsunade sister, you are here. Lu Ren stepped forward to open the door. Looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, he smiled. You kid, you stayed in the room alone as soon as you came back. I thought you were eager to study the immortal believer of the evil god cult. Tsunade walked in. She glanced inside the room. Looking at these dazzling sealing techniques. Her eyelids twitched fiercely. Did you get this from Danzo? These precious sealing techniques are inestimable. Once it is spread out, all countries will be unable to sit still. They will come to snatch them at all costs. Well. Lu Ren nodded. He stretched his waist and said with a smile, the evil god cult guy is not in a hurry, he can't run away anyway. Now I want to master these sealing techniques as soon as possible. I remember you once said that your wood release is very special. You only need a drop of blood from those bloodline limit ninjas to directly plunder their bloodline limit in disguise. Tsunade stared at Lu Ren and said in a deep voice, I think you will not let go of that guy's immortality. She knew the disciple in front of her very well. Seeing Fei Duan's strange immortality, it was impossible to ignore it. Well, I did try to swallow some of his blood before, wanting to see if I could get such an immortality. Lu Ren did not hide anything. Spreading his hands, he said, but unfortunately, it failed. There was no disappointment. Because he guessed that Feijuan's immortality. It should not only be a physical problem, but also a soul problem. Will get hurt, bleed, and feel pain. Whether it is pierced through the vitals or cut into pieces directly. No matter how much pain he suffers or how much blood he bleeds, he will not die directly. After all, in the original trajectory, this guy was calculated by Shikamaru and was blown to pieces, but he did not really die. It is obvious that through some forbidden technique of the evil god cult, his soul was completely imprisoned in the body. As for the source of the immortality, is it really related to the evil god he mentioned? That is not a mystery that Lu Ren can solve at the moment. Even the blood limit of the Uchiha clan, you can perfectly integrate. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. It seems that it should not be an ability like blood limit. I thought so too. Lu Ren nodded. He raised his right hand slightly. Pieces of wood carvings kept popping up there. At a speed visible to the naked eye, wooden clones were formed one after another. Lu Ren pointed to the sealing techniques. These are left to you. Okay, no problem. In Tsunade's speechless eyes, he handed the task of learning those sealing techniques to his wooden clone. Lu Ren took out another scroll and gestured to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, you should be familiar with this, right? Hey! Tsunade took the scroll with some surprise. When she opened it, her pupil shrank. Flying Thunder God technique. I didn't expect that Danzo would give you this technique. How could she not be familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique? This is the space-time ninjutsu developed by her second grandfather, Senju Tobirama. With this move, he defeated Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, his nemesis, and was even hailed as the fastest in the ninja world. Later, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato further improved the Flying Thunder God technique. He shined in the Third Ninja World War and became the new generation of the fastest in the ninja world. He was also awarded the title of Yellow Flash and became famous in the ninja world. Shi, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and others. Even the third Hokage and other high-level people have actually tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. But this S-level forbidden technique requires special talent. So far, except for the second and fourth Hokage, no one has been able to successfully master it. If it's you, maybe you can really master the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade looked at Lu Ren and said with a smile. She had no doubt about the talent of this disciple. Then how long do you think it will take me to master the first part of Flying Thunder God? Lu Ren asked with a smile. He felt that he really had a talent for space. Because, his Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique, Oanamakai. In a sense, it was a space-time ninjutsu. Although you can learn ordinary ninjutsu as soon as you learn it. Tsunade thought for a while and said directly, but after all, the Flying Thunder God technique is an S-level space-time ninjutsu, and the difficulty is completely different from the summoning technique. A genius like the fourth Hokage took a month to master the first part of Flying Thunder God. I think you will need at least 1 or 2 days, right? 1 or 2 days. Lu Ren said with a smile in his eyes. How about a bet? What do you want to bet? Tsunade rolled her eyes and looked at him with a smile. It's still early. The corner of his mouth rose. Lu Ren said confidently. If I can master the first level of Flying Thunder God within 3 hours, Sister Tsunade, you will be my pillow tonight. Of course, if I can't do it, I will give you 5 million taels and let you go to the casino to have fun. Originally, he wanted to say 2 hours. But to be safe, he decided to set it at 3 hours. 3 hours. Tsunade's eyelids twitched. Look, seeing the confident Lu Ren, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. 5 million taels, enough for her to squander for a while. Naturally, she was a little tempted. You are too arrogant. Although she was full of confidence in his talent and had no doubt that he could master the Flying Thunder God technique. But she didn't believe that he could master it so quickly. You know, the talent of the fourth Hokage is obvious to all. Even Orochimaru is far inferior to him. Even if he is not as good as Liu Ren, it is impossible to be so different. Okay, let's bet. Thinking of this, Tsunade decisively agreed. Anyway, she had been taken advantage of by this little guy a long time ago. It's another 10-year-old kid, so she doesn't have any burden. This time, she feels that she will win. Chapter 80 Puberty. Tsunade with a headache first update. Hee. Liu Ren's mouth corners raised. Looking at Tsunade, who readily agreed to the bet, he said with a playful look, "This is what you said, Sister Tsunade, you are not allowed to regret it. Okay, I want to see how you can master the Flying Thunder God technique in 2 or 3 hours." Tsunade crossed her arms and glanced at Liu Ren. "I tell you, the talent of the fourth Hokage is the strongest among all the previous Hokage, that is, he does not have a special bloodline like Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. In fact, if he had not died young, his achievements would not be worse than my second grandfather. As a princess of the Senju clan, it stands to reason that she should have seen all kinds of geniuses and should have looked up to them." But even Tsunade had to recognize the talent of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. He was really a genius rarely seen in 100 years, and he had a personality charm that others could not match. It's a pity that he died too early. Just wait to be surprised. Liu Ren said with a smile. He acknowledged the talent of the fourth Hokage. But aside from his comprehension that was not inferior to the fourth Hokage, or even higher, he also had an advantage that the fourth Hokage could not match. Shitanla. He sat down. He opened the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique. He read it word by word. If it is a sealed book, there may be annotations and experience of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique left by the fourth Hokage himself, but now the third Hokage has begun to be on guard against him, and Danzo should not be able to touch the sealed book. Tsunade smiled. She certainly knew that with Liu Ren's comprehension, if he could get the relevant annotations and experience of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique left by the fourth Hokage, he would definitely be able to master it completely in the shortest time. You underestimate me, Sister Tsunade. Liu Ren did not even raise his head, and studied the Flying Thunder God technique seriously. It took half an hour. He pondered over and over again word by word and memorized them in his heart. It's okay. Liu Ren smiled. He opened the window directly. He turned around with a smile and said to Tsunade, "See you later, wait for me." Before he finished speaking, he ran away. Little pervert with no respect. Tsunade's eyelids twitched when she was teased. She knew this kid was a bit daring. But she didn't expect that Liu Ren would actually pay attention to her. She was not stupid, how could she not see what this kid was thinking on weekdays? Or, Liu Ren had never concealed his covetousness for her teacher. At this time, a wooden clone had just mastered a relatively simple low-level sealing technique and had an opportunity. Hearing Tsunade's words, she raised her head and smiled wickedly. "Hey, Sister Tsunade, I really like you." Tsunade held her forehead and began to have a headache. The little brat who entered puberty early is really difficult to deal with. Different from the outside world's speculation. She didn't have a close relationship with Kato Dan, and the two were just ordinary friends. She has never had a boyfriend, but she is not a non-marriagist, but she really hasn't met someone she likes. She was born in a famous family since she was a child, and she is one of the 3 ninjas. She has a very high vision, and there is really no one she can take a fancy to. Tsunade, who has always been very confident in her figure, naturally knows how attractive she is to those men, let alone a precocious young man like Liu Ren. Liu Ren's appearance is naturally impeccable. So far, Tsunade has never seen anyone more handsome than this boy. The Uchiha guys can't compare to him, let alone Liu Ren's indescribable temperament. Strength. This disciple is a monster who cannot be judged by common sense. He can hang himself up and beat himself without using his hands. His personality is also okay. Calm and experienced, rational and gentle. A Prince Charming. Such a person. It completely meets Tsunade's vision of her future partner when she was young. But it happened to be her own disciple. Besides, she is already middle-aged. 40 or 50 years old, if calculated according to the chaotic warring states period, she can almost be the other party's grandmother. The average life expectancy of 30 years in that era was very exaggerated. Especially for ninjas who often fight with enemies for missions and live in danger every day. Even children of a few years old have to be sent to the battlefield. Therefore, in order to continue the bloodline, those families will not let the inheritance be cut off. Many people are arranged by their families to get married and have children when they are 14 or 15 years old. Please give me flowers. Tsunade rubbed her brows. She sighed, thinking about how to guide this kid correctly. Because he would get deeper and deeper into trouble and go astray. She couldn't hide from her own disciple every day, could she? At this stage, if she really let Lu Ren go back to the village alone, Tsunade was really worried. She was sure that if Lu Ren went back to the village now, he would most likely use a wooden clone to do the task instead of himself. And he would directly use the resources of the root organization to concentrate on the forbidden technique he had been thinking about. In the long run, with the environment and style of the root, it might really affect Lu Ren. Why doesn't this kid like that girl Karin? Otherwise, Shizun will do. 00. Tsunade had to admit it. Let alone Lu Ren's ridiculously handsome face. Even she sometimes felt a little dazed and almost mesmerized. No wonder that little girl Karin was mesmerized. If it weren't for Lu Ren who discovered this and often teased her on purpose, he would have corrected it a little. I'm afraid that the girl would be so excited that she would forget everything and immediately offer it to him with just a finger hook. Even Shizun sometimes looked at Lu Ren with a strange look in her eyes. What's this? Tsunade had a headache. But, that kid wouldn't. Looking at those wooden clones who were immersed in studying the sealing technique. Tsunade thought of something and her face turned pale. Oh no! I've been fooled. Forgot that he also has the 100 healings technique. His chakra is completely enough to use the multiple wooden clones to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. No wonder this guy didn't even directly recycle the chakra allocated to these wooden clones. At first, she thought Lu Ren was practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he could split a wood clone, he couldn't split too many. Because the Flying Thunder God technique required a very high amount of chakra. But she almost forgot that Lu Ren, who had an extremely large amount of chakra, was different from her. His 100 healings technique didn't need to accumulate for 3 years at all. For a moment, Tsunade had a bad feeling. Lu Ren, that kid. Could he really master the extremely difficult Flying Thunder God technique in 3 hours? Shit. Chapter 81, Cheating. Practice Sharing Mode. Update 2. Yin Seal Release. Tsunade's guess was not wrong at all. Too much chakra was allocated to the wood clones who were learning the sealing technique. Lu Ren, who had less than 30% of his chakra in his body, unlocked the Yin Seal without hesitation. In the past few days, relying on his incredibly fast chakra recovery speed, he has been accumulating chakra in the mysterious pool of the Yin Seal. The reserves are already very considerable. At least 10 times more than his normal full state. It was enough for him to squander. Multiple wood clone technique. In the unmanned forest, Lu Ren shouted. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of wood vines continued to grow. In a short time, hundreds of wood clones appeared there. Brothers, for our happy life tonight I'll leave it to you. In one breath, he drew out most of the chakra in the Yin Seal. Each wood clone evenly distributed 20% of the chakra of the main body in its heyday. It was more exaggerated than the wood clones who stayed in the hotel to practice the 003 seal technique. It was about 1.5 times Tsunade and n times Kakashi. This was not the half-baked, paper-like weak multiple shadow clones in the original trajectory when the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was practicing in the near future. If he wanted, Lu Ren could even create 1,800 or even more wooden clones. But there was no need for that. For him, the most perfect and ideal training mode was to maintain a considerable combat power in a wooden clone with sufficient chakra. This is the Flying Thunder God technique I designed. Follow it when you practice. He went to a big tree. He carved a technique. Lu Ren said to the hundreds of wooden clones. It was his kaleidoscope pattern. Every 10 minutes, we will start the sharing mode to summarize and share the information of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. This is what Lu Ren has done in the past 2 years. Based on the wooden clones, he has developed a new shared training mode. Let the main body act as a storage memory bank. Those wooden clones can upload memories, experiences, insights, and other information back without releasing them, and then the main body, the main brain, will further organize, screen and eliminate the wrong training methods. Then share the correct related information one by one with his wooden clones. Let the wood clones unify the direction and constantly correct mistakes on this basis. Continue to delve deeper and practice. Although his original body does not directly participate, he can directly deduce and analyze the information that is constantly collected, and then share and feedback it to the wood clones. Save unnecessary chakra loss and precious time in the middle, fully explore and utilize his own advantages, and achieve the best practice efficiency. Only Lu Ren, who has lived 2 lives and has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, only the increasingly powerful and exaggerated spiritual power can support the collection of such a huge amount of memory information. Otherwise, if someone else uses this method, when collecting and sharing information for the first time, they will be exhausted. Even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is no exception. With the body of a sage and the Nine-Tails chakra, it is not a problem for him to recover from physical fatigue in a short time. But mental fatigue is not something he can ignore directly. It is better to practice with conventional methods honestly. He developed such a sharing mode. Not only for practicing ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. It is also for the convenience of developing new ninjutsu and forbidden techniques in the future. Let the wooden clones become more efficient and become his assistants. No problem. Leave it to us. Main body, you can rest aside. The wooden clones are full of energy. They all responded confidently there. They all began to practice according to the method of Flying Thunder God technique. Starting from the most basic Flying Thunder God technique, use chakra to carve a kaleidoscope pattern. Time passed bit by bit. Information was collected again and again. Progress was rapid. Even more than twice as fast as Lu Ren expected. Because, in less than an hour, Flying Thunder God Stage 1. It was successfully achieved. Swish. Digesting the feedback of success information. Lu Ren's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Appeared in front of the time and space mark carved by one of the wooden clones. Very good, next, continue to study Flying Thunder God Stage 2. He was overjoyed. Continue to give orders to the wooden clones. Because the ninjutsu he had learned before. Basically, it didn't take much effort to master it, and most of them could even be learned once. So he rarely used the wooden clone sharing mode to practice ninjutsu, and didn't need to spend much energy at all. He just used them to study the precious collection of the Uchiha clan, the experience and insights of the predecessors in practicing or developing certain secret techniques and forbidden techniques. It really achieved twice the result with half the effort, and the efficiency was greatly increased. He benefited a lot from it, and accumulated a deep foundation for it in the past 2 years. But he underestimated the efficiency of this practice sharing model. In the hotel, Tsunade returned to the room. She felt a little irritable and fidgety for some reason. Can that kid Lu Ren really do it? Looking at the dark night, Tsunade muttered to herself, it's impossible. The Flying Thunder God technique is not an ordinary ninjutsu. This kind of space-time ninjutsu is currently only mastered by my second grandfather, the developer of Flying Thunder God, and Minato in the entire Konoha. Even if Lu Ren has talent in this area, it is impossible for him to master it so quickly. And after the training, he will be exhausted. Thinking of the little guy's extremely restless claws, she couldn't help but feel a little hot. Now is not like 2 years ago. The little brat's body is developing too fast. In the room, Tsunade waited anxiously and nervously. As a teacher, she hoped that Lu Ren could succeed, but she was also a little afraid that the little guy really won the bet. Worried that facing this disciple who has grown up gradually, is so handsome, and is too perfect in all aspects, the two have been in close contact for a long time, and she really can't control herself and want to eat tender grass. That would be really shameless. 5 minutes left. Looking at the clock that was almost 9 o'clock, Tsunade couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that he should have failed. Swoosh! Without any warning. Outside the window, a kunao shot out. Tsunade, who was feeling a little melancholy, narrowed her eyes. She instantly became alert. But the next moment, a black figure flashed by. A kunao with a special technique was held steadily in his hand. Lu Ren. Looking at the familiar and happy figure in front of her, Tsunade was a little stunned. Unconsciously. This kid is taller than her teacher. What was that just now? Tsunade was full of astonishment, looking at Lu Ren in disbelief. Flying Thunder God second stage. Although she didn't know the Flying Thunder God technique, she naturally knew about it. Flying Thunder God first stage. It refers to the situation where the space mark is fixed. The caster directly uses the chakra induction left on the Flying Thunder God mark to instantly transfer himself to it. The second stage of Flying Thunder God. It means that the caster throws the kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique at the enemy, and then instantly moves to the position of the technique kunao to attack the opponent with the kunao. The difficulty has increased by more than several times. However, Lu Ren mastered the first and second stages of the Flying Thunder God technique from scratch in less than 3 hours. It's incredible. Don't compare me with others, Sister Tsunade. Lu Ren threw himself on Tsunade and hugged her plump body tightly. Looking at the beautiful face, he was full of expectations, don't try to deny it. Looking at the handsome face with a happy smile, which was so charming, but inevitably showed a little fatigue, and the eyes full of expectations. Tsunade, who originally wanted to be thick-skinned and directly deny the debt, couldn't help but feel softened in her heart. His eyes were full of softness, and he pinched the lander's face lovingly. You kid, when have I ever kept my word? Chapter 82 Tsunade's Dream, the Samsara Eye. Early morning. On the tatami. Tsunade wakes up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes. He looked down at someone in his arms who was not behaved at all. Catching a certain paw that was moving around, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Angrily, he reprimanded in a low voice, You little bastard, I've been hugging you all night, isn't that enough? Behave. However, a blush flashed across his face involuntarily. Although from the beginning, she is not used to it. But Lu Ren's warm embrace made her extremely comfortable and at ease. I was a little reluctant to leave, hoping for the first time that the night could be longer. Especially, the wonderful experience in the dream. Only then did Tsunade suddenly realize that she was not exempt from vulgarity. After all, she was also a woman. Good morning, Sister Tsunade. He restrained his claws. Someone directly immersed himself in the incredible beauty. Sure enough, it is Sister Tsunade's warm and broad embrace that can make people feel at ease. You boy! Tsunade was a little helpless. She had a serious look on her face and had to warn her, 12 Luren, because your body has entered puberty now, it is normal to be curious about the opposite sex. You are only attracted to your sister because of the influence of hormones. You have to remember that I am not only your teacher, but also your elder, and I am already Obazan's age. Speaking of which, a flash of gloom flashed in her eyes. In my heart, I couldn't help but feel a little bitter and disappointed. She has never had any experience in love. Actually, because of Lu Ren, I experienced it in a dream. Moreover, I met a little guy who was too perfect at the wrong age. Although it's not as if he will directly develop undying love for Lu Ren. But Tsunade had to admit that she actually didn't resent his closeness. She doesn't even know if she has been suppressing her emotions for too long over the years. Deep in her heart, there is not a trace of crazy thoughts that she wants to indulge herself. Yesterday, for the first time, this unruly little guy was not kicked out. That shameful dream is even more conclusive evidence. Is it really a rebound caused by too much suppression? Don't talk nonsense, Sister Tsunade, you are not old at all. Rikuto looked at Tsunade's beautiful face. Even her skin is like that of an 18-year-old girl, with no signs of aging at all. He smiled and said, and if others don't know your ability, don't I know it too? With your level of medical ninjutsu and the Yin seal, you can keep yourself young forever. If you are willing, you can even extend your life. Living to be 1800 years old is a bit exaggerated, but 100 or 200 years old will definitely not be a problem. Something like eternal life. It's too early to say this now. For Tsunade, it's a bit of a fantasy. But what he said was true. Tsunade has been able to easily keep herself young forever. If you really want to, you just need to spend some time and energy and study persistently. You can completely make your lifespan exceed the limits of ordinary people. Moreover, what sweet dream did Sister Tsunade have last night? Rikuto had a thick smile in his eyes, and he tapped the corner of Tsunade's mouth with a hint of sparkle, teasingly, "You're still drooling." Yesterday? A thrill. Thinking of that ridiculous, unspeakable dream. Even Tsunade, who prided herself on being a doctor and experienced, couldn't help but blush, and bursts of heat came out. "You little bastard, get out of here. Don't wait for Tsunade to punch." Lu Ren's entire body had turned into an afterimage. Through the Flying Thunder God technique he just mastered, he disappeared into the room. "It's over." Tsunade's expression changed. Finally, I took a long breath. Covering his face, he was annoyed, "I'm too embarrassed to see anyone." Feeling that something was wrong with his body, the little guy Lu Ren had obviously noticed it a long time ago. Although he was teasing just now, he still saved her face. "Now, I'm afraid I'll never be able to get rid of this little bastard." But the words of the people from Lu. But it took root deep in her heart. Strictly speaking, she has achieved eternal youth. Age? Eternal life may be a bit difficult, but if it is just to break the limit of normal human lifespan. For her, it seems it's really not that difficult. No, no, no. We can't be deceived by that kid. I am his teacher, this bad boy with an impure mind. This time. In the next room. The figure of Lu Ren returned here. Tisk, tisk, I didn't expect that a woman like Sister Tsunade could be directly affected by a dream. Thinking of Tsunade's performance, Rikuren raised the corner of his mouth. Last night, Tsunade most likely had some kind of sweet dream. Even the body that has been suppressed for too long. There were strong reactions. Looking at the wooden clones who have almost finished learning the sealing techniques. Lu Ren took a deep breath. Recycle them one by one. A large influx of experiences and memories. If it weren't for yesterday, Lu Ren, the real body, had a good rest. After a night's rest, the fatigue caused by practicing the Flying Thunder God technique with multiple wooden clones has been completely relieved, and the whole person is full of energy. I am afraid that I will collapse at once. Because this is not just practicing one technique together. It is practicing many completely different levels of sealing techniques at the same time. There are some S-level sealing techniques. It seems that 007, as I grow older, my spiritual power is getting stronger and stronger. Standing for a long time with eyes closed. Sorting out the information that has entered the brain. Relaxing his spirit, Lu Ren smiled lightly. If it were before, I would have collapsed directly from exhaustion. Moreover, there is the perfect yang escape power produced by the natural system Mori Mori fruit combined with the Thousand Hands bloodline, and the perfect yin escape power represented by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes were burning. Looking out the window, the rising red sun. He suddenly clenched his right hand tightly. Maybe in a few years, when I can truly fully master the power of yin and yang, I can open the samsara eye directly without the chakra of Indra and Ashura. In his opinion, the so-called opening of the samsara eye, the chakra of Indra and Ashura is required. In fact, in the final analysis, it is still the combination of the sage's eye representing yin and the sage's body representing yang. As long as the power of both is trained and strengthened to the extreme. After the perfect combination of the two, incredible changes will naturally occur. Obtain the samsara eye of the Six Paths Sage, the founder of the ninja sect. And Lu Ren speculated. This change is not just the growth of pupil power. It is possible for oneself to usher in an unprecedented and unimaginable comprehensive transformation. It is far from comparable to simply transplanting the samsara eye of others. Chapter 83 Spiritualization Technique, Infinite Card Bug? Fourth update. Time always passes quickly without realizing it. In the morning, Lu Ren, who was originally preparing to practice, was dragged by Shizun and Karin to visit those famous scenic spots one by one. And Tsunade, as if nothing happened yesterday. As usual. Talking and laughing with the three people. In a blink of an eye, lunch was over. It was already afternoon. And Tsunade took Karin and Shizun directly to the street to find guinea pigs for Karin to practice. And Lu Ren naturally did not go. Returned to the room. A handsome figure, sitting cross-legged there. In his hand, holding a scroll recording the S-level forbidden technique, the spiritualization technique. He read it carefully there. The spiritualization technique. An S-level soul ninjutsu that can allow the soul to leave the body. It can transform itself into a living soul, ignore the distance and shuttle and kill the enemy, and can also control the other party's body and enter the spiritual world of others. This technique can separate one's spirit from the body, transform it into a spirit, and possess the enemy, causing the enemy's spirit to collapse from the inside and die. But the spirit itself has the consciousness of the caster, so it is obviously not only used to possess and kill people. Because this technique is very special and involves the mysterious realm of the soul. It is impossible to use the wooden clone to replace the practice, so Lu Ren did not use the shared practice method with the wooden clone as he did yesterday evening when practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. He only separated a wooden clone. Let it be responsible for protecting his body next to ensure that there will be no accidents. Hands. Slowly forming seals there. Concentrate your energy and mobilize chakra. According to the method of the spirit transformation technique, operate it. However, it failed directly. There was no change in his whole person. It was not able to really let the consciousness leave the body. The second time. The third time. Continuous failures. Lu Ren was not discouraged at all. Instead, he constantly reflected and summarized his personal omissions and shortcomings. In less than half an hour, his whole body emitted strange waves. A transparent spirit separated from him. Is this the state of the soul leaving the body? Lu Ren, who successfully let his soul leave the body, looked at himself in surprise. He looked down at the main body sitting there with eyes closed, motionless. You are responsible for protecting my body. He sensed the location of Tsunade and others. He left a word to his wooden clone. Lu Ren's spirit passed through the wall directly and disappeared in the room. At this moment, to the west of the town, in an inconspicuous and dilapidated house, a sick old woman was lying there. As a senior sister, Shizun was guiding the younger sister, Karin, and carefully checking her physical condition. And Tsunade, the teacher, sat aside with her arms folded and watched quietly. There was no intention to treat the other party personally. Sister Tsunade. In an instant, Tsunade felt her hair stand up. Then, she was in a trance for a while. She entered the spiritual world, and in front of her was Lu Ren, who hugged her directly. Lu Ren. Tsunade was stunned. She looked at Lu Ren, who suddenly appeared in surprise. She looked around, thought of something, and was a little surprised. Is this the art of spiritualization? I just learned it. Lu Ren found that it was really wonderful to hug Tsunade in the spiritual state. No respect for elders. Tsunade's pretty face blushed slightly. 856323613 Ling Long. She pushed away Lu Ren, whose claws were a little disobedient. She looked at Lu Ren speechlessly. How many ninjutsu did you ask from Danzo, kid? Most people spend their whole lives. To be able to master one or two of the forbidden techniques is already a gifted talent. This guy is really enviable. Those forbidden techniques that are extremely difficult and may even require special talents and understanding to master are like playing for him, and there is no difficulty at all. Not much, just emptying the collection of roots. Lu Ren spread his hands. You are capable, get out quickly. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Lu Ren and started to drive him away. The other party directly entered her spiritual world, which made her feel weird. It was as if there were no secrets in front of him, and everything was peeped. It's so hard. Lu Ren was naturally unwilling. But he suddenly felt something and looked outside the city in surprise. About dozens of miles away, a strong chakra appeared. The direction seemed to be the land of hot springs. The aura was faintly stronger than that of Tsunade, the three ninjas. Is it the Akatsuki organization? After a little surprise, Lu Ren ignored it. No matter, as long as you don't come to provoke me. After all, even if Pain's 6 paths came, he was not afraid. If you really dare to provoke him, he doesn't mind letting the Akatsuki organization go offline in advance. What's wrong? Looking at Lu Ren's weirdness, Tsunade was a little puzzled. It's okay. Just a slightly strong passerby. Lu Ren didn't continue to be shameless and stayed in Tsunade's body. Flew directly to other directions. Find a target with weak chakra and directly broke into the other party's body. Easily controlled the other party's body. It was a young man in his 20s wearing a soup ninja forehead protector. Looking at the strength of the chakra, it is likely to be a chunin of the hot spring village. Swish! Lu Ren manipulated the body of the chunin from the hidden Tang village. He punched, kicked, and jumped. After a while, he became more and more skilled, and he could control the actions of the body as if it were his own arm. He decisively controlled the young Tang ninja and kept passing over the buildings. He came to the outside of the city. Well, it's not my body after all. Even if I control it, the chakra manipulation is still a bit rough. I even need to make hand seals to activate those low-level ninjutsu. Is the chakra attribute fire? But that's not important. Lu Ren manipulated the other party's body and felt the current state. My spirit body also has chakra, and I can directly use various attributes of escape techniques, which can exert part of the power of the body. He opened his eyes. It actually showed a 3 Magatama Sharingan directly. The next moment, 3 black Magatama turned into a complex pattern. Sure enough, even wood release and Sharingan can be used. Lu Ren was not surprised at all. Because, he remembered that in the original trajectory, Pain relied on the power of the Rinnegan to use the elephant transformation technique. He distributed the chakra of the Akatsuki members to the living sacrifices, and transformed the sacrifices into clones with a considerable part of the combat power of the Akatsuki members. Even these elephant transformation clones. They even have the blood limit of the original body, to the extent that they can be mistaken for the real thing. And his own spirit body originally has his own chakra. To some extent, it is somewhat similar to the elephant transformation technique. Therefore, it is not surprising that he can use the spirit transformation technique to manipulate other people's bodies to use his own blood limit. Of course, this may be related to the level of the operator. If other people use the spirit transformation technique, they may not be able to achieve this level. However, this is a pleasant surprise, which can save a lot of work. Liu Ren's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled softly. It will be much more convenient to pull out the other half of the 9 tails from the belly of the god of death in the future. Even, he can completely control others. By catching bugs in this way, he can use some forbidden techniques that require the sacrifice of the practitioner's own life. For example, the reincarnation of the sand village that can resurrect the dead. Try it first. Without hesitation. He was there to make a seal with one hand. With the subtle control of chakra, he actually forced the body of the Yuyan village Chunin to the level of being able to make a seal with one hand. Liu Ren, who had just mastered the spirit transformation technique and was very interested in it, relying on the sufficient chakra he brought with him, he kept releasing ninjutsu there. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Earth style, earth flowing wall. Boom boom. Chapter 84, Ledger. Liu Ren takes action. Boom boom. In less than half an hour, the earth was devastated. There were traces of charring and collapse everywhere. Using various ninjutsu, he plowed the earth in front of him again and again. After having enough fun, Liu Ren's spirit body directly separated from the body of the Yugakure Chunin and flew towards his own body. Only the Yugakure Chunin, who had lost consciousness inexplicably when he was wandering in the town, was left. He woke up in a daze. Looking at him with a confused face, being severely abused, like the Mother Earth complaining silently. I have no idea what happened before. After all, my own body is more comfortable. And now, in the hotel, back to my original body. Liu Ren stretched and took back the wooden clone. Studied the Flying Thunder God technique, trying to improve it on the original basis. The harvest was not great, but it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Tsunade, Shizuan, and Karin also returned from the consultation. Tell the boss to prepare dinner. The 4 masters and apprentices, who were all a little tired, took a nice hot spring bath. In the women's bath, Karin was full of excitement. It was not easy to cure 2 or 3 patients with her own hands. She clenched her pink fist and looked at her teacher expectantly. Hee, Master Tsunade, did I do well today? Well, I did well. There was no mistake in the steps, and my chakra control is getting more and more refined. Tsunade tapped the little girl gently, but did not hesitate to praise her. Hee. Getting the teacher's praise. Karin was overjoyed and narrowed her crescent eyes. Full of confidence, she clenched her pink fist and shouted at the wall, sooner or later, I will surpass the stupid Liu Ren. If you want to surpass me, wait for the next life. Hearing this, Liu Ren in the men's bath next door smiled and hit him mercilessly. But the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and raised his eyebrows. Is it that guy? He sensed a strong chakra that was constantly sweeping through the town. It was the strange chakra that he had sensed when he had just mastered the art of spiritualization and entered Tsunade's spiritual world. The other party came here. But what surprised Liu Ren was that the other party did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he stayed from time to time, as if observing something. He approached them slowly. Are you peeping? Liu Ren's eyes turned cold. He had already guessed what the other party was doing. If he remembered correctly, The places where the other party always stayed were all those bath houses, hot spring shops, hot spring hotels and the like that were in operation. Eye of Wood. He raised his right hand. He habitually put his fingers together and held them upright in front of him. At this time, dozens of meters away, in a hidden corner above a hot spring shop, a wretched tall figure was lying there peeping. Unaware. On a big tree not far from him, a pair of eyes quietly appeared on the cracked tree trunk. He was watching indifferently, taking in all his actions. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas? It's you. Lu Ren's eyes were cold. A tall figure, wearing a forehead protector with the word oil written on it, with long white hair and a red mark under his eyes. Wearing a red coat, a brown dress under the coat, and wooden clogs. These features made him guess the identity of the visitor at the first time. He had already guessed it before. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Don't blame me if you want to die. Without hesitation, he jumped directly from the hot spring pool. Although he was not very tall, his muscles were angular and his proportions were impeccable. He had no good feelings for this kind of wretched guy who peeked at other girls taking a bath and called it taking materials. This was completely a problem with his character. What personality charm, what hero! It's ridiculous. A true hero. Even if he is romantic, he would not be so vulgar. Sister Tsunade, Senior Sister Shizuan, Karin, all of you put on your clothes. Lu Ren reminded him. He sneered and said, catch a mouse later. He put on his clothes as quickly as possible. What? Catch a mouse? Tsunade, Shizuan, and Karin next door were stunned. Although they were full of doubts, they did not doubt what Lu Ren said. They all finished the bath and dressed neatly. Not long after, in the women's bath, looking at Lu Ren, who was handsome and imposing in a white t-shirt and black trousers with wet black hair in front of him, several women couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Even Tsunade was no exception. I have to admit that this little bad guy can really fascinate people. If he went to those hot spring shops with mixed bathing mode, those old ladies would go crazy and lose their minds and pounce on him. So handsome. Karin, who was obsessed with looks, murmured unconsciously. But she quickly reacted and turned her head with a red face. Humph, arrogant Lu Ren. Lu Ren, what's going on? Shizuan asked curiously while holding Tuntun. There is a guy with strong chakra, peeping around above those hot spring shops, and is coming here. Lu Ren crossed his arms and said directly. What? A pervert? Karin was startled. Really? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. The guy who could make Lu Ren, who had very high standards, praise strong chakra was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary person. She had some guesses in her heart, but she was not sure. She couldn't help but sneer on her beautiful face, then give him a deep lesson. The clenched fist made a series of crisp sounds like popping beans, which made people's scalps numb. Then wait for him to come, he's almost there. Lu Ren said. Naturally, the women did not object, and all sneered there, patiently waiting for the mouse to come. Suddenly, Tsunade smiled. She smiled at Karin. Little Shizuka, you are getting more and more beautiful. Ah! Karin was stunned. Somewhat puzzled. Seeing Tsunade winking at her, I suddenly realized something and deliberately said loudly, Sister Nanako, you too, your figure is getting better and better. Shizuan on the side also became interested and wanted to join in the fun. Yes, Nanako, you are a famous beauty in our country of soup. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, even those nobles are vying to marry you. This skin is so white, just like the beauty in the painting. I'm so envious, and the figure is so good. I really don't know which stinky man will get it. Stop talking, it's so embarrassing. 3 women, 1 drama. Lu Ren, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but frown. Women are born actors. Hee hee. Bursts of laughter came out. Sure enough, above a hot spring shop not far away, a tall figure who was lying there, secretly peeping into the women's bath, moved his ears. Beauty. But, this voice seems a little familiar, but listening to the constant, delicate teasing voice, he couldn't help but his heartbeat speeded up. He showed a lewd smile. He couldn't wait and ran over. He came to the top of the hot spring hotel. Then, full of expectations, just when he was about to stick his head into the hot spring pool, the whole person froze. In front of him, there were several figures rubbing their hands and staring at him. The man was stunned. Tsunade, Tsunade. Hee hee. Looking at the pervert who appeared. Tsunade's face was frosty, and she sneered, there, Jiraiya, it's you. But before Tsunade finished speaking, Lu Ren on the side had already rushed out like lightning. The not-so-exaggerated fist accumulated amazing chakra. He was unceremoniously blasted out fiercely. What? The eyes blurred. Jiraiya's pupils shrank sharply. He had no time to dodge, so he subconsciously crossed his arms to block. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky. The terrifying force rushed out. A large area of the wall was ruthlessly blasted through. Crack, crack, the cracks were dense, and it collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up smoke and dust. Moreover, a figure who was caught off guard changed his face and flew backwards like a cannonball. The arms were barely in front of him. The terrifying force of Lu Ren made his arms numb. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, looking at the unbelievably young and thin figure in the distance in horror. Damn, what kind of little monster is this? Chapter 85 Shocked Jiraiya Update 2. Jiraiya, you really don't learn your lesson. Seeing Lu Ren's attack, Tsunade put down her fist that had been charged with power. Looking straight ahead, Jiraiya, whose arms were numb from Lu Ren's strange punch and whose forehead was covered with cold sweat, sneered and said, "What?" Looking at the tall and wretched figure in front of her, Karin was surprised. He is the Jiraiya who is one of the three ninjas like Tsunade-sama. As Tsunade's disciple, she had naturally heard of the legendary deeds of the three ninjas. But she didn't expect that Jiraiya, who was also a three ninjas, would look like this. It was so different from what she imagined. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect it was you. Shizun also recognized the other party. Looking at Jiraiya, who was caught in the act, he smiled and said, but peeping at other girls taking a bath is not a good behavior. Wait, Tsunade. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, Lu Ren had already rushed up again without any hesitation. You'd better lie down and explain. He was swift. The speed was amazing. It made Jiraiya a little frightened. Boom! Rocks flew. A 3 or 4 meter high house collapsed by the ruthless bombing. Smoke and dust rolled. Is this the disciple you accepted, Tsunade? It's really amazing. Jiraiya narrowly escaped. Looking at the exaggerated scene, he couldn't help but sweat. This strange power is exactly the same as Tsunade's, worthy of being that guy's disciple. Wait. Seeing that Tsunade had no intention of stopping, knowing that the other party wanted Lu Ren to fight with him, for a moment, he couldn't help but have the idea of testing Lu Ren's strength. Jiraiya hurriedly said to Lu Ren, who was about to rush up again, if we fight in the city, the noise will be too loud, let's go outside the city. After saying that, he ran out of the city without looking back. Okay. Although he made up his mind to teach Jiraiya a profound lesson, but Lu Ren didn't want to cause too much damage to the town for no reason. So he stopped attacking and chased out directly. Tsunade-sama. Shizun looked at Tsunade. She had a feeling that Master Jiraiya was going to be defeated this time. Maybe he would have to lie down for a few days. Let's go out and take a look. Tsunade smiled. She was naturally happy to see Lu Ren helping him teach Jiraiya a lesson. Who told that guy to show off in front of her every other day that he had a good disciple? This time, it was finally her turn to be proud. Hey, who are you looking down on? Who doesn't have a genius disciple? I haven't seen Lu Ren take it seriously. Thinking of Lu Ren's strength, Karen's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but look forward to it. How could Jiraiya, who was as famous as her teacher Master Tsunade, be serious? After all, she knew it very well. Although Master Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas and a medical sage, was powerful, as a medical ninja, he was not so good at fighting after all. Most of his skills were reflected in medical ninjutsu. But Jiraiya, who is also one of the 3 ninjas, is different. He should be very strong. Outside the city, in an open space. Seeing that he was far enough away from the town, Jiraiya stopped. Turning around, he looked at the thin figure that caught up with him. Shirikuto, I heard. Jiraiya stared at the boy in front of him who was so young and handsome that he was a little jealous. He crossed his arms and said with a smile, 2 years ago, Tsunade returned to the village and accepted you as a disciple. I didn't expect that in just over 2 years, you even mastered her strange power punch. Although he didn't return to Konoha, but he has been traveling around in the past few years. He often meets Konoha ninjas who are on missions outside. When chatting with them, he learned that Tsunade suddenly returned to the village to accept disciples 2 years ago. I have long been curious about Shirikuto, who is called the little medical prodigy by many people. You don't need to try to get close to me. Looking at Jiraiya, who was pretending to be so pretentious in front of him, Lu Ren had a blank expression on his face and said lightly, you should be glad that I found you in advance. Otherwise, you would become a corpse today, and even if the 3rd generation old man came, it would be useless. You are so young, but you are so arrogant. Jiraiya's face immediately turned red, and he argued loudly, what do you know? I call it collecting materials. Then go to hell and collect materials slowly. Lu Ren was too lazy to talk nonsense. He looked indifferent and raised his right hand suddenly. Wood release, cutting technique. Swish swish. All of a sudden, a large number of wooden thorns suddenly grew on his right hand. In an instant, they broke through the air like arrows and shot towards Jiraiya. No mercy. What? Please give me flowers. Jiraiya, who thought that the opponent would rush up and fight him with his powerful fist, saw this and his face changed drastically. Is this wood style? He was shocked. Earth style, earth flow wall. His hair stood up. His hands flew and he quickly formed a seal. He pressed the ground hard there. Rumble, a thick earth wall suddenly rose from the ground. Boom boom. Rocks flew everywhere. The earth wall was ruthlessly penetrated by a large number of wooden spikes. They were inserted into it continuously, which was a bit shocking. It made people's scalps numb. Chi chi. At the same time, every wooden spike inserted into the earth wall, a large number of thorns grew out in an instant. One after another, they penetrated the not too thick earth wall. 0-0. Is this wood release? What a terrible technique! Jiraiya, who was hiding behind the wall, looked at the wooden spikes that suddenly burst out and brushed past his face, and couldn't help but gasp. If he was stabbed, he would be half dead. The earth wall was not made thicker before. He obviously underestimated the opponent and the power of wood release. You can actually use wood release. Jiraiya jumped directly onto the wall. Looking at the opposite side in disbelief, Lu Ren, who did not rush up. Somewhat doubtful, could it be that Tsunade guy? Don't get me wrong, Jiraiya, he is not an experimental subject. At this time, Tsunade, who was driven out of the city with Shizuan, Karin, and Taunton, watched this scene from afar. She folded her arms and said lightly, Lu Ren is a descendant of Senju. Like the first generation Hokage, he has the blood limit of wood release. With Lu Ren's current strength, there is no need to hide anything. Even if the top leaders of Konoha knew that he had the wood release of the first Hokage, there was nothing to worry about. Descendant of the Senju. Jiraiya's pupils shrank sharply, and he suddenly realized, so that's why you suddenly returned to the village and took him away. He said it. Tsunade hated the top leaders such as the third Hokage so much. How could she be willing to return to Konoha, the sad place, for no reason? Although it's a bit of bullying, I really want to see how powerful the wood release of the first Hokage was when he pacified the troubled times. For a while, Jiraiya looked at Lu Ren with a burning gaze. Somewhat eager to try. Come on, Kunyi Lu Ren. Fug. Chapter 86, Lu Ren starts with a big move. 3 more chapters. Then you should experience it for yourself. Lu Ren was too lazy to waste time. He raised his right hand without hesitation. He pointed his palm at Jiraiya on the other side and clenched it fiercely. Wood release, tree world is coming. Boom boom boom. In an instant. Under Jiraiya's shocked eyes, countless young buds broke out of the ground there. They grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into towering trees one after another, directly covering the space within a radius of hundreds of meters. Of course, with Lu Ren's current attainments in wood release and his already considerable cha-carat amount, it is entirely possible to create a larger forest with a wider range, tens or hundreds of times larger, such as the Death Forest. But there is no need to make it so exaggerated and waste so much chakra in vain. He is not specialized in greening. Boom boom. In an instant, a large number of trees seemed to have self-awareness. The momentum was like a tidal wave, densely crushing. 007 kept entangled and attacked Jiraiya. It was spectacular. It was shocking. What? A forest was created in an instant. Witnessing this amazing scene, Jiraiya changed color. This is the first generation's technique. As a disciple of the third Hokage, he had heard of the legend of wood release. But he never thought that Lu Ren, who was only about 10 years old, could use such an exaggerated range of wood release. Moreover, he had no idea when Lu Ren made the seal. It's amazing. Shizuan, who was following Tsunade, was amazed. Holding Tun, he created such a large forest in an instant. Even for her, it was rare to see Lu Ren use large-scale wood release ninjutsu. Because those exaggerated ninjutsu were usually trained in the netherworld. Not to mention Karin. Amazing. At this moment, she was staring blankly at the lush forest that appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. The little girl's eyes were shining, full of admiration. Great, Lu Ren. This is just the beginning for Lu Ren. Tsunade was full of pride. There was a little sparkle in her eyes. She believed that in the near future, Lu Ren would once again use his wood release to announce to the ninja world that the once famous Senju had not perished. Just like her grandfather, the first Hokage, he single-handedly pacified the troubled times. It might even be more thorough. It truly ended this era that had been plunged into war since the death of the first Hokage, with all parties ready to move, fighting and killing each other, an endless chaos. It brought real stability and peace to the ninja world. Such a scale it is worthy of being a wood release that can pacify troubled times. Looking at the trees that were overwhelming and crushing him, Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat. He kept dodging there. Swish! Several huge vines came entwining around him. But Jiraiya jumped back quickly and barely avoided them. However, before he could stabilize his body, more vines attacked him from behind. Big Raise Nan! Jiraiya's hair stood up and his eyes were stern. In the palm of his right hand, a large amount of chakra gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Condensed into a huge chakra ball. Is that Raise Nan? It's too big. Karin and Shizuan were both surprised. This move just inputs a larger amount of chakra. It is indeed much more powerful than the ordinary Raise Nan. Rikutoken also Tsunade folded her arms, not surprised. Boom boom. Loud noises continued, and wood chips flew. A large number of vines were smashed into pieces by the huge Raise-Nan Chakra ball. But before Jiraiya could breathe a sigh of relief, more vines grew there. It seemed endless, relentless, and madly entangled. Big ball Raise-Nan! Jiraiya cursed inwardly. But he could only use the Raise-Nan again and again to block it. Boom boom! In the forest, loud noises continued, and smoke and dust rolled. Countless trees with lush branches and leaves were there, surrounding the entire area tightly. It was like a venomous snake with real-life consciousness surging, continuously attacking Jiraiya. Moreover, even if they were broken, they could continue to grow. Continue to launch a fierce attack on the target. As if they would not stop until they died. Bang! Embarrassed retreat. Once again avoided the attacking vines. The Raise-Nan was condensed in his right hand. And a thick giant tree was broken. Fire style, flame bullet. Without taking a breath, Jiraiya's hands flew. He spat out the vines rushing forward without hesitation. Hoo! A large piece of oil flew out, accompanied by a strong flame. It turned into a huge and fierce fireball and rushed out directly. Crackle crackle! The flames were blazing and the smoke was billowing. The trees that kept crushing were instantly engulfed by the fierce flames. The sky was dyed red. Hoo hoo! While before the other trees around him could surge up again, Jiraiya finally had a chance to catch his breath. He wiped his sweat and looked at Lu Ren in front of him in disbelief. Isn't this kid's chakra too exaggerated? It was hard to believe. Is this really a 10-year-old child? And not the shadow of the 5 major ninja villages? Endless. Seeing a large number of trees growing again, it actually put out the previous fire with overwhelming force. Without hesitation, Jiraiya directly made seals with both hands, but, no matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, the weakness must be the ninjutsu user. Earth escape Yellow Spring Swamp. All of a sudden, the ground within a radius of tens of meters around Lu Ren. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned into a bottomless swamp. The whole person, along with a large area of trees, began to sink into the ground. But the next moment, before Jiraiya showed his joy, large saplings grew out from under Lu Ren's feet, supporting him from the bottomless swamp that could swallow life. Swish swish! In the swamp that was sinking like a huge funnel, the trees that were madly expanding and taking root in all directions grew much faster than the sinking speed of the swamp created by Jiraiya. Moreover, they soon took root outside the swamp, connected to the land in the distance, so that the swamp could no longer sink. On the huge treetop, Lu Ren crossed his arms and looked down at Jiraiya. He said indifferently, "Is this all you can do?" "What?" Jiraiya was stunned. But he didn't have time to think about it. Because with Lu Ren's manipulation, a large number of vines had already attacked him again. Boom boom! The earth rumbled. Countless trees were crushing him madly. Without bothering to respond to Lu Ren's contemptuous words, Jiraiya quickly formed a seal. Earth escape earth flow wall. Boom boom! In the airtight forest, a huge mountain wall rose from the ground. Jiraiya gathered chakra on his feet and climbed up the mountain wall. Dodged the trees that kept attacking. The extremely thick mountain wall was broken by the growing saplings and turned into towering trees. Relentless, he madly killed Jiraiya who was running upwards. It's really endless. At this time, Jiraiya was a little embarrassed. He narrowly avoided several vines that attacked violently. He ran towards Lu Ren and said, "But as long as the caster is dealt with, there will be no problem." Chapter 87 Jiraiya, you call this a warm-up? 4th update. Big ball Raise-Nan. Boom boom. A lot of wood chips flew. One after another, huge vines were ruthlessly smashed. He kept stepping on those trees and jumping, crossing the large area of swamp he had created earlier. Jiraiya moved swiftly, locked onto Lu Ren in front of him, and rushed there wildly. Around him, a large number of vines seemed endless, growing continuously, and attacking him madly. But he dodged them left and right. He narrowly avoided them and kept approaching Lu Ren. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Swish swish. At this time, he had already completed the seals with both hands. Random lion hair technique. His waist-length white hair continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. As if it had self-awareness, it broke through the air like lightning. He rushed straight towards Lu Ren. Hair. Looking at the large amount of white hair that was as hard as iron needles and broke through the air towards him. A sneer appeared on Lu Ren's lips. He took a deep breath. The next moment, fire chakra accumulated in his mouth. Spit it out. Fire jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Boom. A huge fire dragon broke through the air, dyeing the sky red. Carrying rolling heat WAVES-12, it fiercely slammed into Jiraiya's hair that was attacking violently. What? A large amount of hair had no time to shrink. It was engulfed by the flames, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it continued to spread along the hair that was several meters long, and the target seemed to be Jiraiya himself. Fire jutsu. Jiraiya's face changed. Very decisive, the hair was extremely long, like dense steel wire. It was directly cut off from the middle part that was not submerged by the flames. The remaining hair shrank back immediately. At the same time, he pressed his feet. He jumped to the left in a panic. He narrowly avoided the fierce flames that were coming straight at him. Crackle! The flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. But it didn't give Jiraiya a chance to breathe. A large number of vines rushed up like lightning. He had to dodge in a panic. By the way, Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya, who was a little embarrassed. Tsunade, who was watching the battle from afar with her arms folded, smiled. She reminded him slowly, I forgot to tell you that Lu Ren has a much better chakra control than me, and his mastery of wood release is even better than that of the first generation of Hokage. Most ninjutsu do not require any hand seals to be used. Can be used. What? Jiraiya was stunned. He stared at Riku in front of him, full of shock. Can ninjutsu be performed without seals? In this world, there are indeed many ninjutsu without seals, such as Rei's Nan. But, the most ninjutsu mentioned by Tsunade is obviously not among them. What kind of little monster is this? How is it? Seeing Jiraiya's unbelievable look on his face, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little proud, and teased, my disciple is not worse than your disciple Minato, right? Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Although in his eyes, Namikaze Minato was his most proud disciple in his life, even surpassing his teacher, and sitting on the position of Hokage at a young age, he was a true genius. But the 10-year-old Minato. But no matter what, he couldn't be as exaggerated as Kyunyi Lu Ren in front of him. He is indeed a rare genius in the world. He smiled bitterly and responded to Tsunade. His face was serious. He bit his thumb. Blood oozed from it. He was ready to use the summoning technique. He no longer dared to despise Lu Ren, and completely regarded him as a real opponent. If he was arrogant again, if he lost to a 10-year-old kid, he, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, would lose face. Iron he will definitely be laughed to death by Tsunade, his former companion. Boom boom. Suddenly, a large number of vines stopped attacking. Jiraiya, who had a chance to catch his breath, was surprised. Swish swish. That is. At this time, Jiraiya was shocked to find out. In the lush and green forest, one after another colorful trumpet-shaped flowers. At some point, they grew out there at a speed visible to the naked eye. And they all bloomed in his direction. Not only was he full of surprise. Even Tsunade, Karin, Shizuan and others were no exception. Looking at the palm-sized trumpet flowers with curiosity. Is this my grandfather's trick, the birth of the flower tree world? Tsunade's eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised. No, not very. Warm-up ends here. Looking at Jiraiya. With his arms folded and a calm expression, Lu Ren asked with a smile, "Next, are you ready?" But his voice gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Warm up. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. What just happened was just a warm-up. What a joke. But he didn't give him too much time to think. The next moment, Lu Ren answered him directly with action. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dazzling lightning flashed there. On the nearest morning glory that looked inconspicuous and ordinary. The palm-sized flower mouth was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. A trace of dangerous breath kept spreading. What? Jiraiya's face turned pale with horror. Hirsch stood up, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. Without any hesitation, he retreated suddenly. Swoosh! As expected. A beam of terrifying lightning. It shot out from the morning glory like lightning. It blasted towards Jiraiya's previous 007 position. Boom boom! The devastated land was blasted into an exaggerated huge pit. It was charred and shocking. Lightning escape. Jiraiya, who had barely escaped, was sweating profusely. He looked around blankly, and the dense morning glory gave off a bone-chilling chill. Those flowers, could they be the same? That is. Shizuan and Karin were stunned. They were also somewhat shocked. They actually combined the 5 essence ninjutsu with wood essence and developed a new technique. Even Tsunade, the teacher, was shocked. Looking at the countless flowers in the forest, she was dumbfounded. This kid. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. She mourned for Jiraiya. Swish swish. All of a sudden, the sound of breaking through the air continued. One after another, fierce wind bombs. From the morning glory scattered in all directions, they were ejected one after another. It tore through the atmosphere like lightning and bombarded Jiraiya, who was shocked. If Danzo was here, he would definitely recognize it. Those wind bombs gushing out from the morning glory. It was his most proficient wind escape ninjutsu, vacuum ball. What? In a flash, Jiraiya's face changed drastically. He turned his hands and made seals, ninjutsu needle jizo. Boom boom. Chapter 88 5 Styles Great Linking Bullet Technique Update 1. Boom boom. A lot of hair kept growing longer. And each one was as hard as a steel needle, indestructible. It covered Jiraiya's entire body tightly. Even the dense wind bullets that could easily tear rocks and penetrate steel plates were blocked and could not hurt Jiraiya. This is more like it, otherwise it would be too boring. Lu Ren nodded there. But before Jiraiya responded, he changed the subject and said with a sneer, "But, although your move is good, you are most afraid of fire, right?" Swish swish. On one morning glory after another, the dazzling flames gathered there. Bursts of hot breath seemed to distort the atmosphere. How could I let you succeed? But Jiraiya had already expected it. How could he sit and wait for death? Don't underestimate me, kid, I am the immortal Jiraiya. Since when? He had already completed the seal and pressed the ground hard. Spirit summoning technique. Boom boom. A large number of techniques were spreading there. A large area of smoke filled the air, making it impossible to see the scene inside. The surrounding trees were directly crushed by the sudden behemoth. Even Riku's technique was interrupted. "Ah, Jiraiya, that guy," called out Gamabuntat. Tsunade, who was watching the battle from a distance, laughed there. "Is this the summoned beast of Jiraiya, the Sunin?" Karin blinked her eyes, full of curiosity. However, wood release is the most effective against such large summoned beasts, right? Shizuan said with a smile while holding Tuntun. It stands to reason that the power of Rikuto's wood release is close to that of the first Hokage, even if it is not as good. Even a summoned beast like Gamabunta cannot stop it. Didn't you see? Shizuan. Tsunade curled her lips. Lu Ren, that kid, obviously did it on purpose. After all, they are not real enemies, it is impossible to kill them directly, so they are a little restrained. He wanted Jiraiya to do everything from the beginning, and then suppress him with his own strength, so that he could no longer do anything, and completely attack this guy from body to mind. Otherwise, do you think Jiraiya would have a chance to hold on until now without knowing the real information about Lu Ren? This kid is very bad. Shizuan and Karin looked at each other. Based on their understanding of Lu Ren, it seems that it is really possible. Jiraiya, what's going on? At this time, in the messy forest, the smoke dissipated. A giant toad with a pipe in its mouth appeared there, and said in a loud voice, "You called me to this place." But the next moment, a large number of vines seemed to have life, growing wildly there, wrapping around the huge Gamabunta. Is this wood release? Gamabunta was stunned. If he remembered correctly, except for the first generation of Hokage, no one else in the entire ninja world could master wood release. Too late to explain. Seeing the lander continue to manipulate the vines to wrap around, Jiraiya shouted, "Bunta, retreat, leave this forest." Hearing Jiraiya's words, although he liked to complain, Gamabunta, who had always cooperated with him tacitly, naturally did not hesitate. The thick hind legs pressed hard, jumped up. Woo-hoo-hoo! In an instant, a violent wind pressure was aroused. The huge beast body jumped to the back. A small part of the vines that were wrapped around were directly torn off and broke free. Bang! The earth trembled, and smoke and dust rolled. Gamabunta fell hundreds of meters away, out of the scope of the forest. Jiraiya, what's going on? Looking at the green and lush forest, Gamabunta asked in confusion, "Wood release, I remember that this should be a unique technique of the first generation Hokage, right? That kid is Tsunade's disciple, and seems to be a descendant of Senju, who awakened the first generation Hokage's wood release." Jiraiya explained there. But looking at the empty surroundings, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But, finally, we are out of that dangerous area. What? Tsunade's disciple? Looking at the distance, the young-looking Lu Ren, the surprised Gamabunta said there, "You are too useless, a mere kid can force you into such a mess." Hey! Jiraiya wiped the sweat off his face. He took a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Don't treat him as an ordinary kid. His chakra is ridiculously huge, and his control over wood release is better than that of the first generation Hokage. Even most of his ninjutsu does not require hand seals," he said. He did not give Gamabunta, who was a little surprised and was about to say something, a chance. Staring at the forest in front of him, he shouted loudly, "Let's not talk about this, Bunta, use oil. Burn them all in one breath." Okay. Gamabunta stopped talking nonsense. He took a deep breath and spit out a lot of toad oil, like a huge water column, gushing out. And Jiraiya also finished the hand seal there and spit out a strong flame, fire release gamma oil flame bomb. A lot of oil. It was ignited all at once. It turned into an extremely violent flame, burning the atmosphere distorted. It covered the sky and rushed towards the forest. It was determined to burn it all in one fell swoop. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. However, the next moment, in the lush forest, one by one, morning glories had changed direction since I don't know when, and all aimed at Gamabunta. A large number of water dragons roared one after another towards the fierce flames. Bombarded. Dot boom boom. Sizzle. The loud noise shook the sky. The fierce flames collided with the vast amount of water. A fierce wind pressure erupted, making it impossible to open your eyes. A large area of steam filled the air. The heat waves rolled. What? Seeing this scene, Gamabunta was shocked. It was a little unbelievable that the combination moves of himself and Jiraiya, his partner, were easily blocked. Blocked? Jiraiya's face became solemn. Jiraiya, do you think that Big Toad can easily escape from the forest? The huge vines lifted the lander. Moving like a giant snake, it came to the front of the forest. Jiraiya, who stood on Gamabunta's back with a solemn expression, was standing far away from him. With a relaxed expression, Lu Ren, who folded his arms, smiled and said, "Some gorgeous moves, after all, need an open space and a bright enough opponent to be released to be enjoyable. Don't underestimate me, kid." Gamabunta, who always had a bad temper and didn't even give face to Jiraiya, the contractor, was irritated by Lu Ren's arrogance. It suddenly jumped up. It formed seals with its claws. It suddenly spit out, water-style, iron cannonball. Swish! It whistled in the air. A huge water ball flew out of its mouth. It carried amazing power and fiercely blasted Lu Ren in front of it. So, what about this? Lu Ren's expression remained unchanged. A large number of vines grew up. One morning glory after another bloomed there. In the somewhat unbelievable and horrified eyes of Jiraiya and Gamabunta, the colorful light was dazzling. They all blasted out like lightning. 5 escape techniques, Great Linking Bullet Technique. Boom boom. Chapter 89, When you are poor, you can use tactics to intersperse, and when you are rich, you can bombard wildly. Boom boom. The huge water ball. It was smashed to pieces like a rotten wood. It continued to move forward and blasted directly at Gamabunta. Even though it was not able to truly perfectly integrate the changes in the nature of chakras of 2 different attributes like the bloodline limit. But the power of the combination of the 5 escape techniques far exceeded that of ordinary single attribute ninjutsu, and it seemed to have reached the level of S-level forbidden techniques. It was far beyond the ability of Gamabunta's iron cannonball to block it. Ah! The huge toad screamed and was blown away directly. It kept rolling there in a mess, crushing a large number of trees and raising a large amount of dust. The earth was in ruins. They combined 5 escape techniques together. Shizuan, who was watching the battle from afar, was amazed. It's amazing. As expected of Riku. Even Karin, who usually liked to argue with Riku, was full of admiration. That arrogant guy is really too powerful. Don't underestimate Jiraiya, that guy has a lot of trump cards. Although she was full of confidence in Riku's strength. But Tsunade was still very clear about Jiraiya's strength. Obviously, the opponent just felt that there was no need to use those trump cards in this kind of 0-10 battle. For example, the ugly sage mode had not been used yet. Bunta, are you okay? Jiraiya, who was also a little embarrassed, almost fell off Gamabunta. After stabilizing his body, he looked at Lu Ren in the distance in disbelief. This guy has 5 chakra attributes. It hurts so much, Jiraiya, how did you provoke this little monster? Looking at his abdomen that was charred and bloody, the embarrassed Gamabunta was shocked and angry, and his scalp was numb. Isn't he from your village? He is really merciless. However, Jiraiya had no time to answer. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Dazzling lightning flashed and killed. Just now he dodged in a panic. Another large number of wind bombs broke through the air. It looked like he would not stop until he was torn apart. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. In a flash of lightning, a large amount of hair grew longer, as hard as steel, wrapping itself tightly inside. He barely blocked the continuous bombardment of wind bombs. Who? The next moment, the fierce flames dyed the sky red and surged. Water escape Tepodama. Gamabunta formed seals with his claws. Suddenly, he spit out a violent water cannonball and fiercely attacked. Boom boom. ZZ. Water and fire blended, and a large amount of hot steam rose. But Gamabunta had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt a chill in his heart for some reason. 5 escapes daily and in no jutsu. Lu Ren had a sneer on his face. The colorful morning glories directly released different escape techniques. It was merciless and bombarded. Quick, get out of the way, Bunta! Jiraiya shouted. Without thinking too much, Gamabunta subconsciously jumped up. Boom boom, the loud noise shook the sky. The earth was shattered. The devastation was so devastating that it made people's scalps numb. Gamabunta, who had barely escaped a disaster, had not had time to be happy. Then, the fierce attack came again like a tidal wave. Boom boom. Did you escape? Lu Ren raised his eyebrows. The next moment, he smiled. He habitually pointed his fingers in front of him. Then how about this? 5 escapes multi-weight continuous bomb technique. In the horrified eyes of Jiraiya and Gamabunta. Adhering to the wise saying, if you are poor, you can use tactics to intersperse, and if you are rich, you can bombard wildly. Lu Ren fully utilized his own Chitanla advantage and did not give them any chance to get close. He directly launched a carpet-style covering bombardment at Gamabunta and Jiraiya. Swish swish. One morning glory after another, a 5-5 combination. They began to condense dazzling light directly. The air was filled with a deadly and terrifying aura. Wait, Shirikuto. Jiraiya, you can play slowly by yourself, I won't serve you anymore. Sensing the danger, Gamabunta was very spineless and admitted his defeat. He ran away decisively. Loyalty? Is life important? Boom 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 boom. Bunta, you are such an ungrateful guy. Ah. After a long time. On the devastated land. A figure covered in blood lay there. There was no desire to live. Being abused and doubting life. You are so embarrassed, Jiraiya. Tsunade smiled. Treating him as a ready-made guinea pig, she signaled Karin to treat him. Because, Rikuto was merciful after all. It looks scary, but it's actually fine, all external injuries. Just lie down for a few days. The injury is not too serious. But psychological trauma is not necessarily. Tsunade, I admit that Kyunyi Lu Ren's strength is outrageous, completely beyond imagination. Jiraiya lay there weakly, but still said very hard, but you should know that some techniques are too powerful. I'm afraid I can't control it and accidentally kill him, so I didn't use it. Said. His old face couldn't help but blush. With his identity and age. To deal with Lu Ren, who is only 10 years old, he has to use the sage mode to go all out. Even, he has to ask the 2 big toad sages of Myaboku Mountain to cooperate in the battle. It has already lost. I know. Tsunade nodded and did not deny it. Although Lu Ren's hidden trump card is very strong. But Tsunade naturally knows the real trump card of Jiraiya, her former companion. Once Jiraiya is given enough time to prepare. He has activated the sage mode, and he has the help of 2 toad sages from Myaboku Mountain. The combat power will be incredibly improved. 1 person and 2 frogs. It is not as simple as 1 plus 2. Especially, Myaboku Mountain is such an ancient holy place of inheritance. It must have a terrible background unknown to the public. Of course, if it is a life and death duel. Once Lu Ren directly uses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no way he can lose. Tsunade is convinced of this. Lu Ren's eye techniques are really unsolvable. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Lu Ren, who was unharmed, hugged his arms. Looking down at Jiraiya, he sneered and asked, "You mean you can kill me at any time?" Jiraiya, who was unable to move, had his eyelids twitched, and said in a bit of displeasure, "Hey, kid, I am your uncle after all, can you respect the old and love the young a little? For your shameless behavior of peeping at women bathing, I am showing mercy if I don't kill you." Lu Ren said sarcastically, "And if I hadn't held back, do you think Gamabunta could have escaped back to Mayaboka Mountain alive?" He was not bragging. If he really wanted to kill. At the moment when Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta, instantly, he could control the wood escape, poke its huge body into a hornet's nest, and then make it into dried toad. Chapter 90 Lu Ren, Immortal Art? Who are you looking down on? 3 more. I've said it before, I just used an artistic eye to take materials. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face turned red, and he refused to admit it. He said with some pride, "I am the best-selling author in the ninja world, and my works are very popular. Jiraiya, I warn you, don't pollute my disciples with your obscene novels." Tsunade's eyelids jumped. She clenched her fists and warned Jiraiya, who was lying there and receiving treatment from Karin, "Otherwise I will never let you go. Lu Ren, that stinky boy. He is already bold enough on weekdays. If he is really affected by Jiraiya's H novels, who knows what he will do?" "You mean that intimate paradise?" Lu Ren curled his lips, "It looks so. He is a man who has read the 4 famous novels Jinping Mei. Even by G. Aubin, Jin Lin, these can completely beat Jiraiya's broken books that rely on the edge and dare not really attract readers. Have you seen it?" Tsunade's eyes widened immediately. She said that this bad boy usually, why is it a bit unserious? It turned out that he was led astray by these books. He was so angry that he glared at Jiraiya. He believed that the other party was the culprit who harmed his disciples. "Don't get excited, Sister Tsunade." Lu Ren coughed dryly and explained hurriedly, "I just flipped through 2 pages. The content is mediocre and I am not interested." When he was in Konoha, he did go to the bookstore to read a few pages out of curiosity. And then there was nothing else. It's really boring. Only guys like Kakashi who have never seen the world will be attracted by the plot and forget everything. Hehe, you are still young and don't understand the world of adults. I won't bother with you. Jiraiya couldn't stand it when he heard someone spread his works everywhere. But looking at the 10-year-old Lu Ren, he was bored all of a sudden. I really didn't have the heart to argue. By the way, let me be frank. Lu Ren looked at Jiraiya on the stretcher and warned him rudely, "I warn you, I don't care if you peep at others, but if you dare to peep at the people around me, whether intentionally or unintentionally, you'll have to clean your neck and wait for death. The big toad immortal can't protect you," I said. He was not kidding. If Jiraiya dared to do that, he would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. Jiraiya's face turned black and he almost fainted. This kid is too arrogant. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Being provoked by Lu Ren. Although he was not angry, Jiraiya was still a little bit angry. Naturally, he wanted to suppress Lu Ren's prestige and said unconvincedly, "I still have a trick of immortal mode that I haven't used. I think your teacher should have mentioned the power of immortal arts to you, right? You know, there are only a handful of strong people in the ninja world who can master the sage mode. Even Tsunade has signed a contract with the Wet Bone Forest, one of the 3 sacred places of inheritance. Currently, she has not been able to master the fairy arts of the Wet Bone Forest." "Well, I mentioned it to Lu Ren." Tsunade shrugged and spoke lightly. "It is undeniable that fairy arts are indeed a very powerful force. Even the first generation of Hokage was able to exert the power of his wood escape to the extreme because he mastered fairy arts. Relying on the wood escape combined with fairy arts, he suppressed Uchiha Madara who had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Considering that Lu Ren is still young, she initially planned to wait 2 years before letting him go to the Wet Bone Forest to learn the fairy arts of the Wet Bone Forest from the Slug Sage. Fair arts. However, before Jiraiya showed his complacency, I saw Lu Ren looking at me with contempt and disdain. Is this your strongest trump card? Are you too arrogant? You look down on fairy arts. Jiraya's face turned black. Rolling his eyes, he said unhappily, I admit that you are indeed an absolute genius, but you are still a long way from the level of the first generation of Hokage. You know, even the first generation of Hokage went to Myaboka Mountain to learn fairy arts. Even Tsunade couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Does she think that Lu Ren is a little too arrogant because of his inflated strength? But she knew very well that Lu Ren was not such a blindly confident and arrogant person. No, I don't look down on fairy arts. Please give flowers. Lu Ren shook his head. He looked at Jiraiya and said with some disdain, I think, who are you looking down on? Isn't it just combining natural energy with chakra? You kid said it simply, but can you do it? However, before Jiraiya finished speaking, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He sensed a strong surge of natural energy. For a moment, he was stunned and looked at Lu Ren in disbelief. Wait, are you? Do you mean this? Lu Ren closed his eyes. In an instant, the whole person seemed to merge directly with nature. An amazing change occurred in an instant. 0.0. On that handsome face, the eyes that opened again were as bright as black gems, and green eyeshadow appeared directly on both sides. The black hair grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it turned into a crystal green. It was as long as the waist and scattered down. It exuded amazing vitality. Swish swish. The majestic vitality kept flowing. A large number of flowers and plants grew directly. The surroundings turned into green grass, full of gorgeous flowers. Colorful and fragrant. What? This is... Tsunade, Shizuan, Karin and others on the side were all stunned. How is this possible? Jiraiya opened his mouth wide. As if he had seen a ghost, he looked at Lu Ren in disbelief. Having learned the fairy art of Myaboka Mountain, he was extremely sensitive to natural energy, and naturally could feel the exaggerated natural energy that was constantly gathering on Lu Ren's body. There is no doubt. This is a real fairy art. And what shocked him was that the other party was completely no time is needed to prepare. You can directly activate the Sage mode. I forgot to tell you. Lu Ren in Sage mode. Looking at the stunned Jiraiya, he said lightly, Sage technique, I knew it when I was 8 years old. What? Fuck. Chapter 91 I, Kyunyi Lu Ren, am a kind-hearted doctor. 8 years old. You have mastered the Sage technique. Are you kidding? The whole place was silent. Not only Jiraiya. Tsunade and Shizuan on the side were also stunned. Even Karin, who knew only a little about Sage technique, was also full of wonder at Lu Ren's amazing changes. She couldn't help but be a little absent-minded and stared blankly, so handsome. Looking at Lu Ren who instantly activated the Sage mode in front of him. Jiraiya, who was a little bit unbelieving, couldn't help swallowing his saliva and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade, is this true? You ask me, who should I ask? Tsunade, who was full of shock, rolled her eyes and almost couldn't help but swear. Looking at Lu Ren, who had changed a lot from before, his aura seemed to be completely integrated with nature, giving people an unfathomable feeling. His eyes were a little dazed. Not to mention, this boy is really handsome in this form. She, who has matured and seen countless people, couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. She couldn't help but have the urge to eat tender grass. Ahem 010. After a while, Tsunade came back to her senses. Hurry up and suppress the unnatural throbbing in her heart. Looking at Lu Ren, who looked calm on the surface, but actually closed his eyes to know that he must be a little proud in his heart. He mastered the Sage mode at the age of 8, and dared to hide it from his teacher for so long. Resisting the urge to teach the bad boy a lesson, she pretended to be fine. Holding her chest, She raised her head proudly. Humph, don't you see whose disciple he is? How is it, compared to the fourth generation, my disciple is not bad, right? She looked proud, glancing at Jiraiya who was lying there, speechless. I give up, I give up. Jiraiya's old face flushed red. The trump card he was proud of, he mastered at the age of 8. I wish I could drill into the ground. Embarrassed. Forget it, take this guy back first. Tsunade said. Glimpse at Lu Ren. Signaling that I will settle accounts with you later. Let me do it. Lu Ren exited the sage mode. Hair returned to its original state, eyeshadow disappeared. He shrugged and split a wooden clone. He didn't care whether Jiraiya's injury would be aggravated by the secondary injury. Simple and rough, he directly carried the other person on his shoulders. Want him to hold him like a master? You wish. Anyway, he is a medical ninja. As long as he is not dead, he can treat him. Be gentle, kid. Jiraiya, who was originally a little autistic. He couldn't help but grin because of the pain. You deserve it. If it weren't for the fact that you and Sister Tsunade are both Sunin and have fought side by side, I would have castrated you, a scourge who specializes in peeping at people taking a bath. Jiraiya didn't dare to speak. I just felt cold from head to toe, and my scalp was numb. Subconsciously, I clamped my legs together, feeling a little chilly. Back to the hotel. Opened a room for Jiraiya. Rikuren, who was like a wolf, treated his wounds personally. Then, he deliberately wrapped Jiraiya with medical bandages again and again, turning him into a big dumpling. He was completely unable to move, with only his bruised face exposed. Okay, next, you just lie here slowly. The job was done. Lu Ren clapped his hands. Looking at Jiraiya, who was deliberately beaten into a big dumpling by him, he smiled and said, I have told the boss lady to find an old lady to feed you regularly every day and take care of you going to the toilet, etc. Of course, you have to pay for the nursing fee yourself. Wait, if I pay, can I find a prettier nurse? Jiraiya hurriedly said loudly there. No, because you must be pure and abstinent these days to recover better. Lu Ren looked at him without blinking. Tsunade, Shizuan, and Karin on the side couldn't help laughing. But they didn't mean to speak for Jiraiya. This kind of lustful person must be taught a profound lesson. Looking at the ceiling, Jiraiya felt a little bit hopeless. He was so angry with this brat who was obviously deliberately making trouble for him. By the way, when you get better, remember to pay the consultation fee. I'll pay a lot, not much. 30 million ryo will be enough. Lu Ren felt that he was very conscientious. The consultation fee was less than an asuma. What? Jiraiya almost jumped up. If he couldn't move, he would have pointed at Lu Ren and cursed him. Even if he was admitted to the Konoha hospital, stayed in the top VIP ward, and asked the most beautiful nurse to take care of him, his injury would not exceed 100,000 ryo at most. Not to mention his status as a Sunin, he could live in the hospital for free as if it were his home. Pa, I was so angry with this brat. It's not a place for permanent residents. Looking at Tsunade who was laughing at the side and had no intention of intervening, Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He was filled with regret. He had to go to the land of hot springs to collect materials when he could go anywhere else. He glared at Lu Ren and said angrily, Boy, are you too cruel? I am one of your own, right? Are you dissatisfied? Lu Ren glanced at Jiraiya. Since you were once a teammate of Sister Tsunade, I have given you a 50% discount. Besides, I remember you said that you are a well-known best-selling author in the ninja world. Logically, the remuneration should be very generous. It is impossible that you don't have money. I think I am very conscientious in charging. Even if you have a conscience, it is black. Jiraiya rolled his eyes in anger. He just gave up and said toughly, I don't have money, but I have my life. As a best-selling author, he signed contracts with those publishers and received a generous amount of royalties every year. In addition, when he traveled in the ninja world, some business nobles often recognized his identity and asked him to help solve some troubles. The remuneration paid was also not cheap. Although he is a romantic and unrestrained person, he often spends money lavishly in bars, love shops, and other places. But in comparison, he makes money faster. He has saved a lot of money over the years. But even if he has money, it is not from the wind. Why should he be ripped off by others? Really? That's what you said? Lu Ren smiled. Jiraiya's heart tightened and he felt uneasy for some reason. By the way, how much is your reward in the black market? Lu Ren said. He found a booklet from somewhere. He flipped through it. Let me see, 1, 2, 3. It was the booklet he found on a wandering ninja who came to cause trouble when he was traveling 2 years ago. It was a list of people with rewards in the black market. There are those famous ninjas and even rebel ninjas in major ninja villages, as well as some dignitaries and elite politicians from various countries. Even Tsunade, the medical expert, is no exception. Jiraiya, who is also one of the 3 legendary ninjas, is naturally among them. Tisk tisk, there are actually 9 digits, worthy of being one of the 3 legendary ninjas. I remember Sarutobi Asuma, as one of the 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire, only 35 million taels. Lu Ren flipped through the bounty booklet. He looked at Jiraiya with burning eyes. 2.5. It seemed that the big dumpling lying there was not a person, but a mountain of gold. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched violently. Looking at Tsunade, who was standing there as if nothing had happened, looking at the distant scenery, her attitude was self-evident. He had a sad face and gritted his teeth. Don't, you are so cruel, I will give it. I said it, I, Kunyi Lu Ren, am a kind-hearted doctor, I act according to my conscience and win people over with virtue, the price cannot be unfair. Hearing this, Jiraiya was numb. A kind-hearted doctor? Black-hearted is more like it. Jiraiya couldn't help but say to Tsunade, who was smiling beside him, Tsunade, you really accepted a good disciple. Hey? What did you say? Tsunade raised her eyebrows. Ahem, I mean you have a good eye for people. You have such strength at such a young age, so you must have a bright future. Thinking of the huge amount of medical fees that were extorted, even Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little bit of toothache. At such a young age, he can still make a fortune. At first glance, he has a bright future. Chapter 92 Senior Sister, I have a bold idea. 5 updates. The sun sets. It's completely dark. Let the hotel proprietress invite an old lady who is similar to her to accompany her. Lu Ren and others ignored Jiraiya, who was a little skeptical about life, and went directly to the private room downstairs to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. When did you master the fairy art? In the private room. Tsunade's face turned cold. Squinting her eyes, she examined Lu Ren. You mastered the sage mode at the age of 8 without any instruction? You hid it from me for so long. She was so angry that her teeth itched. He was about to grab Lu Ren's ear and said, do you know how violent natural energy is? If you are not careful, you may be disabled even if you don't die. Don't be angry, Sister Tsunade. I mastered this not long before you and Senior Sister Shizun returned to the village. Avoiding Tsunade, who was staring at him, Lu Ren explained, because of wood release, I sensed the existence of natural energy a long time ago, so after making sufficient preparations, I tried to let the shadow clone absorb natural energy into the body, combining spiritual energy with physical energy. I didn't expect to accidentally extract the chakra of fairy arts and naturally master fairy arts. At first, I didn't know that this was a fairy art. It was only after I read the relevant information collected by the Uchiha clan and the wood release scroll left by the first generation of Hokage that you gave me that I was sure that it should be the fairy art chakra. He shrugged helplessly and said half-truthfully. Humph, why didn't you say it earlier? Tsunade rolled her eyes and didn't care anymore. She had originally thought of sending Lu Ren to the Wetbone Forest to learn immortal arts in 2 years. If there is a chance in the future, go to Myaboka Mountain to learn immortal arts there. See if he can integrate the immortal arts inheritance of the 2 holy places like the first generation of Hokage and develop his own unique immortal arts. Unexpectedly, Lu Ren was self-taught and had developed immortal arts by accident at the age of 8. Not only can he instantly activate the immortal mode style, and he looks quite strong. It's really hard to believe. At the beginning, I must be on guard against you who are relatively unfamiliar to me. Lu Ren spread his hands. Later, I was mainly afraid of scaring you. After all, I have given you enough surprises one after another. It's a shock. Shizuan corrected. From knowing each other to now, her entire outlook on life has been overturned by the other party. From medical ninjutsu to wood escape, to Mangekyo Sharingan. She has never seen such an exaggerated monster. I didn't expect Lu Ren to have mastered the Sage Mode by himself at the age of 8. It's incredible. You've passed. Tsunade knocked on Lu Ren's head. Okay, let's eat first. She patted the disciple's shoulder and praised with satisfaction, but you did a good job before. Jiraiya should be taught a profound lesson. Isn't it a bit too cruel? Shizuan, who was sitting next to her, also smiled and said, Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that Master Jiraiya was slaughtered by you, Lu Ren. Now she has 2 disciples, Lu Ren and Karin. Tsunade has devoted most of her energy and efforts to teaching them. Although she still can't change her gambling nature, she has actually restrained herself a lot. This is also related to the fact that she has untied her heart knot and is no longer as depressed as before. Now, as the Minister of Finance, Shizuan is smiling every day. No longer has to be so sad about money all day long like before. In the past 2 years, all the huge debts that Tsunade owed before have been paid off one after another. She still had a considerable amount of money in her hand. Even if Lu Ren didn't have to pay, she didn't have to worry about her daily living security. Compared to before, when she followed Tsunade to avoid debts and had to sleep in the open from time to time, she was naturally smiling. Moreover, under Lu Ren's intentional or unintentional influence, she became bolder. She often sternly rejected Tsunade's request for money to gamble. It made Tsunade a little angry. But she had no choice. Tun tun. The Tun Tun beside her was also shouting out of loneliness. Karin counted on her fingers, 30 million taels, enough for our hard work for 2 or 3 months. In fact, it's not just Jiraiya who has money. As the leading and famous medical expert in the ninja world, if Tsunade hadn't been addicted to gambling, the wealth she has accumulated now would definitely be quite amazing. At least if it hadn't been squandered. Her wealth must be far greater than Jiraiya, who is also one of the 3 ninjas. After all, those dignitaries invited Tsunade to consult at home, and the remuneration they offered was quite generous. Because, they usually had difficult and complicated diseases, and some doctors even declared that they could not save them. But they pulled her back from the abyss of death. Whether it was out of gratitude or to make friends and win her over. In short, except for some people who were small-minded, too stingy, and didn't know how to behave. The remuneration offered by most dignitaries was very considerable. 30 million taels. For other people, it is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. It may be difficult to earn it in several lifetimes, let alone a lifetime. But for Tsunade, it is really not a difficult thing. The name of medical saint is a golden signboard. Some people eagerly send money to the door. They are afraid that they can't find the person. The 2 or 3 months mentioned by Karin. It was still based on the premise that the 4 masters and apprentices spent most of their time on the road, and Tsunade spent a lot of time guiding them in their practice. Of course, they were not the kind of people who were greedy for money, and naturally they did not treat those dignitaries. During the travels in the past 2 years, they often provided free medical treatment to others. Just like Tsunade asked Karin, the disciple, to treat those civilians suffering from illness. Although she was not so sympathetic that she really saved everyone she saw. But while taking this opportunity to practice her own medical ninjutsu, it was indeed equivalent to practicing medicine to save the world. The little white mouse was just a joke. It was not that they were really treated as little white mice. It was that Tsunade, the teacher, thought that Karin had reached that level, so she let her practice. Besides, she and Shizuan were watching in person. This little money is a drop in the bucket for him. For killing Jiraiya hard. Lu Ren didn't feel any guilt at all, and said with a smile, and to be honest, if you didn't know him, he would have lost more than this money. Well, that guy deserves a lesson. Okay, let's not talk about him. Thinking of something, Lu Ren smiled and said to Shizuan, by the way, senior sister Shizuan, come to my room later, I suddenly have a bold idea. After mastering the art of spiritual transformation. After sufficient verification in the afternoon. He wanted to try it on Shizuan. For a moment. Shizuan was stunned and widened her eyes. Looking at the handsome Lu Ren, her pretty face flushed. This. Lu Ren asked her to go directly to his room after dinner? How can this be possible? In fact, it seems it's not impossible. No, Karin clenched her fists. Her cute little face was flushed. She glared at Lu Ren and said angrily, Bastard Lu Ren, don't try to do bad things to senior sister Shizuan. 010. She was so proud that she would never admit it. She had already had Lu Ren in her heart. If Lu Ren had just said this to her, would she object? It was hard to say. Bold idea. Tsunade smiled. She was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so she teased, Lu Ren has really grown up. Do you want to do bad things to senior sister? But when she thought of yesterday's absurdity, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. She felt a little guilty. The corners of Lu Ren's mouth twitched. What were they thinking about? He was only 10 years old. I was going to say that I just mastered the art of spiritual transformation. Looking at Jingyan, whose face was almost smoking and who had obviously misunderstood, he had to explain, because this art is special and can manipulate other people's bodies, I want to try to let my spirit attach to senior sister Jingyan's body to see if I can help her condense the yin seal. That's not it. Just now, she was furious and wanted to scold Lu Ren. But Xianglin, who reacted all of a sudden, was a little stunned. For a moment, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She misunderstood? Sure enough, she said it. Lu Ren is not that kind of person. Spiritual transformation art? Isn't that uncle's? As for the person involved, Jingyan, who also found that she had misunderstood and woke up. Naturally, she was a little embarrassed. If it were normal times, I'm afraid she would have wanted to hide underground and dare not see anyone. But at this moment, she was full of astonishment, looking at Lu Ren in shock. Spiritual transformation art. She was too familiar with it. Because her uncle Kato Dan's most proud skill was the spiritualization technique. He once used it to kill people on the battlefield. It made the enemy terrified. Chapter 93 Shizuan, Hey? Splits? Update 1. After dinner. Not only Shizuan followed Lu Ren back to his room. Tsunade and Karin, who were full of curiosity, also followed directly. Looking at Shizuan who was sitting there, a little nervous. Lu Ren smiled and said, Sister, you don't have to be nervous. I have possessed other ninjas and verified it. Theoretically, it should be no problem. Now, Shizuan, under his guidance, is much better than she was in the original trajectory. After 2 years of unremitting efforts, her own chakra control has been greatly improved. Although it has not reached the requirements for practicing the yin seal, it has barely mastered the strange power punch taught by Tsunade. Wait, Lu Ren. Shizuan raised her hand. Somewhat helplessly, he raised an objection. Even if you help me condense the yin seal, my personal chakra control is limited, and I still can't master it directly. If it were someone else, this approach would naturally not make much sense. Even after my spirit body leaves, the other party may not be able to mobilize the sealed chakra. Lu Ren nodded and explained with a smile, but senior sister Shizuan is different. Your chakra control has improved a lot in the past 2 years, and your current level of medical ninjutsu is already quite strong. If you start from scratch, take this opportunity to experience the practice process of the yin seal and the 100 healings technique firsthand. If you try more, your body will help you form muscle memory over time. Tsunade on the side touched her chin and nodded in approval. With such a foundation, as long as you work hard, you may not be unable to successfully master these 2 techniques. She saw the extent of Shizuan's efforts. But, talent, qualification. These words look ordinary, but they can make many people feel desperate. It is not possible to overcome it by hard work alone, but also requires considerable opportunities and luck. Undoubtedly, Lu Ren is the man who can bring such factors to Jingyan. Maybe it is really possible to succeed. If it doesn't work once, then twice. Lu Ren smiled and said, even 10 times, 100 times, after a year or so, I believe you can do it. In the past 2 years, Jingyan, the senior sister, has silently supported him behind the scenes and helped him a lot with all her strength. She has never complained and never thought about getting any reward from him. He naturally doesn't mind giving back to the other party. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have such patience. Lu Ren. Hearing Lu Ren say this, Jingyan stared at this junior brother in a daze. A warm current surged in my heart, and I was touched. Thank you. Do we need to say such things between siblings? Lu Ren said with a smile, in the past 2 years, you have helped me a lot. Well. Shizuan's eyes were sparkling. With a smile, she nodded heavily. The yin seal and the 100 healings technique complement each other. For someone like her who learned from Tsunade and has a considerable level of medical skills, mastering these 2 techniques is equivalent to getting a ticket to eternal youth. Even Shizuan, who is usually a little reserved and conservative and doesn't like to dress up, can't help but feel excited. What woman doesn't want to stay young forever like Tsunade? Come on, senior sister Shizuan. Karin also clenched her fists there, full of sincere encouragement. In the past 2 years, senior sister Shizuan has been like a real sister, always silently giving and taking care of her sister in every possible way. Even teacher Tsunade and Lu Ren are far from being so considerate and thoughtful. It can be said that she is the person who cares about her the most besides her mother Uzumaki Nanako. How could she not see it? She has already regarded her as her own sister. Naturally, she hopes that she can successfully master the yin seal and the 100 healings technique. Sister Tsunade, Karin, you go out first. Lu Ren smiled and said, I'm here, there will be no problem. Okay, then you have to be careful. Tsunade nodded. She naturally knew that practicing forbidden techniques such as the yin seal and the 100 healings technique required absolute silence. In addition, he was very confident in Lu Ren's ability, and thought that even if he failed, there would be no mistakes. He left Lu Ren's room with Xianglin. Then, I'll start. Lu Ren said no more. He sat down cross-legged and slowly made seals. The translucent spirit instantly separated from himself and shuttled into Shizuan's body. Lu Ren. Shizuan felt a trance. In an instant, she had come to her own spiritual world. Looking at Lu Ren who appeared in front of her, she was full of shock. Is this the spirit transformation technique of Uncle? It's incredible. To be precise, it is the spirit transformation technique mastered by your uncle. This technique was not developed by him, Lu Ren said with a smile, it was the second generation Hokage. Well, what should I do now? Shizuan smiled and nodded. Looking at Lu Ren in front of her. You just need to calm down, let go of the control of your body, and don't resist. Lu Ren said, concentrate, carefully feel the flow of your own chakra and the subtle changes in your body, and make sure not to miss any details. Leave the rest to me, and I will fully control your body next. Okay. With Shizuan's active cooperation, Lu Ren easily took over her body. He didn't rely on the powerful mental power to forcibly suppress the other party's consciousness like he did last time when he controlled the ninja from the hidden Tang village. Swish! The next moment, Shizuan opened her eyes. She stretched directly, got up, and moved there. Swinging arms, kicking legs, bending over. Quickly adapting to this somewhat unfamiliar body. Ah! Lu Ren, this. Seeing that Lu Ren actually used his body to do a split. In the spiritual world, Shizuan's pretty face couldn't help but blush. This feeling is wonderful. Because she could clearly feel every move of Lu Ren. It was as if she was the one doing it. But, it seemed that she had no secrets that could be hidden in front of Lu Ren. This made her feel a little shy. Ahem, I just want to confirm the flexibility of your body, which is very important. Lu Ren coughed dryly. A blue chakra ball emerged from his palm. Mobilizing the chakra in his body, he easily used the raise nan. Feeling the degree of control over his body, he said, then, let's start. I have to say, this senior sister's body is really flexible. She is born with that kind of air. It's just that she dresses too low-key and conservatively on weekdays, and she has to turn herself from a great disciple of the three ninjas into an inconspicuous little follower. Otherwise, her appearance should be increased by at least 10 or 20 points. It seems that I have to guide this senior sister correctly in the future. As for the figure and so on. It seems that he can take advantage of this opportunity to help the other party adjust it a little bit with his own subtle chakra control. Dripping water wears away the stone. Over time, it can be taken to the next level. Pure natural method, no additives. Chapter 94 Lu Ren's Temptation, Jing Yin's Heartbeat. Update 2. Swish. In Lu Ren's room. Except for Lu Ren himself, who was sitting there, motionless. Jing Yin was also sitting cross-legged opposite him with his eyes closed. Sister Jing Yin, next I will adjust my chakra to the chakra you can use, and then start to condense the yin seal. You have to feel every detail. Relying on Jing Yin's chakra alone. To condense the yin seal directly. Obviously, it can't be done in 1 or 2 days. To do this as soon as possible, you need the huge chakra that Lu Ren carries. Transform your own chakra and transmit it to others for use. Ordinary people naturally can't do it. But Lu Ren relied on his own subtle control of chakra. He can do this. Well, Lu Ren, just go for it. In the spiritual world, Jing Yin was concentrating on feeling the flow of her own chakra and the subtle changes in her body, putting aside all distractions, fearing that there would be the slightest omission. She really wanted to master the yin seal and the 100 healings technique because of the limitation of talent and ability. Even with the unreserved teaching of the famous teacher Tsunade, she gritted her teeth and worked hard, fearing to disappoint Tsunade. But the results were minimal. Not being able to inherit Tsunade's legacy. This made Shizuan feel a little inferior and guilty. To the point that she didn't dare to hold her head high and declare to the public that she was the disciple of Tsunade, the medical master. Until Tsunade accepted Lu Ren and Karin, 2 junior brothers and sisters. Instead, she felt like she had unloaded a burden and felt much more relaxed. But seeing that each of the junior brothers and sisters had amazing talents, far better than herself. Although Shizuan's personality would not be jealous or anything. But in the end, it was inevitable that she felt a little disappointed. It was just buried deep in her heart and not revealed. In the past 2 years, she often asked Lu Ren about the problem of chakra control 0-10 power, and worked hard in private without stopping. This has been explained. Now that she has such an opportunity, she naturally does not want to give up. Swish! In the complex human chakra meridian system, Lu Ren's own huge chakra is constantly transformed into chakra synchronized with Jing-Ian. Especially the amazing vitality, which nourishes Jing-Ian's body. Ah! She felt extremely comfortable and couldn't help but want to moan. All of a sudden, she reacted and blushed. Sister, next I am going to try to help you expand your own chakra meridians, so that you can better control your own chakra and make them run more smoothly. In that way, maybe your chakra control can be taken to a higher level. Her eyes showed a scarlet kaleidoscope pattern. With the special spiritualization technique, he carefully observed Jing-Ian's meridian system and felt the huge difference between the other party's chakra meridian system and his own chakra meridian system. Lu Ren, who controlled the body of this sister, suddenly had a bold idea. Asked there, "What do you think? Can this kind of thing really be done?" Regardless of shyness, Shizuan was surprised. Generally speaking, it is impossible to do it from the outside, but with the spirit transformation technique and your own cooperation, if I expand and repair from the inside out, it is theoretically possible. Lu Ren said there, "Of course, if it were someone else, without such medical means, it would be impossible to succeed. If you are not careful, you will only damage the chakra meridian system, and you may become a cripple. But the process may be a bit painful. Can you bear it for a while?" Lu Ren once discussed with Tsunade. The subtlety of personal chakra control. Strictly speaking, one's own chakra meridian system is only a part of the factor. It is also closely related to personal spiritual strength. Although it is impossible to directly make Shizuan's chakra control reach such an exaggerated height, it is even impossible to directly reach the level of Tsunade, the medical master. However, with the help of the superb medical ninjutsu, the slightly blocked chakra meridian system in the body can be further unblocked and widened. In theory, it can indeed improve her chakra control. Perhaps it can greatly speed up her process of mastering the Yin Seal and the 100 Healings technique. Then Lu Ren, you come. In the spiritual world, Shizuan's face changed. But she still gritted her teeth and said, "As an excellent medical ninja, Shizuan naturally knows the importance of the chakra meridian system. Once it is damaged, it may cause serious consequences. Even if she doesn't die, she may become a cripple." But out of trust in Lu Ren, Shizuan still made up her mind. "Then you bear it." Lu Ren didn't say anything else. He started the operation directly. Through the subtle chakra control, he widened her meridians that were not smooth and slightly blocked. At the same time, relying on the powerful vitality of his own chakra and the palm fairy technique, he repaired the damaged parts one by one. Such an exaggerated operation method. If it were anyone else, it would naturally be impossible. Even Tsunade, the teacher, could not do it. But Lu Ren, who has inherited all of Tsunade's medical skills, and gradually integrated them, perfectly digested and absorbed them as his own foundation, combined with his own superb medical ninjutsu, can completely accomplish this. Aha! In the spiritual world, feeling the pain from the body, Shizuan, whose face changed drastically, was naturally in great pain. But the whole person still gritted his teeth and persisted. After all, this level of pain is not really painful. At the same time, she was experiencing all this personally. She was also a little shocked. Is this Lu Ren's chakra? Warm, powerful, and full of vitality. Time passed bit by bit. This process lasted for a full hour. Shizuan, who had persevered through it, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, it's finally over. The effect is not bad, the flow of chakra is indeed much smoother. Lu Ren, who was controlling Shizuan's body, felt the flow of chakra in the chakra meridian system in his body and said with a smile. Well, I can feel it, thank you so much, Lu Ren. Shizuan was also a little overjoyed. Under Lu Ren's incredible magical operation, compared to before, her chakra control is indeed a step up. Compared to that, the pain just now is nothing. Well, next you are ready, I will start to condense the yin seal. Lu Ren no longer hesitated. Hands kept making seals. Begin to condense the yin seal for Jingyan. I will try my best. And Jingyan also directly restrained her smile. Concentrate your mind and feel the flow of your own chakra and other subtle changes. As for the practice method of yin seal, she has long remembered it in her heart, but she has not been able to master it successfully. She can clearly feel that at this moment, the endless chakra in the chakra meridian system begins to flow towards her forehead. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 3 hours passed. After all, it is not her own body. It took Lu Ren a lot of time to condense the yin seal. It took a full 4 hours. On Jingyan's forehead. Finally, the real seal of the 100 healings appeared. Moreover, she could feel it clearly. In a dark spiritual space, a mysterious pool of water was condensed. A large amount of chakra kept flowing from the meridian system, flowing like a trickle. Gathering inside. If it weren't for Lu Ren's huge chakra, it could directly drain her whole body, and she couldn't even use medical ninjutsu in a short time. Okay, the yin seal has been successfully completed, the chakra in the pool has gathered a certain amount, and the seal of the 100 healings has completely stabilized. On the forehead. At some point, a diamond-shaped mark appeared. Jingyan smiled and said, next, you need to continue to familiarize yourself with and adapt to the yin seal and the 100 healing techniques, and try to inject chakra into them yourself. If I have time, I will enter your body a few more times, and through the continuous use of the yin seal and the 100 healing techniques, let you experience it firsthand and help you master these two techniques faster. Well, great, thank you, Lu Ren. Jingyan was overjoyed. Experienced the whole process of Lu Ren condensing the yin seal and the 100 healing seal. She suddenly became enlightened and gained a lot. Even if there is no help from Lu Ren, she believes that as long as she persists in trying, it will only take a year or two, and she will be able to master this power sooner or later. This is what I should do. In the spiritual world. Looking at Jingyan, who was full of joy, but inevitably a little tired in spirit. A smile flashed in Lu Ren's eyes, and he said, Sister Jingyan, after the attempt just now, I think I should have a way to make your figure better. Said. He pointed in front of Jingyan. There he tempted, do you want to try? Make my body better. Jingyan was stunned. Looked at Lu Ren in surprise. Her pretty face turned slightly red, but she was still a little moved. She couldn't help but whispered, what method? Don't lie to me. Of course, listen to me. Lu Ren patted his chest. With a smile in his eyes, he whispered something in Jingyan's ear, first this, then that, and finally. That's it. Really? But that's too. Don't you want to become like Sister Tsunade? This but. Forget it, I'll go back first. Don't me, okay. Don't tell anyone. No problem. Chapter 95 Tsunade, this is the last time. Sister, come again tomorrow. Half an hour later, Lu Ren smiled. Satisfied, she took back her right hand, and the green light on her fingertips disappeared. I know you are not allowed to tell anyone. Shizuan's face was red, and she was about to smoke. Covering her messy clothes, she fled from Lu Ren's room. God knows what evil has possessed her. She was actually bewitched by this bad boy Lu Ren. She almost couldn't help but scream. It's over. I can't face anyone now. But, if I can really be like Tsunade-sama. Crack. Shizuan had just returned to her room. Because it was too late, Karin couldn't help but fall asleep there. She found clean clothes and ran to the bathroom quickly. It's over. Tsunade came to Lu Ren's room. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What did you just do? Why did Shizun run so fast?" She just heard the noise and opened the door to look. I was about to say hello to Shizun, but the girl ran too fast. I didn't even wait for her to speak, and I closed the door directly. She instinctively felt that something was wrong. It's like this. Lu Ren didn't hide it. He smiled and leaned over to her ear and whispered. Tsunade listened. Her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Rolled her eyes and glared at Lu Ren. "You kid, you don't learn good things, you learn bad things." Lu Ren hugged Tsunade, blinked and asked with a smile, "At least I helped my senior sister realize a dream, shouldn't you reward me, Tsunade sister?" He said it with a double meaning. As for what the dream was, it's hard to say. Said it. "Don't think of any tricks, yesterday was the last time." Tsunade broke free. With a straight face, she refused sternly, "I am your teacher, brat." Just kidding, if she lets this brat mess around again. She was afraid that she would lose control and want to eat tender grass. The last time. That won't work either. As the legendary Sunin, Tsunade was naturally determined. It was impossible to give up easily on things that had been decided. 5 million taels, I'll go to the casino with you tomorrow. Lu Ren's eyes rolled. Changed the strategy. The human-shaped pillow that was finally restored couldn't be lost just like that. No. Tsunade shook her head decisively. The tone was firm. Holding her arms, she glanced at him. "Little guy, with just this little benefit, you still want to seduce her, the dignified Sunin? Let's go to the casino quietly for 2 days." Lu Ren smiled and said, "Leave a clone behind and promise not to tell senior sister and Karin." But seeing that Tsunade was still unmoved, he could only continue to raise the price. 3 days. Tsunade's eyelids moved slightly. There was some emotion on her delicate face. I really wanted to refuse. But Lu Ren offered too much. When she thought of the dream that she couldn't stop yesterday, she trembled subconsciously. At the same time, she was a little scared. But inevitably, there was a little aftertaste. Forget it, this is the last time. Just satisfy this little guy. For a moment, Tsunade's face changed. Gritting her teeth, she made a difficult decision, deal. Anyway, she didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Isn't it just being a pillow? It's not the first time. Okay. Lu Ren smiled and nodded. Inwardly, he was smiling. As expected, this is the only way to do it. You kid. Looking at the young and handsome face, Lu Ren was a little happy. Tsunade sighed softly, "Lu Ren, this is really the last time." She was really a little afraid of this kind of bad fate. Then I have to cherish it even more. At this moment, Lu Ren didn't know. Outside the town, on the battlefield where he fought with Jiraiya in the afternoon, a figure like a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. In the final analysis, Lu Ren was just a mortal with stronger power. It is naturally impossible to open his own perception ability all the time. After all, such a cautious life is too tiring. That is not what he wants. What is surprising is the mysterious figure wrapped in the pitcher plant. Half of its body is white and the other half is black. The white half of the face is exactly the same as the white Zetsu clone that Lu Ren had solved before. It looks a bit scary. Ah, it's really scary. Under the moonlight, looking at the devastated battlefield around, White Zetsu was full of surprise. I heard that in addition to the Konoha Princess Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, another 3 ninjas Kwangui Jiraiya also came here. It seems that your clone who lost contact was discovered by them. Looking around, Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice, and our mission target may have been killed by them. I haven't heard of any murders here in the past few days. With such a scene, it seems that the guy from the evil god cult is quite powerful. White Zetsu pointed to the messy battlefield and said, I heard that someone saw a big toad appear. It should be Jiraiya who took action himself. No, haven't you noticed it yet? There are traces of wood escape chakra here. Black Zetsu looked dimly and reminded, that forest is obviously artificially created. He looked at the large lush forest on the battlefield in front of him. He could directly feel the extremely vigorous wood escape chakra on it. 0.0. For a moment, he was a little frightened. Wood release. White Zetsu was shocked. Was it Tsunade or Jiraiya who did it? Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, has the blood of the Senju clan flowing in her body, so it is not impossible. Black Zetsu analyzed there. Remember 2 years ago, there was an amazing battle outside the capital of the Land of Fire, and at that time it was confirmed that there were traces of wood release at the scene. According to the clues found by their Akatsuki organization. That battle was led by Danzo, one of the top leaders of Konoha, and his route was in action, and it was suspected that the spearhead was directed at Tsunade. Because she happened to leave the capital of the Land of Fire with her disciples that day. But the results showed that the root organization seemed to have suffered a great loss and stopped. At that time, they thought that the traces of wood release at the scene were left by Danzo. Because that guy was suspected of having an unknown transaction with Orochimaru, and Orochimaru had been committed to studying the cells of the first Hokage. But now, it is very likely that she is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She has awakened the blood limit of wood release. So, should we monitor them? White Zetsu asked. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment and then he rejected it. They can find your clone, White Zetsu, which shows that your perception ability is very good. Don't act rashly. Go back and report to Obito first. Being able to directly create such a large forest, which still has a very amazing chakra aura. It can be seen that the wood escape mastered by Tsunade is not weak. Obviously, she is not a half-baked one like Obito. Fug. Chapter 96 Obito's Attention 4th Update. Early in the morning. In Lu Ren's room. On the tatami. A beautiful figure, lying on Lu Ren, sleeping soundly. Even unconsciously mumbling something, as if having a beautiful dream. There is still a trace of crystal at the corner of her mouth. When Lu Ren woke up, looked at Tsunade speechlessly. He originally regarded the other party as a pillow, but was regarded as a pillow in turn. Because little Lu Ren was very competitive, he almost went directly into the grind. Hey! Because of Lu Ren's movement, Tsunade woke up. Looking at that charming face that was full of smiles looking at her. Her pretty face flushed red all of a sudden. Little bastard, stop being so complacent. Tsunade blushed and scolded, get out of here, Shizuan and Karin will be here soon. She struggled to get up. She didn't want to be seen by Shizuan and Karin. If that happened, it would be a disaster for her, she would be too embarrassed to see anyone. But she couldn't help feeling a little empty in her heart. 010 Lu Ren's warm embrace is really delicious. It always makes her feel extremely comfortable. Unprecedented peace of mind. Sister Tsunade. Hugging Tsunade, burying her head in the beauty. Lu Ren couldn't get up, and smiled and said, why did you turn the pillow you promised to hug you the other way around? Get out of here, stop tempting me. She glared at Lu Ren fiercely. Tsunade's beautiful face was rosy and she said unhappily, I've already said it, this is the last time. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. This little bastard's words simply spoke out her inner thoughts. She might really have a little taste of it. Otherwise, how could she lose her mind? Agree to the little brat's unreasonable request again? No, there must not be a next time. Tsunade-sama. At this time, outside the door, there was a voice of Jing Ian. Lu Ren and Tsunade looked at each other. "Get out of here, little bastard." Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly started to drive him away. "See you later, Sister Tsunade." Lu Ren smiled, buried his head hard in front of the beauty. When Tsunade almost jumped up, he turned into a shadow and disappeared in Tsunade's room. "Jingyan, stop shouting." Looking at the clearly discernible claw marks, Tsunade was ashamed and annoyed, and wanted to beat up Lu Ren. "I'll wash up, you go down with Karin first." And at this moment, in a somewhat dark cave. "What's the matter?" Obito had just woken up when he saw the black and white Zetsu who had returned from the land of hot water. The right half of his face was a little ugly and hideous, and he put on a spiral mask and asked, "Did the investigation in the land of hot water have any results?" "Obito, there was indeed an accident." White Zetsu said there, not only Tsunade and her disciples, but Jiraiya, who is also one of the legendary 3 ninjas, also appeared in the land of hot water. The legendary 3 ninjas? Then they should know a lot, right? Beside Uchiha Obito, a humanoid creature with a spiral face and a weird appearance said expectantly, "I really want to ask them what it feels like to defecate." The corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth twitched. He ignored Uzumaki Zetsu's words. He was no longer surprised by the other party's amazing brain circuits. That means the followers of the evil god cult were killed by them, right? Uchiha Obito asked. "I'm afraid so." Black Zetsu nodded and said faintly, "But what is worth noting is that we found traces of wood release on the battlefield." "Wood release?" Uchiha Obito was surprised. "Yes, there appeared a forest created by wood release. Judging from the scale, although it is far less than the first generation of Hokage, its strength is quite strong." Black Zetsu responded. "She actually mastered the wood release of the first Hokage." Obito's 3 Magatama Sharingan on the vortex mask condensed, and frowned, "Is it Tsunade?" "Judging from the strength, it is most likely her." Black Zetsu said directly, "After all, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and has the bloodline of the Senju. Whether she awakened the wood release by chance or transplanted the cells of the first Hokage to gain the power of wood release, it is not so surprising. Although according to the information they investigated, Tsunade's disciple Kyunyi Lu Ren is also said to be a descendant of the Senju clan, and he is born with huge chakra and is a real genius. But after all, he is only 10 years old. No matter what, it is impossible to reach this level. Even Black Zetsu did not suspect Kyunyi Lu Ren. Is that so? Uchiha Obito nodded. Black Zetsu's analysis, he is obviously very recognition. The Uzumaki Zetsu beside him asked, "Obito, should we kill her?" "There is no need." Obito waved his hand. His eyes flickered, and he said indifferently, "That woman is full of disgust for the top leaders of Konoha, and she would rather travel outside than return to Konoha. It should not affect our plan. Besides, even if they have wood release, not everyone is the first generation Hokage. Otherwise, she should have returned to Konoha and killed those corrupt old guys. The Senju clan, which was once prosperous, has declined from the first wealthy family of Konoha to only 2 or 3 kittens left. The top leaders of Konoha headed by the third Hokage have made great contributions. Uchiha Obito is not worried at all. He also has the cells of the first generation and can use wood release. But compared to the level of the first generation Hokage, he is not even a little bit behind. In the final analysis, the strength of the first generation Hokage lies in his chakra, which is more exaggerated than the tailed beasts, and his powerful yang release. Others, even if they have transplanted the cells of the first generation, cannot have the huge chakra and amazing yang release of the first generation Hokage. And Black Zetsu did not speak. On the surface, he is the incarnation of will created by Uchiha Madara before his death with yin and yang release. Responsible for assisting and monitoring Obito in executing the Eye of the Moon plan. But, in fact, He is the incarnation of will created by Kaguya Otsutsuki, who is known as the ancestor of Chakra and the goddess of the rabbit. Before being completely sealed by her two sons, the six-path sages Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura, Kaguya Otsutsuki created him with her remaining strength. It is for the purpose of gathering the nine-tailed beasts one day, using the 10-tailed body and outer path demon statue, which is the incarnation of the sacred tree, to revive the 10-tailed, and implement infinite moon reading on the whole world. Let the once sealed ancestor of Chakra Kaguya Otsutsuki come to the world again. Although Uchiha Obito is right. Even if others have would release, they cannot reach the level of the first Hokage. However, Uchiha Obito overlooked the most important point. Tsunade, who awakened would release, is not as good as the first Hokage. But the problem is that he, Uchiha Obito, is not the real Uchiha Madara. In fact, the difference is not a little bit. If he underestimates Tsunade, Obito may suffer a great loss in the future. But in the eyes of Black Zetsu, these are just entertainment programs and cannot affect the overall situation. As long as Nagato's pair of reincarnation eyes belonging to Madara are there, the layout he has worked hard on for thousands of years will never have any flaws. As long as Uchiha Madara is resurrected in the future, even if the first generation Hokage who was once his nemesis is resurrected, it doesn't matter. It is destined that he will not be able to stop Uchiha Madara who has opened the Samsara Eye. At that time, as long as Madara relies on his own powerful strength and uses the outer path demon statue to gather the nine-tailed beasts, he will become the new 10 tails Jinchuriki and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. His plan will be successfully completed. The Akatsuki organization is still too weak and is in a dormant stage. It is not a good thing to rashly attract the attention of the three ninjas at this time. Uchiha Obito said. The whole person turned into a whirlpool and disappeared on the spot. Even if we want to send someone to test, we have to wait until Tsunade and Jiraiya separate. Otherwise, facing two Sunin at the same time may cause unnecessary trouble. The current Akatsuki organization is accumulating strength and growing. The plan to collect the tailed beasts has not yet begun, and it is not appropriate to arouse excessive attention and vigilance from the major forces in the ninja world. Pay close attention first. Chapter 97 Tsunade, this time, the advantage is mine. Seeking support. In the hotel of U Country. I looked at Jiraiya, who was a little disappointed because of the meticulous care of the old lady. Rikuren finished breakfast with Tsunade, Shizuan and others who appeared as if nothing had happened. Shizuan, have you really mastered the Yin Seal and the 100 Healings technique? Looking at the diamond mark on Shizuan's forehead. Tsunade looked at the other party, somewhat surprised. She really didn't expect that the spirit transformation technique could be used in this way. However, only a guy as evil as Lu Ren could do such a thing. Tsunade is not unfamiliar with the spirit transformation technique. After her second grandfather developed this S-level soul ninjutsu, although he could rely on his spirit body to shuttle into the target's body and silently control other people's bodies, he couldn't do it as easily as using his arms and fingers. Not to mention being able to borrow other people's bodies. Helping others practice Yin Seal, 100 healing techniques, which are S-level difficult forbidden technique. After all, it is not your own body. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to release even advanced ninjutsu. Moreover, the spirit transformation technique is also very dangerous. Otherwise it would not be listed as a forbidden technique. Not only is the safety of the spirit body not guaranteed after it leaves the body. If the target's spiritual power is too strong, not only will it be unable to control the other party's body, but it may also suffer unimaginable damage and even face the crisis of death. 12 No, Tsunade-sama, I haven't mastered it yet. Touching the 100 healing seal on her forehead, Shizuan couldn't help but smile, but if you give me some more time, I believe it won't be a problem. She has confirmed it again and again. After Lu Ren's help yesterday, her chakra control has improved a lot, although it is impossible to compare with the teacher Tsunade. But she is completely different from the previous self. There has been considerable improvement. The strange power punch that was a little reluctant also mastered it more and more skillfully, without any problem at all. In addition, Lu Ren has helped her condense the complete yin seal. Moreover, with the huge amount of chakra, he stabilized the 100 healing seal that originally needed 3 years of chakra accumulation to stabilize. It is equivalent to helping her overcome the most difficult obstacle. It opened a shortcut for her. Next, as long as she persists in her efforts and attempts, I believe that it won't be long before she can fully master the yin seal and the 100 healing technique. However, when she thought of yesterday, out of her desire for a beautiful figure like Tsunade, she actually listened to Lu Ren's instigation, and Shizun couldn't help blushing. Subconsciously glanced at Lu Ren. Seeing that he was smiling and winking at her, the heart was thumping. Dare not look at him again. Well, that's good. Tsunade showed a satisfied smile. Although Shizun was a little shy and inferior, and always subconsciously regarded herself as a little follower, but she really regarded her as her personal disciple. If she could master the yin seal and the 100 healings technique, her future achievements would definitely be even higher. It has to be said. Since accepting Lu Ren as a disciple, except for gambling, they always felt that everything they did was going smoothly. She is really a lucky star. Really? That's great. Karin, who was standing by, was surprised and happy when she heard this. She was sincerely happy for her senior sister Shizun. She is still young and is still in the stage of laying the foundation. According to teacher Tsunade, if she wants to learn the yin seal and the 100 healings technique, she will have to wait another 2 years. Although she is very confident in herself, but with a shortcut like Shizun, she can be completely relieved in the future. Girl, you have to work hard. Lu Ren rubbed Xianglin's head and said with a smile, when senior sister Shizun masters these 2 techniques, it will be only you. In addition to the strange power fist, yin seal and 100 healing techniques are the most important inherited secret techniques of our lineage. Don't drag your feet. Humph, I won't. Xianglin wrinkled her nose. After discovering that her hair was messed up, she bared her teeth and rushed to Lu Ren. Damn Lu Ren, you messed up my hair again. But the result was naturally not unexpected. She was directly hung up by the wooden vine and dangled there. The little girl was so angry that she almost broke out of the diamond seal. Chatted for a while. Let senior sister Shizun be responsible for teaching Xianglin. At Tsunade's signal, the 2 left wooden clones and shadow clones in an empty corner. Both disappeared in the hotel. In less than half an hour, the 2 came to the nearby town. Lu Ren left the Flying Thunder God mark here. Bet big or small? Stop talking nonsense, I'm betting everything. Fuck, bet small. Big, big. In a casino. Those gamblers, from all walks of life, were shouting and making a lot of noise. In order to fulfill his promise, Lu Ren came here with Tsunade. Looking at Tsunade, who was so excited, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he could only hold the money that had been prepared long ago. In the ecstatic eyes of the casino owner, he changed a bunch of chips. Play the slot machine first. Tsunade took the chips. Sat in front of a slot machine. Sister Tsunade, it's too monotonous to play like this, how about we make a bet? Lu Ren's eyes turned. Looking at Tsunade with a sly smile, he decided to take advantage of Tsunade's special physique that she would lose every time she gambled. Bet. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. I thought of the last time I made a bet with Lu Ren, which almost made me fall. Without hesitation, I refused sternly, no, don't think I'll be fooled by you again. It's not too late to listen to me first. Lu Ren said with a smile. Okay, Yusei Tsunade made up her mind that no matter what the other party said, she would never agree to the bet. You and I will play 10 slot machines each. If you win one, I will lose. Lu Ren said with a cunning look in his eyes, smiling, and as long as I don't win the super jackpot of 3 lucky 7s in one of the 10, it will be considered your win. Win the lucky 7 in all 10. Tsunade frowned and looked at Lu Ren suspiciously. You kid don't want to cheat, do you? Don't you know the rules of the casino? It is forbidden to use any ninjutsu. She followed her grandfather, the first-generation Hokage, to the casino since she was a child. Watching her grandfather kill all over the casino, she gradually became addicted to gambling. The reason why she 010 likes gambling is the excitement when the winner is revealed. If you want to cheat, it will be meaningless. It is better not to gamble. Of course not, am I that kind of person? Lu Ren shook his head directly. He looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, if I win, the conditions are the same as yesterday. No, I said, yesterday was the last time. Tsunade refused sternly. That is a super jackpot that requires 10 lucky 7s, and you only need to randomly you can win if you win. Lu Ren was pleading there, are you sure you don't want to gamble? He didn't believe that Tsunade wasn't moved. If it is normal. Without cheating. If there is a lucky 7 and a super jackpot, it is considered to be extremely lucky. But for Tsunade's special physique, she will lose every bet. After countless verifications in the past 2 years, he is full of confidence. This, I have to say. Tsunade was a little moved. With this kind of slot machine, winning 10 games in a row is considered unlucky. A lucky 7 is the kind of smoke rising from ancestral graves. Lucky 7 10 times in a row. It's impossible no matter how you think about it. As long as she agrees, she will undoubtedly win. Gyulu. Facing huge temptation. Tsunade couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She hesitated for a moment. Finally made up his mind, he nodded heavily, okay, let's bet. No matter what. 1 ordinary prize vs 10 super prizes. The advantage is hers. It's impossible to lose. Chapter 98, with added buff, it's even harder to lose, second update? Then let's get started. Inside the casino. Lu Ren smiled. Sitting in front of a slot machine with Tsunade. As promised, no ninjutsu is allowed. Tsunade confirmed again. She looked at the confident Lu Ren suspiciously. I don't know where the other party's confidence comes from, and I feel a little nervous for no reason. If you say no, then no, let's get started. Lu Ren shrugged. But not before the two of them started. This time. A ninja with cold sweat on his head and gritted his teeth was walking over. In terms of strength, he is at the level of a jounin. Not particularly outstanding. Of course it's not weak. The key is that he is a perceptive ninja. Rikuto and Tsunade have been paying attention to them since they came in. However, she was completely shocked by the astonishing amount of chakra in Tsunade's body, and she was so shocked that she was covered in cold sweat. A little panicked. As for the mainlanders. After 2 years of hard work, he is now able to perfectly control his chakra aura by relying on the sensen fruit's ability to blend into nature. Without the use of advanced ninjutsu, even Xiangren's increasingly proficient Kagura's inner eye could not sense him. Therefore, Xianglin's warning in the hotel's hot spring pool last time was completely unnecessary. If he really wanted to do something, that girl wouldn't be able to notice it at all. Even him now. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been fully trained. With the continuous improvement of pupil power, the control of pupil technique and large hole Mao Chi has reached a higher level. If you are in a secluded space, it is no longer something you can see with ordinary Byakugan or Sharingan, or even with ordinary perception abilities. Unless it's the extremely pure white eyes. Or it can only be a pupil technique above the Mangekyo Sharingan level, or even a perception ability above the senjutsu level. Only then can it be possible to gain insight into or perceive him in the secluded world. This, sir. The casino owner heard the report. He hurriedly came over with the ninja he invited to see the scene. The two of them were full of apprehension and nervousness, and came to Tsunade with respect. Okay, I understand what you mean. I understand the rules of the casino and I don't intend to break them. Tsunade waved her hand directly and said there. I think you should know her, right? Rikuto smiled there and said, one of the legendary three ninjas, Konoha Princess Tsunade Hime, also known as the legendary sheep. The legendary fat sheep. The sentient ninja and the casino owner couldn't help but widen their eyes. Immediately, his eyes lit up. They all showed smiles and nodded hurriedly, of course of course. Tsunade's reputation over the years is undoubtedly very reliable. Rumor has it that although this woman is extremely powerful, she never bothers to cheat with ninjutsu, let alone default on her debt. Moreover, not only will he lose every bet, but he is also extremely rich. Wherever she goes, the casino can make a fortune. Therefore, it is known as the legendary fat sheep. His legendary deeds are widely circulated in the industry. It's better that you stay here, so as not to accuse me of cheating later. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Ren said directly to the ninja, check these slot machines and see if there is any problem. That's not necessary. We can still trust your reputation, Tsunade Dano. That's good. Tsunade nodded. He held his head high and raised his brows. He looked at Lu Ren with some pride. Lu Ren curled his lips. The first one, start. Ding ding. No more nonsense. The two began to insert coins. The pattern on the slot machine. All of a sudden it started to move rapidly. Ding. The slot machine in front of Tsunade stopped first. It's a completely different pattern, and I didn't get any rewards. Lost. But it doesn't matter if it's her. The casino owner and the ninja watching the show are still there. Everybody couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because, on the slot machine in front of Lu Ren, the patterns on it began to slowly stop. 37s actually appeared directly. Won the super lucky jackpot. Nanny. No, just Tsunade. The casino owner's eyes were about to pop out. Swish. In a moment, the coin spout began to spit out coins. A full pile of coins, a considerable part of which fell to the ground. All the gamblers present were stunned. Even the gamblers at other tables nearby were attracted. Some couldn't believe it. 3 sevens. Lucky jackpot. Hey, are you kidding? That guy, is he sure he didn't cheat? I've been playing for so long, and I don't even have 3 of the same color, let alone the highest lucky jackpot like 3 sevens. All of a sudden, a large number of gamblers crowded up. And Lu Ren smiled and looked at Tsunade, who was full of disbelief. Sister Tsunade, I won the first hand. Next, it's the second hand. Before Lu Ren was ready to continue, the casino owner next to him said, wait, young man, this machine has already spit out all the coins. Can we go to the one next to it? At the same time, he subconsciously checked the slot machine. Confirmed that there was no problem. He looked at the special ninja who was hired to watch the place. The other party also shook his head at him. Coincidence? The casino owner had to admit defeat. He felt that the other party had most likely made a move. It was just that they didn't notice it at the first time. So, he stared at Lu Ren, who didn't refuse to change the machine. Let the casino owner help collect the coins that had just been won. He sat on another machine next to him openly. You kid, your luck is so good. Tsunade curled her lips. She didn't believe that the other party could win the lucky jackpot every time next time. But because she lost a hand, she was a little unhappy, so she deliberately changed a machine. The second hand start. Ding ding. In an instant. As the pattern kept turning. Hit, Tsunade clenched her fist. She stared at the slot machine screen and began to get excited. Ding, the pattern stopped. In front of her was a completely different pattern. She didn't even win the smallest consolation prize. The coins she put in were directly cleared. She was a little annoyed and subconsciously looked at Lu Ren next to her. What? 3 sevens again? Gilu. Is he cheating? No, it's impossible. He didn't touch anything except putting in the coins and pressing the start button. All the gamblers present were stunned. And the casino owner was even more confused. Looked at the special Jonin who stood behind Lu Ren and monitored him. But he didn't notice any chakra fluctuations at all. The other party didn't cheat by any means. It's the second time, Sister Tsunade. Lu Ren blinked at Tsunade. He threw a game coin to the hired special Jonin in front of him. Check it. No problem. The special Jonin checked it repeatedly and confirmed that there was nothing abnormal. He even checked the next slot machine that Lu Ren was going to use. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Lu Ren said with a smile, then, Sister Tsunade, let's get started. Humph, it's only the second time, you're sure to lose. Tsunade didn't believe it. How could this kid's luck be so good? However, she was also paying attention to Lu Ren just now, and the other party really didn't cheat. Then, the 4th, 5th, 6th, until the 10th. Ding ding. In Tsunade's stunned eyes. The 10th slot machine, the screen once again showed the lucky jackpot of 3 sevens. Hwalala, a large number of game coins were constantly spit out. The gamblers present couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Everyone's eyes were red, and they wanted to rush up and grab it. Because there were already several large baskets beside Lu Ren, all of which were full of game coins. Ling Long 519124243. 3 sevens again. The casino owner's lips trembled. His face was as pale as paper, and he felt like he was going to have a heart attack. He felt pain in his heart, liver, and lungs. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Is there really a gambling god in this world? The special Jonin was completely confused. He was mumbling absent-mindedly there. Looking at the young Lu Ren, his eyes were full of respect, worshipping him as a god. With his special Jonin's strength, he was also a rare perceptual ninja. He was confident that even if the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages cheated in front of him, well, they might not be able to hide it from him. But he didn't notice that Lu Ren was cheating at all. Moreover, the other party was also very cooperative. He said to change the machine, and he changed the machine. He said to change the coins, and he changed the coins. The last few. Even let him do it for him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't touch the slot machine at all. This is either terrifyingly strong or ridiculously lucky. But a child in his teens should belong to the latter. Boss, check out, I don't want to play anymore. Tsunade, who was hit hard by Lu Ren, lost interest. Lu Ren put his hands in his pockets, smiled and leaned over to his ear. Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, I will accept the loss. He thought. If he was just an ordinary civilian or a low-level ninja with no strength at the beginning, he could find ways to follow Tsunade, the fat sheep with the lose every time gambling buff, to the casino every day, and always bet against the odds to become a tycoon. Of course, the premise is that he will not be beaten to death by Tsunade. Humph, of course, when have I ever defaulted on my debts? Tsunade was furious. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. It really can't be blamed on her. It should have been a sure win, but she lost miserably. However, she will never be fooled by this kid again. No matter what, she can't be fooled. This is definitely the last time. Chapter 99 Bug Susanoo Artifact, a large number of swords and senbon stones. Swish! under the painful gaze of the casino owner. After exchanging the game coins for money, Lu Ren and Tsunade returned with a full load. No one came to make trouble without knowing the consequences. Soon after leaving the casino, they used Flying Thunder God directly to return to the hotel. "I'll take Karin out for an internship." It should have been a sure win. But Tsunade, who was abused to the point of doubting her life, was a little uninterested. "You can do whatever you want, but don't mess around." In the past 2 years, Lu Ren has been practicing physical skills. Novel Jun Yang, 8563233613. He did not hesitate to fight with 2 wooden clones and got himself scarred. But Tsunade still remembers it clearly. "I have to remind her again and again." "Don't worry, I won't do such stupid things again." Lu Ren shrugged there. "After all, whether it is physical skills or ninjutsu, the wooden clone can no longer bring me too much pressure." Watching Tsunade leave, Lu Ren returned to the room. Glanced at the wooden clone who was studying the family secrets such as the pig, deer, and butterfly, although it was a substitute. He was not in a hurry to take it back. A pair of dark eyes turned into scarlet eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The netherworld space. Open. Lu Ren directly activated the great anatomy. The whole person disappeared instantly. Within a radius of 500 meters. Streets, buildings, even the residents and pedestrians inside and outside, all appeared in a semi-transparent 3-dimensional shape. Appeared in front of Lu Ren. To date, 033 days. As Lu Ren's pupil power continues to grow in training, fully adapt to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The netherworld space opened by the pupil technique great anatomy is not only more hidden, but also cannot be detected by ordinary Byakugan and Sharingan. Even Karin's Kagura Heart Eye, which has excellent perception ability, cannot sense Lu Ren in it. And the coverage area is getting wider and wider. It is getting wider and wider. It seems to have expanded from covering an area of 200 meters to covering an area of 500 meters. For most battle scenes, such a range is undoubtedly more than enough. Swish! The next moment, the cool patterns in Lu Ren's eyes kept turning. A large amount of concrete chakra directly poured out of his body. Crack crack, one after another huge chakra skeleton appeared there. It turned into a half-body skeleton giant with a green body. It covered his entire body tightly. And this is far from over. Swish swish, a large number of chakra lines kept pouring out, turning into tendons, muscles, and other tissues, and also appeared directly a layer of chakra coat. It made the half-body giant become extremely majestic. Then, the half-body giant formed by the vast amount of chakra, firmly protected by Lu Ren, floated up out of thin air. At the same time, the huge chakra continued to materialize. The lower half of the giant gradually took shape there. Boom! In the netherworld, the ground trembled. The whole body was blue, and the mighty giant. It stood up directly there, with an astonishingly huge body. The height alone was no less than 30 or 40 meters. It was daunting. If Uchiha Itachi was here, he would be so shocked that he couldn't speak. Because, this was Susanoo. Normally, only a pair of only those with a complete Mangekyo Sharingan can obtain the power of God. But Lu Ren can use it easily. It seems that he has surpassed the half-body form of this orthodox Uchiha clan member and actually presents a complete giant form. But he has no burden at all and looks very relaxed. It is really incredible. The fourth form of Susanoo is so-so. At this moment, Lu Ren, who is in the blue giant, crosses his chest with his hands and looks calm. But as he gently raises his right hand, a cool and sharp blue chakra giant sword in the shape of a katana appears there. Hold it in the hand of the mighty blue giant. Chi! The next moment, the blue giant's eyes were blazing. He held the blue sword in his right hand. He chopped down at the ground in front of him through the air. Swish! A huge blue sword energy slashed out like lightning. It penetrated the ground in front. Boom boom! The earth roared, and the loud noise shook the sky. As the smoke and dust in the sky dissipated, a shocking, exaggerated huge cut appeared there. The cut was extremely smooth, as deep as the abyss. It extended directly to the end of the netherworld space. It made people sweat. Shendu sword, also known as Deluo sword. Lu Ren muttered to himself, it is said that the supreme artifact that can split mountains and seas with just a light swing is indeed powerful. He smiled lightly, but, what really satisfies me is my own Susanoo, another artifact that comes with it. On the giant's left hand, a dazzling crystal-shaped gem that shines with brilliance. It condenses there at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is full of mystery. That's right. Lu Ren, who has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Like other Uchiha clan members who have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and can open Susanoo. His Susanoo also has its own exclusive artifact. The first artifact is the massive sword, also known as the God Sword. With just a light swing, it can split mountains and seas, unstoppable. It is the indestructible and powerful supreme sword. The second artifact, the Thousand Hiking Stone. It is said to be indestructible, able to block Yomi Hirasaka, and even space-time ninjutsu cannot travel through it and cannot be shaken. It has the special ability to interfere with space-time. It can be freely enlarged and reduced, and can be used for defense or attack. What makes Lu Ren pay more attention is that the Thousand Hiking Stone is very special. It can be directly integrated with Susanoo and perfectly integrated. Once the Thousand Hiking Stone and Susanoo are integrated into one, its defense will be incredibly strengthened and become more indestructible. And because of the special ability that can interfere with Yomi Hirasaka, even space-time ninjutsu like Kamui cannot shake it. Lu Ren put his right hand together and held it in front of him. The brilliant gem flew up. Swish! All of a sudden, it turned into brilliant light and disappeared. It merged perfectly with the fourth stage of Susanoo. The entire blue giant. It shone with brilliant light. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Lu Ren's eyes were stern. He shouted in a low voice. Roar! The earth rumbled. A huge wooden dragon grew out there at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was ridiculously large, with bared fangs and claws, extremely ferocious. It far exceeded Lu Ren's fourth stage Susanoo. It made people's scalps numb. Roar! Under Lu Ren's control. It roared there. With a force faster than thunder. It attacked Lu Ren, who was guarded by the blue giant, like lightning. Hey! The blue giant was seen. It strangely gave up using the artifact, the mass sword. The left hand that was originally holding the Thousand Induction Stone clenched into a fist. The huge fist print shone with a bright light. It crushed the atmosphere. It blasted out. Boom! Boom! The huge collision was deafening. With a wail, the huge wooden dragon flew out like a cannonball. The dragon head was directly blown into pieces and turned into sawdust all over the sky. And the blue-green giant? Unscathed. This is somewhat incredible. It is rumored that the wooden dragon that was used by the first generation of Hokage to directly bind the tailed beasts was blown up by it. It stands to reason that the fourth stage of Susanoo alone cannot easily crush the wooden dragon. But this is the Susanoo that has been fully enhanced after the perfect fusion of the artifact Thousand Stones. It is indestructible, giving it unparalleled defense. At the same time, it also gives it unimaginable attack power in disguise. It is so terrifying. Chapter 100 Complete Susanoo 4th Update. Next. In the netherworld. Lu Ren raised his right hand directly. The index finger and middle finger were put together and held in front of him. Complete form, open. Lu Ren shouted there. There was something ferocious on that handsome face. In the blood-red pupils, the complex kaleidoscope patterns were spinning rapidly. It was almost turning into an afterimage that could not be seen clearly. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by the powerful pupil power, a huge amount of chakra poured out there crazily. Roar! At the same time, even the blue giant followed the seal. As the magnificent chakra continued to materialize, the blue giant, 30 or 40 meters tall, could be seen with the naked eye. The speed of change was amazing, and the already exaggeratedly large body continued to rise again. In an instant, it turned into a blue, huge Crow Tengu armored warrior. Towering, majestic, and impressive. As if it covered the sky and the sun, it was unattainable. Just standing there, it made people terrified. Awesome! Worshipped like a god. Bang bang! The earth trembled continuously. It was solemn and majestic. Wearing gorgeous and clearly identifiable blue Crow Tengu armor. At the center of his brow, there is a prism-shaped chakra crystal, which protects Lu Ren who is inside. The size is at least no less than 200 meters. Behind him, there are huge wings, which are lifelike. And the wings are actually two unsheathed samurai swords. Moreover, they are almost the same as the previous artifact, a large number of swords, but much larger. But what is a little unbelievable is that the diamond-shaped chakra crystal at the center of his brow is extremely gorgeous, shining with a bright light. It is exactly the same as the artifact Senbiki that Lu Ren summoned earlier and perfectly integrated it with the fourth stage Susanoo. It can be said that if it is not in the netherworld space, but in the outside world, I am afraid that countless people will be shocked by this huge armored giant. The entire ninja world will be greatly shaken. I am afraid that all major forces will not be able to sit still. Panic, uneasy. Is this the complete Susanoo? At this moment, observing the complete Susanoo that he had unreservedly used with all his strength, Luck Ren, who was at the center of the Crow Tengu armored giant's forehead, couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that it would take so much chakra. This was his first time to use the complete Susanoo. Although he successfully visualized the huge chakra and made it completely stable with his own powerful pupil power, showing the true power of God. But it was not easy for him now. Because this was almost his current limit. After 2 years of accumulation, he barely reached the level of being able to open the complete Susanoo. As for the Susanoo Wooden Man and even the more exaggerated Susanoo Buddha, he was obviously still a little behind now. By comparison, like Uchiha Madara in the past, he used his powerful pupil power to control the nine-tail and used the power of the tailed beast to open the powerful Susanoo. If Lu Ren directly caught a tailed beast, it would be easy to do. Woohoo! At this time, the armored giant of Crow Tengu, who looked like a god of war, suddenly spread his gorgeous and huge wings. Accompanied by the fierce wind pressure, Lu Ren controlled the complete Susanoo and took off directly. Because the space of the netherworld is constantly changing with him as the center of the magician. Therefore, even if the complete Susanoo's extremely fast flying speed crossed several kilometers in a blink of an eye, Lu Ren did not fly directly to the end of the netherworld. Susanoo is worthy of being praised as the power of God. Feeling the power of the complete Susanoo personally, Lu Ren, who was flying freely there while controlling the armored giant of Crow Tengu. Looking down at the three-dimensional scene flying below, he muttered to himself, but compared with the complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Indra, and the Six Paths Sage, in terms of size, it is still a little worse. But he was not discouraged. The main problem for him now is that he still lacks chakra. Give him another 2 years, and the complete Susanoo will surely reach a higher level. Besides, with the special features of the 2 artifacts, the massive sword and the 1,000 stones, he is almost invincible. He has both indestructible and unshakable defense. He also has unstoppable and indestructible attack power. Unless the difference in power between him and the opponent is too great, and the two are not at the same level at all. If you want to really defeat him, please give me flowers. You can only find ways to exhaust his chakra and his pupil power, so that he can no longer support the complete Susanoo. Chi. The cold light flashed. 2 massive swords were unsheathed. Without hesitation, they slashed forward. Swish! Swish! 2 terrifying giant slashes. Like a rotten wood, it tore the earth apart, leaving behind 2 huge trenches that were as deep and endless as natural moats. It made people's scalps numb. Swish! The next moment, the Crotengu giant stopped. It actually stood there in the air. It was like a god, making people in awe. Yasaka no Megatama. In the palm of his hand, 3 orange Megatama condensed on it. 0. They intertwined there. They merged into the shape of shuriken. It spun rapidly, stirring up amazing hurricanes. And in the blink of an eye, a huge blue chakra ball was formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And countless wind blades kept cutting there. It turned into the shape of a giant shuriken, and directly blew up a fierce and unparalleled wind pressure. Under Lu Ren's incredible control, the wind-style super-large Rasen shuriken was more exaggerated and terrifying than the ordinary wind-style Rasen shuriken. It was perfectly integrated and intertwined with the 3 rotating orange Megatama. It was spinning madly at a terrifying frequency, tearing and cutting everything. It was filled with a terrifying destructive aura. Yasaka Megatama Super Large Rasen Shuriken. The Crotengu giant raised his right hand and manipulated the Yasaka Megatama. Wind escape, Super Large Jade Spiral Shuriken. Fling forward suddenly. Swish! The extremely fast orange-white stream of light broke through the air like lightning. The earth was like tofu, cut open easily. Boom! The sound was so loud that it was hard to look directly at it. Accompanied by the extremely violent shock wave, it kept spreading in all directions. Boom boom! Destroy everything in its path. The landslides and cracks were deafening. The ground in front of him showed an unprecedented and exaggerated abyss, which made people dumbfounded. If the terrifying power was not isolated by the end of the netherworld space, it was simply unimaginable. Fuck!